Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 4th Championship Sunday of the first season of AWC here on The War Within. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Super Tees. We're going to be joined by Lithy just a little bit later. These are the final moments of the season before we head into the grand finals and the gauntlet. And Super Tees, the stakes could not be higher.
No, most certainly. I mean, it's coming down to the wire. Every team wants to be taking down the #1 seed from their region, basically. It's Welcome to the Zhang in North America. It's Echo from Europe. Everybody's gunning for them. They've got a target on their back. Everybody's working in cahoots with each other to try and level up in order to take down these top dogs.
Yeah, lots of top dogs in the region. Of course, we can get to that a little bit later and talk about the standings. But first, Ven, I kind of want to know, like, what's in these players' brains? Like, what kind of pressure do you feel like they're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think a lot of it just comes down to momentum, right? You want to go through this fourth cup, have a great performance, and it's kind of going to give you that momentum moving into the finals and the gauntlet. So I think that's what a lot of teams are looking for. For some other teams like the Move, which we'll get into later, there's a lot on the line today. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Most definitely. We're taking a look here at the standings currently, and of course we got those top three players, top three teams, Zico, moving on to the grand finals. And like we said, the stakes are really high here in the EU region in particular.
That's right, Aya. We got our top three locked in: Echo, Drive Overload, and Streamer Zone GG. And we are going to see Drive Overload and Streamer Zone GG kind of battle it out for potentially that second place position, and just kind of getting that momentum heading into the finals later on. And then, of course, Echo looking to maybe perfect the entire region. And the only other thing that can happen here is Ultima. If they go on a tear, they can climb 2 spots and become the final boss of the gauntlet. If they can win even one series, they'll climb 1 spot. So Ultima is still playing for a little bit of gauntlet standings, and we do know who our top 8 is here, and you can see it, all of those teams between 1st and 8th. So the first team on the chopping block is going to be old and bad when it comes to that gauntlet later on.
Yeah, most definitely. Cannot wait. Cannot be any more excited. EU region has been so exciting so far this year. But we're going to take a look at the bracket for our lovely Sunday here, lovely championship Sunday. Of course, we're going to be starting off in the upper bracket then with Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, the only team that has made Echo bleed.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 teams that have been absolutely on fire. Echo going for 4 straight cup wins this week. They beat Old and Bad, they beat Phoenix Reborn, and they earned themselves a semifinal position once again, which I think they're very comfortable with at this point. For Streamer Zone, the road has been going through Il2 as well as Ultima, and now they get the rematch against Echo. This is the finals last week, and Streamer Zone stepped up in a huge way. My player to watch is Tessia. I mean, I think he was kind of the MVP of last week. Even though they did lose, he really made Echo sweat, and I'm really excited to see that rematch a bit later on.
I mean, even in the lower bracket, we got a rematch as well from the open bracket between Ultima and Drive Overload. And when I was watching Waz's stream live during the open bracket, he seemed really surprised that Ultima had managed to defeat Drive Overload in that series. It was very unexpected. So the second time around that they meet in that lower side, there's a lot on the line for Ultima because they want to try and climb as many ranks of the gauntlet as possible because we're entering a new patch, we're entering new meta, new class changes. So you really want to avoid as many teams as you can at that point, Aya.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are not the only games that we're going to be looking at. We're, of course, hopping over to North America for the second half of the day. We can look at their bracket. We've got 4 teams left over here as well after yesterday's eliminations. We've got Welcome to the Zhang versus Mentally Damp Zico up in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Welcome to the Zhang, looking kind of like the Echo of North America, just clean sweeping, doing so well in this season, already 3-0ing the Abjured, 3-0ing the Move, and now they find themselves going up in that upper bracket against Mentally Damp. And then, of course, for Mentally Damp, this has been a team that's been very surprising to see. They've had, finally a good breakout performance here, beating out Cup 1 champions Power Toads with a clean 3-0. And then yesterday, surprising me, beating the Silk Tigers, which is another stacked roster in North America, 3-1. So they're going to go up against Welcome to the Zhang. It's going to be a really tough match for them. But yesterday, Dopamine was able to pull off some clutch mage tricks with his Ice Walls and with his Ray of Frost playstyle. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, and then, of course, in the lower bracket, we have an intense series. It's going to be the Move versus F tier. And this is actually a rematch of something we saw in the upper bracket where the move beat F tier 3-2-0. So both those teams find themselves in the lower bracket. They find themselves up for elimination, but it's the move. This is a very important match for them. If they beat F tier here, they earn their spot in that top 3. If not, Liquid will keep the position. So lots on the line for this one.
Yeah, I think that might be the series I'm looking forward to the most for today. So definitely stay tuned for that one.
Hey, Thunder, I did.
Like we said,
I'm waking up a teeny bit right now. Thank you so much again, buddy. That was insane. Actually ridiculous today. I love you, buddy.
Streamer Zone GG.
It's you first, yeah.
Just a little bit ago. So if you're watching in chat, definitely send in your predictions, get those points in, and we'll send in our predictions as well, and we can take a look at those and kind of see where we line up, because I feel like Echo, you know, you're in a bad spot if you're betting against them just based on them, you know, historically, Supatees, and how consistent they have been. But Streamer Zone GG, we've seen that they are kind of a challenge for Echo in the past.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand finals last week, it went all the way to game 7. Waz was at 1% behind an ice wall and survived by the skin of his teeth to be able to take that narrowly. So for sure, Streamer Zone have gotten a lot better as a roster.
As soon as they come, it's really enough to open jungle before they fight Echo. They won't fight. They don't cross over this expansion at all that we know of.
Tessia and Mage has been hard.
NA and EU don't cross over until there's currently no tournament for it.
Echo looks like they're even leveling up, which I didn't think was possible. It's like you're on the top of the mountain and somehow you've got a ladder and you're going even higher into the clouds or something. I don't understand how Echo does it, but they're getting better and better as well. So I think Streamer Zone is likely to be able to take at least a game against Echo, but yeah, Echo is just they're a beast in the European region.
They certainly are. They've been consistent for so long, and you know, they're kind of Zico. They're like a serpent. Like you cut off one head with them, and they just grow back 2 more. I mean, once you're playing with each other for that long, you can hear their comms too. I mean, Ben, you just did a great video. I'm actually going to throw that question to you instead, Ben. You just did a video on them on their comms and like how much chemistry this team has.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's particularly interesting to watch Waz because he kind of just, first of all the players are amazing, best in class, but like for Waz, he sets the whole team up so well. And, you know, you just watch every single time someone's off stun DR, they get, you know, every single person is kidney shot, every single person is cheap shot, always followed up with a gouge. He's calling out, the hunter has kick, don't worry, I'll cover him, I'll pre-blind him. You know, they're just looking out for every single angle. And as a unit, they work together so incredibly well. And I think that's just so hard to beat because not only are they so mechanically good, which can be an advantage for players, but I also just feel like their strategy and their preparation and their game knowledge is just 10 out of 10. So I don't really know where the weaknesses are, to be honest.
And we'll see if Streamer Zone GG can poke some holes in maybe some weaknesses that they do find. But I do kind of love seeing Streamer Zone GG. You know, we've kind of seen them develop over the course of the season, you know, and the players themselves over the course of the last couple of expansions. So, I mean, this is a team that is ramping up, and it's also Cup number 4, Zico. So
wake up. We're waking up, man. I feel good.
Absolutely. I mean,
if I had a bit of a headache before, we feel a lot better than before.
Season, but these last 2 cups, they've really shown what a contender they are in the European region. And you know, like we mentioned, I think a lot of that comes down to kind of opting in for a little bit more Mage Feral over.
Yeah, they won't. But they won't be fighting. Like EU and NA don't fight each other.
Jungle Cleave. So
this season, they only do that. Well, they did it like once the start of this year with the crossover region cross-region tournament. But for the most part, they don't.
But I think it's going to require a lot of finesse if you're going to take down Echo. We saw them get pretty close, actually, in the European finals last week. But can they repeat that performance? I feel like Tessia was playing so well to even be able to bring it to that point. And they're going to need to really step it up here today.
It's good that it's clarifying
but Streamer Zone GG,
which should be slapping.
Like this is one of the teams that is definitely up to the challenge. So we're going to find out in just a couple of moments if they're ready for it. It's game number 1 here in the upper bracket championship Sunday. Echo versus StreamerZone.gg.
All right, I can't wait to get this going, man. What are the compositions going to be? We got the Feral Mage Priest going up against the Rogue Mage Priest. They're not starting their lineup at Channel this time around.
Yeah, it actually was Raikou who kind of needed to be tagged in. Fun fact, Streamer Zone was the first team, I think, to make Chanimal kind of bleed, at least on broadcast. So we'll see. That's kind of why I think they're going to be leaning on Raikou in this match. They're going to be going head-to-head. Raikou versus Tessia, Tony versus Waz, Meh versus Relza. Let's see how Waz decides to open here. He's going to stealth across the map looking for a potential sap. Tony just opens up immediately. Sap on Tessia just to slow him down. Now it's cheap shot potentially into a fear. Beautiful setup here from Echo once again, but a counter Dragon's Breath and preemptive Snowdrift by Tessia completely denies Waz's opener.
Really good denial of this pressure so far, but they find a D-Yard kidney shot. Big damage following through. Tessia blinks away, dropping down a Comet Storm. Waz Shadow steps in pursuit, but there's big damage blasting towards Raikou as Met is in crowd control, bash into Ring of Frost, and Streamer Zone's initial defense is solid, and now their offense is just as solid as well. Look at this chain, another polymorph into a full clone. A fear on Waz. They've isolated Raikou. They stun him out of the fear. They ice wall him behind the pillar as well here, and Waz gets a cheap shot intercepting Tony, and you can tell that Streamer Zone are on point so far, and it's not even a minute into this game.
Yeah, well, full fear on Relza. He's going to use the Will of Forsaken. He grips Tessia away. Full Cyclone onto Raikou, though. Great denial there by Tony. Waz is going to shut that down with a little bit of an off gouge, but both teams are relatively stable. The next setup on Tessia could be scary. He's got no trinket, and Relza still doesn't have his medallion available for 15 seconds. So Echo's going to be looking to pull an ice block here very shortly if they can connect the CC. Full kidney shot on Relza. Pre-pain suppression. Nicely done there by Relza before going to the polymorph. The pain suppression trades, but if they get the ice block anyways, that would be a bit of a disaster. Tessia can't hold on. They do manage to find it. And that's some major defensive cooldowns pulled through. Massive spell comes in.
Oh my God.
Swap on Waz out of nowhere. Beautiful counter pressure from Tessia and Tony. And that gets the void shift there from Meh.
Tessia cancels his block at 30% health while his healer's still in crowd control.
Actually an appropriate sound.
Both priests are in the sky. Ultimate penitence at the same time. You don't see this very often. Just firing penances back and forth. That's going to completely stalemate the game in that moment. But Met is met by a Maimstun as he hits the ground into a Dragon's Breath, possibly a polymorph, full polymorph, no trinket. Can they connect onto Waz? Waz preemptively evasions. If Tony can get behind him for a stun, it can be devastating. They're looking for more crowd control. Will they find it? A Snowdrift is following through, but Met fades out. Now Tessia on the back foot. Relza's out of crowd control. Can he save him? He's forced into his second ice block
in
and
2
he's
minutes.
still in trouble as Relza is forced to break out of that fear. He gets a fear of his own onto Meh, but it's on diminishing return. Their only opening is a one-shot wonder on Waz, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, Waz kind of realized it. Think he's playing safe here. Going to be going after Tessia, loading him up with the ruptures, getting him prepped for an attack. Now moving forward, lands the full kidney shot here onto Relza. He's going for it, but a preemptive polymorph. Beautiful polymorph there by Tessia, the mass polymorph tech, doing work, and a full stun on Waz, but he gets the cloak. There's a gap in the stun. Cloak of Shadows comes out, and he should be able to continue this push here onto Tessia.
Well, let's put it very preemptively there.
Left. There's no defense here for Streamer Zone. Tessia's in a lot of trouble. Preemptive barrier comes down. Fear onto Raikou. Relza doing what he can to stay free from crowd control, and Waz is in trouble now. Out of nowhere, they're just taking him down through raw damage. He gets maim stunned. Tony going for a potential cyclone. Waz is on the run. He gets the counter cheap shot here, looking to make a play, trying to turn this pressure around for his team, Sid.
Tessia fakes a kick. He's got precognition. He's desperate. He's spamming polymorphs, trying to break up the chain on Relza, and he stalls it. Double DB into the clone from Tony. Relza is free of crowd control. He has a pain suppression available, but Meh has a medallion available, and they're still trying to hammer down on Waz. His evasion comes up in 10 seconds. Can they find an opportunity before that 10-second window has gone by? Tony's got a vortex on Meh. They drop down the ice wall. They catch Waz out of position. Tessia moves in. He tries to blast away Meh, but it looks like he faded it. He's looking for polymorphs. Is he going to death it? He's trying to fake the death, but Waz intercepts with multiple cheap shots, kicking him on cast. DB defensively instantly removed. Tony's feared off. Relza is feared as well. Tessia is isolated. No blocks remaining. Another polymorph from Raikou. He's free casting, and he's finding so many ice lances. Watch steps
Look how much they hurt mages, man.
Kiting with the flurry snare, but here comes a Comet Storm from Raikou. It's not enough damage. Tessia defies death once again, but they need to find a way to turn this around and get crowd control. They're starting the chain with a bash, but Tony is met with a kidney shot. I don't know if Tessia can get there. He can't. Echo are free of the chains of crowd control. Relza's into a cheap shot. He pre-paint suppressions, but paint suppression might not matter. And Relza trinkets into a full blind. Waz is just waiting in the wings. Relza is feared by men. It is lights out for Streamer Zone in game 1.
I mean, Waz, he is such
the Wildcast this is what one of the comments we had yesterday, right? And I'm not trying to talk shit on anyone or even really comment too much on it, but like a lot of times we don't realize, we have new casters in. The existing casters are so experienced and good at what they do that it's so hard to look as good.
He moves forward. He gets the interrupt here. Like, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. So Waz's line of sighting. Tony kind of falls for the bait behind the pillar, gets kidney shot. Waz moves over. He kicks Tessia. Then he vanishes out. Cheap shots Relza. Raikou immediately is there to pounce. Cheap shot on Tessia. Yeah, Mez there for additional crowd control if needed. He instantly blinds his trinket, and that's where he also gets a shadowy duel. So Relza, the crowd control actually breaks, but Waz gets the shadowy duel. So, I mean, these are the kind of plays. It's like, it's so hard to beat this team because I don't even know what they messed up. I think this wasn't even that bad of a game for Streamer Zone, but these final plays from Waz, I mean, he just makes Subtlety Rogue look so insane.
Oh my god, dude. It got so close multiple times. Like, Waz, if he takes off even a single point of versatility on his gear, I think he's died like 3 times in this game. So
well, it's not just
really
that.
Close, just as close as it was last week.
These guys
for him
have
position. The only downside I really
think
see
about
is
how devastated they get if they lose some of this talent to other games. They all are good enough to move and cast at the games or the titles.
It seems like he's able to get a lot more done. I mean, we look at him on details. He's top of the meter.
They haven't
so
yet
much control as well. He's getting pretty much any polymorph.
But they certainly should.
At the end of the game.
I feel like it's like it's other games lost to have not picked them up in other titles.
Because like this is his medallion and his paints up, and they just killed him through both. They just killed him through both. In that specific instance, and Waz is doing a remarkable amount of damage as well. Like we've seen Feral Druids doing,
like Azael started in WoW and moved onto League.
Well. And it's always
I think we have talents in the WoW scene that is in a similar spot.
Why are you guys re-rolling, man? Like Roguelock Priest and RMP, bro. Like just get good. Like why are you guys re-rolling to Feral? And Echo's just completely dominating still with this. I almost kind of wonder what would happen if they did try Feral, if it would be even better for them. In this instance, but they're looking well polished to know exactly what they're doing here.
Better? It seems so hard for it to be better. Yeah, I don't know. I just have so much confidence in the Rogue Mage Priest. It's like you always think with the with the amount of crowd control and burst the Rogue Mage Priest has, like it can be very difficult to pull off, right? Like they make it look easy, but no one else is playing RMP and finding success. Literally no one else. So it's just so crazy to watch them be able to pull this off so consistently in these games. And I'm curious if there's anything else. Do you think we're going to see a Paladin swap? Like, do you think potentially we see?
I think last week they opted only for the Priest. I'm pretty sure they played only Priest. I think the Priest is just better for kind of combating Raikou. As far as like Death and Fade, I feel like you have more frequent tools. Gives you a bit more damage. It gives you Mass Dispel threat as well. I feel, and it's also comfort. I feel like Relza is like one of the best priests in the region, right? So if you want to go up against a med, you want to ult in this situation, I don't know. I don't think they should change. I think the Feral Mage Priest, this is just a skill matchup 100%. They got really close there in game number 1. We're going to a big map, giving a lot of space for Relza to avoid potential crowd control chains.
Yeah, Waz moves in. Let's see what he can do. Full sap here on the Tessia. Tony's just waiting in the wings, waiting for a pounce. Pounce onto Raikou to try to slow him down. Relza actually fears Waz out of stealth. Nicely done. He gets dispelled, though. Finally setting up the crowd control. Full polymorph lands here. Nicely done. They're going after Tony, mixing it up a little bit. Really trying to punish Tony in the opener. They get the Barksian at the same time. It looks like Raikou is going to be more of a pressure point in this match, Sid.
Interesting. Both teams are switching their strategy. Raikou is now the main target, and Tony is the main target for Echo. Completely opposite of game number 1.
This is it. You're on RMP. I was curious if Sam's a main mage.
Polymorphs from Tessia. He's playing such interesting tech on the mage that nobody else plays. He drops down the
why are you trying to get better to become an RMP in the future? It's very difficult to be an RMP like this team. Echo's RMP is a bit different, I think.
Raikou gets dragons with Waz his medallion.
But it's definitely an option to invest in. We started investing the last week.
They get a Cyclone. Can they drop him in a 2-second clone? Do they have enough damage to actually do that? Waz actually vanishes away to stay on target, chasing down Tessia, but he has a Snowdrift rolling. He gets another stun on Waz behind the pillar, but now he's kidney shot out of line of sight. Mess seems to be doing fine with these powered shields on Waz, but he can't keep chase. Raikou's blinking in offensively. I'd love to see them punish Raikou when he's using these blinks offensively like this.
Yeah, it would be nice. Tessia did trade out his trinket in that exchange, so he got stunned up. He just immediately trinketed out. Now it's going to be Raikou in some trouble. Pain suppression here from Matt, but he's in a full Cyclone that might be able to pull out the first ice block. Raikou really doesn't have too many defensives to navigate through, but it looks like their crowd control will subside, and now it's a counter setup here. Cheap shot on Tessia, cheap shot on Relza into a full polymorph, and this could easily be the first ice block, but a beautiful preemptive Snowdrift once again from Tessia slows it down. Tony comes in with a Cyclone. Great defense there by the side of Streamer Zone.
TSG. I'm not sure if TSG is
time and time again, but Waz still with no medallion is the main point of vulnerability for Echo.
It's really tough to do what Echo's doing.
Knock him away, trying to bait a shadow
to the point that EU is a region that has lots of really insane rogue mages, and they still only have one being played actively. You know what I mean?
Knocked on the follow-up. Nice.
The meta isn't rogue mage.
Tony breaking up that crowd control, and Relza ducks into the meteor, so the fire damage will break any CC on himself. Really tactical play from Relza in this position to stack up during the AoE. Ice Wall comes down, but oh no, it whiffs as Met is not behind the Ice Wall. His ultimate penitence connects, and this is honestly one of the first Ice Wall misplays I've seen from Tessia.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. He's got a pretty good track record at this point. Cloak of Shadows as well as Evasion come in from Waz, though. as he is under fire. Interrupt onto Tessia. Full kitty shot lands. Can they pull the ice block? It's a massive amount of damage. Waz is there to connect. He needs to be very careful. Shadowy Duel could potentially come in. That's the Void Shift. They're prioritizing the Void Shift over the ice block to keep Tessia aggressive. Raikou gets interrupted on Frost. Can they take him down? Relza definitely has some work cut out for him here, but he stabilizes Tessia. He's a little bit low, but I don't really think he's going to be a swap target in this matchup. Preemptive barrier here by Matt, trying to slow down this push. Beautiful knock. Yeah, the Typhoon doing work there for Tony to keep Waz free, but it's a counter setup. Big Ring of Frost, and this is easily an ice block. Do they have the Master Spell? Matt potentially going for it. He gets the Master Spell. Tessia is still in trouble. The Double Fear lands. Relza immediately using the Will of the Forsaken. Great play there by Matt, pulling out some additional cooldowns.
They need to get pressure on Waz right now. They're starting to fall apart as far as defense. They get the Ring of Frost. They've isolated Waz, but it's a Shadowy Duel. Is he going to survive? He's avoiding a bit of damage, but not. He steps behind the pillar, and Met barely gets the Void Shift off in time, redirecting his health. And now
this is really fucking close.
Trying to escape from Waz's clutch as he steps over. He kicks him on cast, moving towards Relza to set him up for Raikou. Raikou's in position.
We're still looking up for that. It's a good point.
Tessia actually, I think, trinketed for that counter spell, but now he's into a full blind. Relza has to trinket immediately. Rapture, but he gets polymorphed on his trinket. Looks like he deathed it. He's into another polymorph. Tessia blinks back behind the pillar. Relza with quick reflexes. That polymorph would have likely been game over in that position. Mez actually behind on mana. Can they stay stable here? Waz still with no medallion. Cloak in 9 seconds. Tessia blinks forward. Ice Wall's coming down. Dragon's Breath gets kicked on the ice wall. Tessia's baiting Waz in the starting room, possibly. Snowdrift. He might be looking to wall him off from the entrance. I'm very curious to see if he can get this set up with the way that he's positioned at the moment.
Yeah, Tessia's in a lot of danger, though. This could easily be the second ice block. Kidney shot onto Relza. Do they get the polymorph? They do. Raikou manages to find it. Actually, I don't know what broke it there. Relza not going to be going to that full polymorph, but Meh secures the Double Fear. Master Spell not going to be available here for Meh as Tessia goes into his ice block. He exits early, trying to get aggressive here with his Icy Veins, but this might just cost him.
So Raikou did defensive block.
Raikou still has the cold
trying to use
it. An ice block available, so defensively Echo is ahead, but a beautiful ice wall comes down, isolating Raikou there. He goes for a Frostfire Bolt. Both mages exchanging blows here. The powered barrier drops down, and it looks like they should be able to survive, but I'm very worried for Tessia.
This could be it for him. He's got Mass Barrier. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Mass Barrier immediately. If he can recover, he can use Alter Time. He's going to Alter, but I think he should cancel that. I think he's at like half health when he rewinds this Alter. Relza's into a full fear. He's still just kind of tanking with it there. He cancels the Alter. He knows he's going to go into a bad position. And now Met is into a Cyclone. Waz still has no trinket, but Relza's in crowd control. Tony's got Heart of the Wild in 20 seconds. Maybe he can off-heal Tessia a bit here while Relza is sitting through this crowd control. It's still so close here with no medallion for Waz and no medallion for Met to escape. Waz is setting the team up, but Tony intercepts with Maim Stuns. Tessia gets a polymorph on Met, and somehow, some way, they're likely going to get a second block from Raikou. He invises to stall for the second block, but that invis doesn't last too long. They get a full clone. There's still no trinket. Second block. Potential Mass Dispel. Relza can't. He gets kicked. Nice shutdown from Waz. Waz goes for the blind. Is Relza going to be greedy here? There's no blocks remaining. He's trying to be greedy on the blind. He gets away with it. He knows Waz isn't in position. He gets another crowd control. There's the kidney shot. Is he going to paint up? Meh is into a bash. Both mages in a lot of trouble. Raikou's still lower at this point. Meh gets knocked away. Is he going to be able to keep him alive with the Rapture Powered Shields? They swap to Waz. Big swap onto Waz with the shields. Look like they're going to be good for Meh. He's just trying to hold on a full clone. He trinkets out of it, and somehow, some way, if streamers
how you not
how you fucking absolutely nothing, and Tony's going for the kill.
How are you allowed, man?
Knocked away. He leaps right back into a fear, but it doesn't
Holy
matter.
Fuck, man!
Tick through, and Streamer Zone take down Raikou in game 2.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Yeah, Noise is being impressed at the fact that he didn't pass off the casting at all. That whole time, he just held on.
He's going to be playing Shimmer. He's going to be playing aggressive. You got to punish those plays, and I think defensively, Streamer Zone had a great
crazy game.
Honestly, this is just an amazing series. I don't think we could ask for a better series to start today.
That was some really good casting.
This is where the pressure on Raikou starts really
coming. Nothing to add there, man. Other than how the fuck does he do that without breathing deeply?
Absolutely immaculate here. Waz gets caught into a snowdrift. This is when they cause an additional panic here onto Waz. He gets shattered there by a big comet storm
that's the
meteor,
thing, right?
And that just means that Matt has to put his attention on not only Waz, but
you
also
can't
Raikou,
rely. So the skills that for example, Sid just exhibited then are entirely transferable into other games and titles, right?
Really beautifully done.
So if you're the WoW Esports team, you lose your broadcast if you don't develop more talent.
So
you have to, right? They have, for the sake of longevity, you can't. They have the WoW cast is like massively carried by having. They've got like an insanely good WoW cast team. They got to develop new talent.
In the first game, they got dwarfed by Raikou and Waz, so they
you can't rely on them being there forever.
Amount here. I feel like in the first game, they're really tunneling on Waz. and they left Raikou way too open. But on the second game, they punished him. They saw when he was offensively blocking. They saw when he was offensively blinking. They were switching to him and finding openings and following a less predictable path, which ultimately allowed them to be able to find an opportunity for victory. And we're going to the same matchup.
I mean, the casting was fantastic. He actually picked up everything.
So Met is less likely
the teams had improvised multiple times.
Ice walls, I think, is the main point for Echo as far as this, but maybe they don't want like a very small map because ice wall might be really bad for them. So this is kind of a safe line for Echo, almost out of respect to be going to Tiger's Peak.
I love this too. Just like you mentioned, a complete skill matchup. Echo leading with their best composition, the Rogue Mage Priest. Streamer Zone leading with their Feral Mage Priest, and they're just going to go head to head. It seems like one of those matchups that can definitely go either way. We're all tied up. Streamer Zone, can they send Echo down to the lower bracket? We've been nonstop talking about Echo. They've won the last 3 cups. They want to get 4 in a row, but Streamer Zone is going to be looking to shut it down here, and they might be the team to do it. They're playing well. All of us predicted that Echo is going to win, which I think is a fair prediction. Let's be honest. I think it's safe for the prediction points to go with Echo.
If you're the one guy in chat that predicted for Streamer Zone, though, you're going to get a big payout on points in the chat. Your chat's leaderboard is going to go crazy if you happen to be actually going in that direction. But I think almost every team in the tournament really has been raising the bar. It's like every week the team is getting better. They're introducing a new class. They brought on a new 4th member. They're playing different strategies than they were before. They're expanding on their resources, and it's really awesome to see, because like this is what you want to be setting up moving into the War Within finals with all the downtime between then in order to prepare for it. I can't imagine how good they're going to get at that point, but we're about to start here. Tiger's Peak and Streamer Zone do it and send Echo to the lower bracket.
Let's see exactly how they decide to open. I do feel like Echo will likely just put more pressure on Tessia in this game. It seemed like going after Tony really didn't work out that great. He's going to go for an early rake stun, though. Just wants to deny any kind of opener. They do manage to get Waz out of stealth. He gets a cheap shot. Matt is just snared up across the map. Fear into Snowdrift, once again denying the opener here from Waz, and Streamer Zone playing a really solid defense here at the start of this game, but it is going to be Raikou under pressure once again. Massive damage from Streamer Zone. Raikou needs to be careful. He trades out the greater invisibility, looking for Frostfire bolts. Big shatter here on the Tessia. Stun on Meh. Is there going to be any follow-ups? Tony looking for a cycle.
Yeah, they have to go back and forth.
Beautiful dragon
yes, interesting listening too.
Into a blast wave. Great backup.
All right, here comes an ice wall. Rels is in a blind. Tessia gets low. Waz gets even lower. Meg gets there around the corner of the wall. He snuck through the crack there in the opening, and he manages to get Raptures rolling through, but now he's in a skull bash. Tony's being really aggressive towards Meh. He stuns Raikou with no trinket because Waz has evasion, but Rels isn't a fear. Tessia isn't a fear. 2 targets are low. Waz could set up, but no, he gets cycloned. Tony taking him out of the game, but Raikou gets a polymorph. Is Waz going to be able to set up out of this? Meh is in a bash. Waz in a double fear at the moment. Tony looking for a cyclone. He gets that onto Meh, and Tony is taking real control of the game. They have to shut him down, and they see that. They have to punish, but Raikou is still feeling the pain from all these cyclones that Tony's been able to get.
Yeah, it's turned into a bit of a mage race here, but a nice swap onto Waz. Maim into a rake stun, but looks like man has the healing to keep him alive. Or else it gets interrupted on the ultimate penitence into a cheap shot. Oh, time warp gets shut down.
Thank you, good buddy.
Full fear lands onto Relza. Nicely done there by Mag. Good backup. Tony with these cyclones.
Today's a big one.
Has been so incredibly impressive. And
there's still a chance the season could be saved for us, but
cannot connect on Tessia at the same time. They're getting shut down. Raikou might go into an ice block here, but I think he should be okay. But yeah, Tony basically MVP right now with Tessia playing so defensive really well at denying them.
A full poly. Ultimate Penitence is ticking onto Waz right now. He has to duck for cover around the balcony with a Shadowy Duel defensively. And now Shadowy Duel is not there as a threat. The pressure from Streamer Zone in game number 3 is so good at the moment. If Tony can keep this up, he's leading the DPS. He's leading the clones. He gets another full one onto Meh. That forces the Cloak of Shadows from Waz. And Raikou, he's getting caught. He's kicked by Tony. Tony's absolutely on fire. He's met by the double DB, however, but he's bashed on it, so it's not going to matter. Meh is getting in position for a fear, but then Raikou just gets cloned low health. Meh is put into the clone. Waz is alone. He's realized it. He's stuck in the middle of the map like a sitting duck. He pops evasion to try and predict the attacks, but Tessia doesn't care about evasion. Rapture barely comes in time, and Streamer Zone are looking absolutely insane right now. Their pressure is endless. They're dying through pain suppression. They're dying through Rapture. They need to find a way to turn this around. They need to shut Tony down. Finally, some opportunity as Tessia is forced into the ice block. Meh is in the sky. Ultimate Penitence not getting value. He cancels it early, coming down to the ground to go for a Mass Dispel, but Tony's going for Cyclones. Relza has to Void Shift. He gets it off in the nick of time, and can Streamer Zone resettle after Echo's assault?
Oh, nice wall there, but it looks like Meh's going to be able to sneak through. Good push there by both teams, but it's Icy Veins from Raikou that was able to pull that ice block. Raikou himself, he has the altar time up, will pop it. Waz in trouble though. Big shatter combo on him. He needs to be careful. Double Dragon's Breath comes in and a blast wave. Tessia doing work here, basically trying to solo Waz. The full Ring of Frost sneaks in. Nice job there by Tessia once again. They're trying to set up a counter aggression here, but Waz and Raikou are both low. Waz's health is just going down. Matt has to trade out the pain suppression. He gets interrupted. Beautiful counter spell there by Tessia, and Echo is on the back foot, but they're making a swap. They're going after Tony. He bear forms, trying to just bolster his defenses here in this moment with the bark skin, but it looks like both teams will be stable as Echo looks to set up a counterattack.
A nice line of sighting from Met and Waz. Tony fakes Waz's kick, but they're able to line of sight. He cloaks offensively, steps in for the gouge. Waz is going for an all-in right now to force a major cooldown. He sees the opening. Tony has no trinket. Massive shatter combo from Raikou. Can they finish him? Relza gets the pain suppression through the cracks of the crowd control. Tony's back into bear, and Tony looks like he might be able to survive this assault from Echo as Relza is bouncing penances in. Double Ring of Frost lands. Raikou repositions. Met is into the full clone. Tony is trying to get there, but Waz steps over. He's going to be able to intercept. He breaks the polymorph chain. Met is free from crowd control, but actually gets caught by another polymorph as he's trying to push in aggressively onto Relza during the kidney shot. Raikou blinks behind the pillar. He finds the polymorph, but Tony pre-bears. They have to go on Tessia. I don't think they're too unhappy.
Oh, and now does the Phoenix patch.
Getting a second block. A full fear from Matt. It's a double, baby. And Tessia is trying to be greedy. Waz doesn't look like he can get there 100%. He actually gets away without blocking. Tessia fakes the kick. He gets the polymorph on Waz. He's baiting the death from Matt. He gets grip back to the high ground, and they force a block from Raikou. He's trying to wall him off. They counterspell that, but that forced Raikou to cancel his block. Waz is looking for a re-stealth. He might be able to find it here behind the pillar, but the wall comes down. He gets pulled out of stealth. Is he going to go for another one? Waz is spending a lot of time just trying to re-stealth at the moment. He gets a cheap shot on Tony. He's trying to set up. I don't think he can believe that they didn't get the second block from Tessia. He finds the kidney shot. Raikou has to get there. He blinks in. Tony jumps, but he gets intercepted, and they don't get the polymorph. Relza's actually free. This is a great opportunity for Streamer Zone.
Oh, but Tessia is just taking all-out damage. Big shields coming in here from Relza. Tessia looks like he will survive. A cyclone from Tony shuts down Waz as they continue to make the push here, trying to get the second ice block.
Tessia is actually doing more damage as well than Raikou right now.
In the game, and this is so
I understand Tony doing that, but I think Tessia is like controlled a little more often too.
Look at Matt. He's going to be crossing the map here, maybe looking for a fear on Tony. Can he find it? He fades the cyclone. Nice denial there by Matt, just trying to keep Raikou and Waz healthy. Tessia goes for a polymorph. Full maim stun here onto Waz, though, as they're turning their attention onto Raikou. Relza avoiding crowd control quite well here, but a full polymorph now onto Meh, and now it's going to be Raikou who needs to be careful. He's just going to ice block. He totally respects the go ice blocking, looking to get aggressive. They're looking for the win here, but that was a bit reckless by Echo.
Oh no, Tessia, he's got a block. Is Matt going to be able to be there? He's cycloned at the moment. He's solo, double fear. Doesn't look like Matt has it available. Tessia's just going to chill in the ice block for now. He comes out looking for polymorphs, trying to fake interrupts. Waz has got cleave damage, ruptures onto both players. Big Comet Storm coming through, but Waz gets cloned. Tony, can he get the clone here? Matt has no trinket. He stuns Raikou. Tony's trying to pressure Matt. He's got him vortex behind the pillar. Tessia on the left, Tony on the right. He gets knocked, but in line of sight. Tony gets counters, but the Ring of Frost comes down. It doesn't connect. He DBs him. He needs to get a polymorph on him. He's not finding it. Now he's into a cheap shot. No blocks remaining. Relza trinkets and drops the barrier. Can Raikou knock him out? Raikou actually in trouble. A lot of pressure coming through from Tony. Waz intercepts, cheap shotting him away, peeling him for the time being, but Met is struggling. Not a lot of options here. Only Void Shift really remains. Is he going to be greedy with it? As powered shields and ice barriers come through, Raikou is holding strong in defiance, trying to finish Tessia. Waz is making his way over, connecting. He gets gripped way across the map with the polymorph. Nice life grip from Relza. Met gets rooted into a full cyclone. Great setup from Tony. Raikou has no blocks. Can they actually do it? They need damage right now with 1 second remaining on the clone. Relza's into the skies. Ultimate Penance is raining terror from above. Waz into stun. Big swap onto Waz. He has trinket. He's going to cloak, but man, he's got basically no mana. The wall comes down, and cloak is about to end for Waz. Is this going to be lights out for him? The bleeds are ticking.
Holy shit, this is close.
Matt is now taking to the skies with ultimate penitence, and look at that healing. He's pulling Waz back to full health, but Raikou has not fully recovered. Tony needs to get a cyclone. He's looking for it. Is he going to get it? He's not finding the cyclone. And Tessia, he has a block. He has another block. He just needs to press it. He actually lives to a third block, and Streamer Zone still have a chance.
Yeah, they stay in it. Big shields coming in as well. Tessia looking for a counter push here onto Waz, who has no defensive cooldowns, no cloak, no evasion. Might have to trade out the vanish. Matt is running on fumes. Relza completely out of mana. This is so back and forth. 40% dampening, but Waz is in so much trouble. There's nothing left. He goes for the counter setup here. Relza's into a stun, but he gets maimed and almost clocked. No, Matt comes in with the void shift at the last second, but I don't know if Echo's going to be able to recover. Icy Veins up for Tessia, but he's in so incredibly low. Waz is just going for it. They realize it is do or die. Stun on Tessia into a kick, but ultimately it could be Waz that falls. No, Meh in defiance here, Sid.
The premonition shield from Meh right here onto Waz keeps him alive, and Tessia has no blocks. Relza has void shift though. He has 0 mana. They might be able to kill Meh. Tony's bleeding, but he gets caught behind the pillar. He trinkets. He goes for the stun onto Waz. Kenny turns around. He goes for the clone. He gets feared on his clone. He goes for it again. He gets cheap shot. Waz is there, and Tessia looks around the corner looking for a snowdrift, but he's met by a cheap shot. And Relza already used void shift. Everyone is getting AoE'd at this point. Anyone could fall, but Waz actually has evasion. Tony has to kill Meh. He has to kill the healer. He can't attack through evasion. He's trying to kill the priest, but Meh is such a difficult
insane game. Next year wins.
Going all in with Barskin and survival.
Next year wins.
It is absolutely down to the bitter end. There will be absolutely nothing left for either team at the end of this one. Waz's Cloak of Shadows is about to fade, but he steps behind the pillar, avoiding a near-death experience. But Raikou is left in the midfield, completely isolated and taken down in Streamer Zone. Taking the swing match and move to match point.
This is insanity.
I need to catch my breath. I mean, that was such an amazing game. We're watching literally some of the best Warcraft we've seen, or World of Warcraft PvP we've seen.
Feral is very tanky, but it's crazy how they're both playing it.
Phenomenal.
It looks like Streamer Zone have leveled up.
Call your dad, tell your
because
friends,
last week we saw different things.
This one is incredible. You don't want to miss out.
The cast are doing such a good job.
I mean, look at how intense this is.
The casting rogue, any kind of mage priest, is crazy.
I mean, this is going the distance, but it's only because
this is some of the best casting I've heard from both.
At any moment, these games could end, but their defense is just looking amazing. But they kind of hit the timer at this point. Good pressure on the Meh. Waz is in trouble. He has the Cloak of Shadows, so he has to trade that out as well. But I really
it's such a good. It's so good. It's such good casting to actually.
They realize they have a lot of damage.
You can follow along the game because of it.
Be able to recover here, so they just keep the pressure up onto Raikou. They get the stun on him, and I mean, what do you do if you're Meh or Waz? You're 10% health, completely out of mana. You can't really help Raikou. You just kind of realize it's over at that point. But just close call after close call. Great defensive plays on the side of Streamer Zone, really denying the setups of Echo. And I think that's the biggest thing is Echo just isn't getting clean setups. And it comes down to positioning and positioning mostly, honestly. Tessia just playing so far away and Tony being really disruptive with those cyclones, Sid.
Oh, man, Tony had a great game this time around. I mean, insane game from both sides. You literally can't play this out any closer than this moment right here in time. Like, they're leaving this game with
Do they try? Roguelike just sounds worse there, right? Billy Chan's did. They have no choice. They have to continue the same matchup, but
he just doesn't have the mana to do it, to keep it going. 9 minutes of just raw intensity. I didn't feel like 9 minutes. It felt like 9 seconds with how back and forth.
I mean, the costs are phenomenal, though.
And as we move to game number 4, is it time to bring in Chanimal?
I don't know.
I mean they played Chan last week, didn't he?
Come in and save the day. I kind of wonder.
Oh no, he didn't.
Is it a Chanimal angle or is it a Waz cat angle?
Oh no way they do that, right?
I feel like Streamer Zone's got way more EXP on the mirror, especially because they've been going up against Drive Overload all season.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, like, are we starting to finally see the Feral Druid pull ahead of the Rogue?
Oh my God, you're right.
What do you think? Did you
it's kind of crazy.
Obviously they can come back in this one, but
Despy times. I don't think they're that Despy at this point.
Zone to me is just playing so incredibly well defensively. They're denying the setups, and if you're not getting those,
then they have to. Maybe it's the point where the Rogue gets dethroned by.
With the amount of damage that they're able to do, but I just can't believe Tessia is greeting so much in these games. I feel like we're highlighting Tessia a lot. And he is making some insane plays, but we really got to shout out Relza and Tony as well. They were playing so well as a team. And this
they got to run it back.
Could be the second time we see Echo going down to that lower bracket.
But I don't know.
I wonder what they're going to do here in game 4.
It feels like Echo's playing so well as well.
This might be the first time all of us get a prediction wrong. Has that happened yet this season?
I'm sure it has.
The entire desk, maybe even the chat. Literally the chat and I think the desk would all be wrong if Streamer Zone end up taking this series, and I don't think anyone would guess it would be a 3-1 either. You would think that if they did win, it's going to be just absolutely brutal game 5 here. So, but maybe Echo on the larger map, they're really running the clock. They really want to discuss this, like what went wrong for them. How could they have maybe been more on Tessia? How do they want to deal with Cyclone? Do they need to attack Feral?
The Rogue might
it was going after
like direct
not bringing in Chanimal. So obviously, I think Echo has had some war games or something as far as practice, and with their games last week, obviously with that insane play. I think Zico's video game of the year, where Chan just became a volleyball, or Med became a volleyball, is getting knocked around the map and completely destroyed. So maybe they just don't want to run that matchup. They're going to have to run it back as Rogue Mage Priest, and they've just got to find a way to deal with Cyclone from Tony while also still maintaining uptime on Tessia, and that's such a difficult juggling act for them to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, just how spread out Streamer Zone is. That when you're playing against a subtlety,
I think Lock is a lot more fragile is the issue.
You want to be as far away from your team as possible. If you're all clumped up, that's when it becomes really easy for Waz to get cheap shots on everyone, you know, gouges and kidney shots, and just kind of control the whole team. And that's where you get kind of crowd controlled out of control. We're a little redundant there, but yeah, the CC gets out of control. When you're spread out, it becomes a lot more difficult. You know what I mean? If he's going to go for a stun on Tony, then all of a sudden you just shimmer behind the pillar before you can even get there. You separate from your priest entirely, and then when Waz kind of overcommits, Tony's already out of the crowd control.
I mean, this comp that they're playing is super well rounded in terms of tanking. It's a super offensive,
I really like,
but very durable version. I don't know if you can play Ellie into this,
or at least have a kind of a 2 versus 1.
You don't shut down Mage well enough or Feral well enough.
Really pressuring Waz when he is going for those.
This is like literally just.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Echo.
I think Rogue Mage on paper isn't as good, but I think also they are that good at Rogue Mage.
They want to end this season with 4 cup victories in a row, and Streamer Zone stand to be a thorn in their side and eliminate their perfect run. Waz has moved forward, but there's no sap. He's waiting for the cheap shot. Tony's out of style. He gouges the mage, but he gets caught. He steps forward, but Tony didn't find the stun. Finally, he finds it, and Raikou is taking so much heat in the first 10 seconds of the game. Met repositions back, or actually he's just in the middle of the map at the moment with power shields rolling through. Ultimate Penance, he's getting really aggressive with this. I think Med realized he lost on mana, so he's just sending Ultimate Penitence on cooldown to make sure he gets more of them in the game.
Yeah, big shadows coming in here from Raikou. Got that double ring of frost full blind now onto Relza. They need to not break the blind. Is there any follow-up? Cheap shot comes in. Can they get the ice block through the pain suppression? It would be a massive lead here for Echo, but Tessia holds on. The crowd control will subside, and now they're looking for some counter damage. Tony gets the full cyclone here onto Mab, but still, Streamer Zone rotting down. Big ice wall. Big swap here on Waz, and he's forced to trade out that preemptive cloak. Beautiful ice wall there with Relza up in the sky with the ultimate penitence. That was a great play, but ultimately didn't get too much.
Full sheep, full clone. Raikou is alone. Can they get a block not even a minute into the game here? I think they're pretty close to getting it. They get the first big bite. Great position
double by
for
the
Streamer Zone, but Waz is trying to turn it around. Here comes the kidney shot. Here comes the cheap shot. Big damage from Meh. He's getting in position to get a fear onto Relza.
I mean, this might be the first time that the Feral meta bleeds in a way where you can kind of see Echo in trouble with it.
Scratch Echo. They are going to scratch back. Meh, though, feared behind the pillar. Raikou is still on hypothermia. Can they connect some damage? Raikou gets gripped back behind the pillar. Relza is repositioning away from that pillar. Snowdrift, big swap onto Waz. Can Meh get the dispel? No, he's into the main stun. Waz is getting destroyed. He vanishes at 10% to step over and start getting things going for his team. Are they going to be able to kill Tessia? He may still be on hypothermia right now. Relza has no trinket for 4 seconds. Tessia blinks back behind the pillar. Relza gets broken free of crowd control. Met is trying to move forward for a psychic screen, but he is so snared. They go for a blind instead. Relza's just going to trinket that and respect it, but he gets powered to his trinket. He deaths it. He's in AoE.
Echo have lost. They won the first game as Rogue Mage. They've lost the last 2.
Ring around the corner. He gets the polymorph around the corner onto Met. They overlap it though with a fear, so Met is going to trinket. He's completely off DR. They knock Met away from a fear. Relza's trying to run away. They don't want Met to get on top of them. They're trying to kite. They're trying to drag this on. They know that they could possibly win on mana. Streamer Zone are focusing on defense right now.
Yep, Streamer Zone playing very well defensively. These setups onto Waz, I really like Tessia just trying to go for the solo mission, but a big shatter on Raikou as well with a big bite. He's in trouble. Med drops down the barrier, but Raikou's just going to be trying to line of sight, doing the best he can, but this could easily be the second ice block, and it is. Massive spell potentially sneaks in here from Relza. Can they take him down? The cyclone lands. Nicely done. Raikou is in so much trouble. He's stunned up. He's going to be shivering, but he's with the ice wall.
3-1
again from Tessia.
I think Feral's ahead, man.
Zone. They send Echo to the lower bracket. They are not messing around.
Oh,
I think finally the last bastion of the meta not being full feral has fallen.
And in the upper semifinals, they take Echo. They send them to the lower bracket.
Nah, I don't think Echo's on tilt, man. I think they played that really well. I just it looks.
Rematch, so if you missed this series, it's probably going to happen again, but maybe it doesn't. I wonder.
I think finally the meta has caught. Like I'm not saying the meta's caught up, but
we got JT on Priest,
finally you can see feral.
We could maybe do this.
Like, you know, and full display on EU as well.
getting completely destroyed.
Not the Pharaohs and you aren't crazy, but like now it's at a point where Rogue Mage can't dent it.
Master spell around the corner. Rel's is faking Waz's step kick, but then he sees the DB and he just goes for it.
I mean, Echo may run it back, but I'm not sure they change, you know?
Clone onto Meb
exactly. The last thing that was like, hey, but look at this team as Rogue Mage or as Rogue Law, and suddenly there's none of it. This is such an insane game, though. They're playing it really, really well.
And Meb could not get there in time. What a crazy
they went for their setup
from Streamer Zone. These guys
the setup was solid, I think, Hamsty, except for the ice wall.
Awesome to see them taking games off of them like it was 2021 again.
The ice wall plays. I mean, I really want to see Raikou play ice wall. He never really plays it, but Tessia is just finding wins. We're seeing it week after week. The ice wall is just finding win conditions out of thin air. Tessia is just doing such a good job setting up these situations. Once again, the Ring of Frost. Waz, look at this DB and a polymorph on Waz as well. He shuts down the setup entirely, and it's just a 3 versus 1 at this point. Really nothing that Raikou is going to be able to do, and the wall comes down. Streamer Zone in the finals, beating Echo. They might have to get a rematch, like you said, but I mean, they got to have an all-time confidence high at that one.
Oh my God!
It's like May. Yes, yeah.
I can't.
I mean, it's going to be a very exciting rematch to watch if it does happen again.
Oh my God,
they're all wrong.
Every single one of it, and chat too.
Yeah, oh, I've never been more happy to be wrong though. Yeah,
me too.
You know,
so I in the beginning I said, yeah, you'd be silly to vote against Echo, and here we are, Streamer Zone GG, proving every single one of us wrong, and now it is in fact Echo that will be knocked down.
Oh my God, it's a 2 million Frostfire vote. Hello.
A bit of a plot twist here in the AWC. This
bro, that buff is
we
cooked.
don't often see Echo down in the lower bracket, so they're gonna have to battle it out down there. And like Sid always says, it's a shark pit all down there already, so it's gonna be a little sketchy. But I can't help but feel Super T's like they're gonna make their way back up to the grand finals.
I feel like a lot of the other teams might feel empowered by this moment. It's like, oh my God, it can be done. They're not completely unbeatable. They're not immortal. Like Streamer Zone did it. Like maybe we have a chance, guys. So in that lower round now with Drive Overload and Ultima, it's a rematch between them as well from the open bracket. So they're going to be going into this as hard as ever. Ultima's trying to climb ranks in the gauntlet. Both teams now want their shot to be able to completely eliminate Echo, steal their perfect streak, steal their 4-cup row. You can't call it a hat trick because that's 3. We need a new phrase for 4. I don't know if there's like a traditional sports phrase for winning 4 things in a row, but Echo wants that. Echo is all about legacy for Waz. He wants to just be the best World of Warcraft arena team that there ever was. He wants that legacy. So the remaining teams here, they're looking to try and tarnish that a bit and try and prevent him from realizing it.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
It's probably one of those situations where it's pretty hard to take that away from at this point, right? It's been 4 years. The Echo have dominated like 99% of things for 4 years. I think they probably have that title at this point. I think a 3-generation domination at this point, and they've obviously dominated before that as well. But like 3 consecutive expansions. It's a tough one. It's crazy to watch like Feral, elevate to that point. But like again, the cancel on Raikou, I don't know, they kind of have to get away with those kinds of plays. I feel like it's what makes them so special. Crazy series though. Actually, like crazy enjoyable to watch, and I think a big part of why that was so enjoyable from my point of view is the cast is fucking leveled up, and I guess the cast is probably really enjoy this type of series too. Just like having like everyone is constantly making plays on both teams. So they can actually like, there's no slowdown. They're just always do like DR after DR after DR, and they're both doing goes off each other and stuff. So it ends up just being crazy to watch. And again, I want to thank Thunder for making this possible, everybody. Thank you for the like trillion subs today and for everything, man. It means a lot to Aaron and I. Just Joe for that kind of game. I mean, Zico is basically a rogue mage player. Same thing. They're all really good casters. The WoW cast team is so high quality. It's just difficult. We've been lucky for like 5 years now to have these guys go at it. Yeah, thank you so much again, Thunder Buddy. You're insane. I'm so happy to be here, man. We get to sweat the results later on too on our gauntlet run, which might be. I'm gonna be honest. We probably do gauntlet today, but I'm curious. Bro, I was about to go to bed, Thunder. I was literally. I mean, I did go to bed technically, but I was about to go to bed for a lot longer than the 1 hour, potentially. Eric was happy to wake up early.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we saw Echo facing off against Streamer Zone GG.
It was
Echo
a tough week, Lemon.
Fell to the lower bracket. Now we're moving on to a lower bracket series, Drive Overload versus Ultima. Both of these teams facing elimination. Lithy, both of these teams have had an incredible journey to get here so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Ultima play yesterday a bunch already. I mean, I went into the day with a lot of expectations and a lot of the hype, or rather the weekend, because we're talking about Friday, obviously. And Ultima is one of these teams for me that could do a lot of wild stuff this weekend, but also could struggle a little bit. Ultimately, we got a little bit of both on the other side to Drive Overload. They've had a rough weekend. Definitely one of those top 3 contenders. I mean, they're basically locked in for top 3. It's all about now figuring out between them and Streamer Zone who's gonna secure that top 3 slot. But they've had to make it all the way through the.
Maybe a silly question, but when I noticed their casting and the type was when the cast runs a different position, that ends to follow the character. So that's I think Vanguard's doing camera work. He just is really good at. There's a keybind to swap characters, and when you swap characters, it like kind of zooms into them.
Like we've highlighted,
that's the client that you can use.
Very important series.
I've actually done that kind of thing myself once before. It's actually really difficult. Sam's really good at it.
Predicting it is Drive Overload.
He doesn't get much credit for it, but the WoW esports team,
big margin as well. Zico, you're predicting it too.
They do a lot. They've gotten very good at basically they press a keybind and it goes it like kind of zooms the character across to that position, and he's really good at swapping in a way that it looks that way, like you said. But it's basically done. It's done manually through keybinds.
My boy Nethy here, and I just asked him like, "What's going on today? Are we winning? Like, I need to catch up here on the."
I think it's Vanguard's on camera. Yeah, he's been on camera for like since Legion. I'm pretty sure.
Well, we usually just look at your predictions and then we do the opposite. So
I think he might be running the stream too.
I just can't win here.
I think Sam runs the broadcast stream.
Elaborate on that a little bit.
I could be wrong on who actually runs production, but I think production,
right now,
at least in terms of camera work, is Sam. So I assume it's run off the person that does camera.
Really up there with TJ. I think he can definitely tangle with him.
Vanguard does the camera work. I don't know if it's like public or not. Does he talk about it? I have no idea. He's really good at it.
Well, mages combined with
it's not easy to do.
That can make those Prez evokers kind of struggle. While they don't have the rogue on their side on a Drive Overload. At least we haven't seen him tagged in yet. So I'm going for Ultima with that in mind.
All right, well, let's see if Nethy is correct in this prediction for you, Zico. It's Drive Overload versus Ultima. Game number 1 here is.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's interesting, like, to think about how much of this stuff is manual, and it's just all him doing a good job. But I think he's like binds like 1 through 6 will go like between the 6 spots, and he's just good at understanding. Like JT is 1, I guess. He just understands if he wants to go to JT, he zooms towards him.
Ultra high amounts of mobility, and they're just looking for a good setup. Solid damage onto TJ here. Elsewave burning through the Astro Shift. JT gets swapped to on the sack. Massive damage right out of the gate, and 30 seconds in, Drive Overload just lost the majority of their CD, Zico.
Yeah, this double dragon packs a heavy punch right now, but Nethi is caught up in a hammer of justice. TJ getting interrupted on his cyclone. JT catching up a little bit there in the backline on his heels. Mike still has, I was going to say both of his obsidian charges, but he pre-obsidian scales this one, which is basically his like bark skin immunity type of thing, which also gives him immunity to interrupt. So he's blasting off right now, doing tons and tons of damage. TJ forced to trade out the Heart of the Wild in that exchange. They're going to cyclone Smite, slowing him down for just a moment, but Elsewave's caught up in a maim stun here. Nethi caught up in a stun as well from the Elish. A nice blink there from Nethi, avoiding crowd control. Now both of these lizards are out here and they are looking for blood. Here comes the deep breath. They managed to clip it onto JT as well. Sleepwalk connects. TJ gonna be in trouble, and that will cost JT his medallion.
Yeah, a little bit of a dangerous moment there for Smite as well. The burst damage was good, but not quite good enough. Cassidy trying to follow up, just keep the bleeds rolling, finds a full maim stun onto JT, but TJ is there for the damage as well. Nethi locked down the Cyclone, makes it through, but Cassidy immediately trinkets that, wants to stay on the offensive and not let his team fall further behind.
I like Feral's super interesting.
Cloak out, little bit of CC immunity to
just basically unkiteable.
As JT is trying to cross the map and reposition, has
Ellie doing a fuckload of damage too. Elsewave's popping off.
Does not want to throw that in on top of Elsewave's Astro Shift. You don't want to overlap those CDs as TJ pops the bark skin as well. You can really tell how defensive they need to play against Ultima. And this is outside CDs. Dragon Rage just came up, Zico, and they can send it right now.
Yeah, that deep breath is going to be very, very scary as well, which is coming out right now from Smite. There's the double deep breath connecting. Can they get the sleepwalk? Not looking like it right now, but this is the tip the scales as well as the Dragon Rage. So much damage being traded onto Cassidy and TJ at this point in time. Cassidy, though, looks like he's going to be able to stabilize, not even trading out his bark skin. It's going to be Smite who will be the target of choice here, trading out his obsidian scales in that position. Nethi has a little bit of catch up to do.
Cheap, but he's going to 33-1-3 sub, man.
Blinks back in.
Thanks for being a buddy.
Cassidy, though, still taking a lot of damage, going on a solo mission here onto the healer. I'm not sure how effective that is going to be. It's going to be a nice rescue shield coming out there onto Cassidy. TJ is going to duck for a second, looking to get the Cyclone there onto Cassidy. Manages to find it. Nethi now caught up in a Hex and a Hammer of Justice overlap there behind the pillar. Nice fake cast on the Cyclone from TJ. He manages to find it onto Nethi. Smite could be in trouble here at this position, but it looks like Cassidy's going to peel the situation here by stunning Cassidy. Nice deep breath coming out from Nethi as well, and it looks like Ultima will be able to recover here. Smite looking for another deep breath, manages to clip the entire team. Here comes the sleepwalk, but I think JT has his trinket back here at this point, so he's going to be able to trade that out. Doesn't look like he even needed to, because it just broke there to some crowd control.
Yeah, and Clutch Hodge coming in to interrupt the Shroud from Nethi. In the meantime, Cassidy is taken down low, but the Emerald Communion is gonna stabilize the entire game. Mana-wise, it's actually looking pretty evened out, but another full clone on Smite is gonna lock him down and relieve pressure off of Drive Overload. Overall, their CDs, on the defensive side, are rotating back up, and now a nice cross-CC setup here with the Sleepwalk and the maim stun, but the swap onto Smite is solid. And Nethi needs to rescue him out to keep him alive. Eternity Surge coming through. 15 seconds on the next Dragon Rage setup. If they can get one or two defensives before that, it would be massive. Elsewave down to half. Big damage. Holding on to the Astro Shift. No sack. Elsewave really greeting on the defensive side here right now, but it pays off. He stays alive without too much trouble.
Yeah, I want to see Nethi try to be able to pump a little bit more in the matchup, but they keep shutting him down with the interrupts, but it is good. He's soaking up a lot of these wind shears. Eternity Surge coming out for Smite, not able to find a sleepwalk there to follow up that stun onto JT. JT looking for the Searing Glare, looking for a Repentance actually out of the Cyclone, manages to find it onto Nethi. This could be trouble for Cassidy. He's going to activate the Survival Instincts, but instead they're going after Smite here, taking a lot of damage. Smite, what are you going to do here? Finally, the Rescue Shield comes out. Cassidy actually did hold on to Survival Instinct, just used his renewal there in that position. Elsewave is taking quite a lot of damage. Nice quell onto that lightning lasso. Looking for the fire breath, looking for the eternity surges, looking for the sleepwalks.
But it's fake cleave onto Nethi though.
Going to be Nethi instead caught up in a cyclone. He's going to immediately trinket that, and Nethi is running low on cooldowns here. They need good pressure. They're finding it onto Elsewave, but Elsewave has some cooldowns to trade here. Still has that stone bulwark totem in his back pocket. And Smite is rotting down. TJ is hungry. He's looking for blood. The maim stun connects. Smite trinkets it. Oh no, they overlapped it. The cyclone there on TJ, but he stands
Cassidy?
It's going to be a Cassidy getting swapped to. He's taking so much damage. Smite is also rotting down here. What are they going to do on the side of Ultima? Smite is going to fall, and it is going to be Drive Overload taking game number 1. Just building this brick wall composition with the Ellie, Feral, Holy Paladin, not really leaving any openings here for the double Dragon Feral to capitalize on.
That's incredible. I was a little bit worried because they kept overlapping the Astro Shift and the Sacrifice, but it's more than enough to stop any of the damage coming through.
It's a nice comp. It's just a very durable comp. Like, it's just 3 tanks.
You don't really need to space.
It's kind of like EU's version, by the way. Like, there's a very strong parallel between Drive Overload composition and what you see on EU or on NA with Shadow Priest Feral. It's the EU equivalent. They just favor in general that comp. That's all it is.
But if we're thinking back to the games on Friday, especially. That's a situation Ultima has
just seem to favor it
a few times, and in particular that series against Phoenix Reborn, against Old and Bad, was one where over the course of the series, the defensive play and the rotation of defensive cooldowns just got better.
We're doing the Twitch Prime, buddy.
With every single battle.
Yeah, definitely.
Same with the new Twitch Prime, buddy.
Can be crucial, but in those last moments, we saw the Deep Breath Cyclone overlap there, then a huge swap coming out there onto Cassidy. But unfortunately, he was a little late there with his survival instincts, so Nethy had to allocate most of his heals to keep Cassidy alive. But then Elsewave just goes ahead and blasts Smite, which of course has been the main target there. So would have loved to see Cassidy kind of trade out his cooldowns a little bit earlier there. And then there's another matter, which is a big issue right now for Ultima, and that is the damage gap. Like TJ, he is gapping every single Feral Druid when it comes to damage. Look at that, 198 million damage to Cassidy is 141. That is a significant difference when the Ellie Shaman is out damaging the Feral Druid. And also on this kill log, we saw it there onto Smite. Unfortunately for him, Elsewave just tab targeted right after they almost blasted Cassidy, and he just sends this massive Earth Shock onto Elsewave for 1.7 mil, proccing out some Lava Burst as well. The liquid.
It's always on the 4-1-3 stuff as well, man.
As well, applying those flame shocks. And,
I've seen how much.
Yeah, it's
Dan Priv. Wait, Priv does what we super Dan going to Ellie's taking it all.
Your elemental is proccing a fire
it's different,
blast.
right?
Your weapon enchant is proccing for 200k.
Ellie is preemptive and a damage amp. It's 10%. It's a big haste buff. They're kind of a lot of things, and they're a mastery buff too for the Feral. They're kind of really Ellie's
getting deep into dampening, and the Ellie Shaman.
You're right that Shadow Priest is similar. They're both competing a little bit for the same role, and they both bring slightly different things. Less control as well on the Ellie side, but
that's what Ellie Shamans do.
Pretty tanky, tremor, ground, wind share, like just different.
Just this Ellie Shaman, but on the cast.
And then Ellie's a little bursty. Like a lot of Ellie's damage profile is just, if you look at like the breakdown there, that's his one shot. There's a lava burst and there's 2 other shocks.
Like slight fumbles that they need to clean up, but I have the confidence they can do that because Drive Overload.
They're just a bit like that, and they're getting buffed next patch, so we'll see. Ellie could be very good next patch.
To the lower bracket in the first place, so it would be not unthinkable they do it again, but it's going to be a hard one because Drive Overload, after all, they're one of the top 3 teams in Europe.
Yeah, Drive Overload definitely feeling a little bit of pressure right now. Their second spot is on the line here. If they lose here, they're going to be tied with Streamer Zone in terms of points. And they definitely want to have that momentum carrying in to the finals. It, of course, doesn't matter if you get second or third in terms of standings because the second team is going to face the third team anyway. But still, you want to go into that next tournament, that big tournament, with the confidence, of course, of being that second place team. But Ultima here, they are on Ruins of Lordaeron. This has been a good map for them in the past. It's a big open field, not a lot of places where you can hide from the damage. And I really want to see Cassidy step up in the damage department here. We know he can do it. Let's see if he can do it here on game number 2, opening up onto JT. They're going to go ahead and get a deep breath. Massive damage connecting here onto everybody. The Sleepwalk breaks, though, onto JT, but they did get his trinket there. Cassidy is taking some return fire, already turning out his medallion, as well as the the Barkskin, both incarnations running for these Feral Druids. TJ also traded out his trinket there, so a very explosive opener here with already 4 trinkets being popped. Smite now caught up in a stun. Nethy's going to rescue him immediately away from the action. Cassidy left behind though and gets caught in a lightning lasso. TJ looking for the Cyclone. Beautiful Quell interrupt there on that stun, and now they're going after JT once again here. No trinket this time, no divine protection for that one, but still manages to just walk it off at this point. But look at TJ, he gets swapped to as well, and there is so much damage. There's so many lasers flying out here as Nethy connects with another deep breath. Who is he going to?
He doesn't have to, like, Pharaohs is so powerful. Feral ends up kind of compete. I think a strong MS melee is a pretty big thing. But Dev's good too.
Yeah, it's looking
they're all kind of equivalent to each other right now. The kind of like benefits kind of blurred a little bit.
Down the healer a little bit more. That's something that's worked very well on Friday. And JT under pressure, he operates very efficiently at the moment, but how long is he going to be able to keep that up? Cassidy is getting swapped to, solid damage coming through, down to half, and Nethy needs to put in the time dilation. The Barkskin is traded out as well, a few CDs down the drain, but JT gets caught in a maim stun, immediately bobs himself out of that. The sack is in as well as Elsewave gets cleaved. TJ taking some punishment as well. You can really see Drive Overload is getting fired on from all sides here by Ultima, but JT doing a great job of stabilizing things. Shroud comes through for Nethy, but still taking massive amounts of damage. Cassidy is looking for that Cyclone, connects it onto Elsewave. TJ gets kicked off his own
damage. Maybe.
In. Massive damage
they're strong on all 4 fronts, so the question is what they decide to do.
But holds on to the survival instincts. So far, the defensive play from Drive Overload is looking clean.
Yeah, and Cassidy has been able to keep up with TJ, but now he finds himself stuck in a Cyclone, but still, Smite is just continuing the onslaught here with Nethy. Cassidy is going to be able to reconnect now onto TJ. Look at that damage from TJ, and now they're going to swap over to JT as well, keeping him stunned, and that will be the Divine Shield from JT. Has to use it there to keep TJ alive and himself in that position. I really like this pressure that they're putting on the Holy Paladin here in match number 2. Cassidy caught up in that lightning lasso, elsewhere trying to slow things down, but nice interrupt there. But look at Smite, he's taking so much damage there as well. Caught up in a Cyclone on low HP. That's going to pause the momentum there for a second coming out from Ultima, but Nethy is still continuing the pressure on
double dragon breath.
Double deep breath connects from Smite as well. He fake us an interrupt. Spear Bloom connects for Nethy, manages to top himself back up, but Cassidy is low, has defensives to trade though, and it is all about these lizards. Smite gets interrupted down to half HP, but manages to recover. TJ,
yeah, no, I agree with you, Lemon. There's a lot of ways they're strong. The question is which ones they touch. They probably won't touch all of them.
Still has the burrow for later, but look at this damage onto Smite. It is unrelenting. Nethy might have to trade out his big cooldowns there with the rewind. Might have to use it, and there it is. Rewind comes through, but TJ is getting blasted. JT is in a Cyclone.
Oh my God!
And they take him down.
1-1.
Beautiful pressure coming out from Ultima. They hold down the gas pedal from start to finish, and this comp is so explosive. It's so unreliable. You don't know who to heal if you're JT. Should I heal myself? I'm taking damage. Should I heal my Feral Druid? Should I heal Elsewave? Who is going to trade cooldowns? It's just a never-ending kind of damage fest coming out here from these laser beams and fire breaths.
I think Smite was averaging like 700k DPS across that entire match. Absolutely incredible damage from the Devastation Evoker. But yeah, this is where Ultima really shines. Pedal to the metal gameplay on a map where Drive Overload just can't get away from them. It's so nasty to deal with, as you mentioned, JT. The question is, who is he healing? Who does he need to heal? The answer, honestly, the entire game through is everybody. And at this point, you can see JT is sitting in a Cyclone. He's getting re-CC'd on the follow-up. He gets the sack out onto TJ, but it's really not enough. Survival instincts.
I think Prop Paladin comp? No, that Prop Paladin comp was funny though. I mean, maybe they're good next patch, but right now they're too gimmicky. They need.
He had that did anything in this situation, and it wasn't enough because there was just.
It was fun to watch. Echo lost. Yeah, the lower bracket. They're up next.
That's something you just got.
After this game, it's Echo versus whoever wins, and it's 1-1.
Is the right pick on such
Looks like Feral is finally started to take over.
I mean, JT
so like Echo was the one team that was resisting the Feral meta, like right? And they have fallen to it now too. So it just goes to show. I mean, I think they played insanely well. So it's hard to take anything away from it.
There's a lot more close between him and TJ, only separating them by like 7 million, and that can be attributed to some cyclones or one of them getting cycloned a little bit more than the other. But that is definitely being competitive. Only 4 million between these two Feral Druids, whereas in the last game it was like 40, 50 million separating them. So that's a huge, huge damage discrepancy. Cassidy stepping up here with his team in the damage department. And in general, I think the map worked out really, really well.
This map kind of forces everyone to play on both teams on top of each other.
Of that big pressure out, and especially for Nethy, because the biggest strength for the Prez Evoker.
Look at Nethy's damage by the on the skill.
A lot of extra damage. You have the deep breath. You contribute with a lot of offense. But if your team is just getting gapped on damage, well, it doesn't matter that extra damage that you're adding in. It's not really gonna, change things too much. Yeah. And then the Paladin is just gonna out attrition you. He's gonna have more cooldowns to trade. He's gonna have more ways to break out of crowd control. He's gonna have cooldowns that kind of rotate back up a little bit faster as well. And he's gonna just be able to block more kills and then out mana you. So Ultima, they're gonna need to do it here now on Tolver, though. Much more difficult. As the pillars here are significantly larger and there's just more space for JT to kind of run around. But I want to see Ultima go after the Holy Paladin more in general anytime they have an opportunity to, because I really think that's what kind of unlocked all of that pressure.
I very much agree. Let's see if they can take the swing match or if Drive Overload will move up to match point on their map pick. Let's get into the Sands of Tol Viron. Elsewave getting rooted up here with the landslide. Smite is the first into the fight, and TJ gets rake stunned on the opener by Cassidy, and immediately they close the gap onto JT and are on the Paladin. Already
we lost to
thrown onto Smite.
A Frosty here enhanced, gone big damage,
and JT getting punished for standing open field here for a moment. The swap over onto TJ is
Frosty
good.
Here enhanced, and we lost to F tier.
JT on the sack trying to kite away, but the entire team is just trying to stick to this Paladin.
Yeah, we got reverse swept, unfortunately.
That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and now a double deep breath.
I think a lot of melee will try and go direct there. Maybe Priest could consider it too. I'm not sure.
Cassidy gets stunned to slow it down for just a moment. JT still holding on to his trinket this time around. Last time he had to use it.
I think Warriors might want to do it and just double jump around.
Now JT crossing the map here is going to be really good for him.
Hey, Kojak, buddy. How you doing today, man? We dig it a little bit.
They're going to have to cover, but meanwhile, they do a little swap there on to TJ. Nice sleepwalk there onto JT as well, but looks like it was Tremor totemed actually by Elsewave, so nice Tremor.
We have a chance today. On the US games, we have a chance to qualify today still. If Terra fighting on our behalf.
Nethy now caught up in a Hammer of Justice, has to heal himself, has to heal Smite. Multiple points of pressure for Ultima, but look at them, they're swapping back onto JT. JT immediately trading out the Blessing of Protection in that stun, but now it could be TJ here next on the chopping block. He realizes that, ducks back into bear form. Beautiful cyclone there onto JT, but it will subside. TJ will stay alive with that beautiful defensive play, and now looks back to get back onto his target, which appears to be Smite, but the damage is just
it's
so
still good.
High. Nice cyclone here from Cassidy as well onto TJ while he's low. If they can connect
still
now
worth like 30 or 40% speed, I think.
That could be a nice opening here. And there's the deep breath coming in. Who are they going to go after? It looks like it's going to be TJ mainly. I would have liked to see them put a little bit of pressure onto JT there as well.
Can Hunter knock Trap with it?
And it looks
in
like
melee?
TJ, he's not even going to need to use it onto him. Now finally, TJ taking so much damage, but still JT just holding onto that sacrifice time and time again.
I feel like Hunter might run it.
Lay on hands instead. JT just holding onto it. He doesn't want to get swapped to with that sacrifice dot, but they're just going to swap to him anyway. They don't even care about it. Nethy gets hexed there onto his Emerald Communion as well, and both teams are definitely trading blows right now.
Nethy finally bringing in the Emerald Communion. The swap is good. The damage is great.
Seems really good, Vanta.
Bounce down to 10%, but still holding on to those survival instincts. Nethy has everything under control. The ping pong on the health bars is real this matchup so far. Nethy trying to get in with a deep breath, trying to connect. They find JT for the moment, at the very least. Deep breath from Smite, driving around the corner. A little bit of Tokyo Drift action coming through as JT is trying to pull back. Elsewave and TJ both on half HP as Cassidy is put off to the side into a clone. And for the moment, at least Ultima is putting on the pressure. Cassidy dropping down to 20%. Nethy flies in for the heals. Big Spirit Bloom connects and tops his Feral off. But JT had to throw in the sack in that situation. Elsewave has the Astral Shift and the Burrow still available. TJ sitting on the Survival Instinct. So there is gas left in the tank defensively. I'm very worried about Smite and Nethy though, because Zico, this is starting to look a little bit dire on the toolkit.
Yeah, Nethy not with a lot of cooldowns left to trade here, but they have pressure onto JT, and that really is the name of the game right now for Ultima. They need to just find counter pressure. That is
at least it's hard to attack. It's more efficient to make the game about other people.
Fire all over Ultima. Beautiful damage coming out here as he has the Ascendance popped. Massive counter pressure from Elsewave, but still JT, look at him. He's kiting Cassidy around the corner, but so much damage coming out from Cassidy. TJ, meanwhile, is getting blasted on the other side of the map, and JT, what is he going to do? He trades out the bubble. He had to in that position, and he is so far behind on healing. This is exactly the counter pressure that I was talking about. Now they get the Astral Shift from Elsewave as well. JT's mana is looking absolutely horrendous at this point as well, but look at the return fire.
They're both pretty good on mana, I think, similar.
Smite to stay out in the open.
Yeah, also the top damage is really crazy in this matchup.
And Elsewave really needs to find a way to
look at him go.
Look at that beautiful deep breath connecting. Cassidy is down to low, but JT is in so much trouble. They don't have the follow-up stun. It's too late. JT manages to get a huge heal off between those stuns, and he manages to stay alive because of that sleepwalk.
Sustaining top down.
JT, but it instantly breaks, I assume, to the feral dots, but Smite as well, taking a lot of damage. Nethy with not a lot of answers left. 18 seconds for that Emerald Communion. Can they take Smite down before that Emerald Communion comes back up? They pause him on low HP in the Cyclone. The rescue shield comes in to reposition Smite. JT could be in trouble in this last potentially final stun lock, but he's not even going to trade out his trinket. Nethy with no mana left. The Emerald Communion will recover a little bit of mana though, and be able to recover a little bit of HP for his teammates. One final push here potentially for Ultima. Can they make it count? Cassidy on a solo mission once again, trying to put the team on his back. Gets Hammer of Justice. The Emerald Communion comes out for Nethy as Ultima looks to make their final push.
Oh, this is really rough.
They have the damage. Fire breath being loaded up. JT with
double
no
deep breath
left. Another deep breath hits into the Paladin, and he drops down very, very low. It's do or die.
I think they're doing it.
JT could fall.
Oh my
Ultima
god.
Pushing for the win. Can they take him down? He's so low.
He's dead.
JT with no mana left will
2-1.
and Ultima
Drive Overload or a match point or
match against Drive Overload.
That's crazy.
What a rush. What can you say
I
if you're
think
JT in
they
that
need to
situation?
pivot.
The answer is nothing because the cat
Believe it or not.
Chung. Ultima grabbed the swing match.
Even though the Ellie's doing so much.
Dominant performance. They're just running them down, Zico. It's incredible to watch. Pedal to the metal the entire time. They're not letting him get away, kite around the pillar or position in any sort of way.
Cassidy with big carry here, dude. Cassidy, the 2 times where he just went on these solo missions onto the Paladin, it netted them bank. They got every cooldown in the game.
Negate Feral.
Ultimately were able to get the kill as well. At
not
the
in a major way.
Nethy comes in here with the deep breath, barely clips.
You can see TJ is not being negated by any means, right? He's doing more damage than Cassidy, as he should, by the way. He's cleaving more often.
But Cassidy is just unrelenting with his pressure. JT tries to stay alive.
Why isn't he mage?
He's got no mana left in the tank.
It's an annoying comp. Maybe we'll see that. I don't know if Ellie Feral is clearly doing it here. Maybe it's time to go mage. I'm not sure.
The fact that they rotated back those cooldowns, the fact that they were able to play such a long game with the Prez Evoker, that is what really helped them out in this series. Because if you look at the details right now, Elsewave, TJ, slightly ahead of Smite and Cassidy, but it's not a big difference. But then you look at the healer difference, and that is where the Prez Evoker shines. If Nethy can just stay in like this, get his damage off, connect with the deep breaths, get the fire breaths, get the blue lasers, that is where they can push the advantage. And
they opened with this comp. They played it. They played it game 1. They won with it, and they've lost twice with it,
which is very, very uncommon.
And you're generally already expecting
Elsewave top down
to be a little bit higher on the damage side when it comes to the healers, except for looking at the Disc Priest, right? But Evokers, and especially Nethy, just doing such an excellent job of just keeping the offensive rolling while his team is under so much fire. That's exactly one of the big reasons why I'm such a big fan of Nethy, because they just manage to bring both aspects, the defensive and the offensive play in. And look at this damage breakdown. The last 8 seconds, it's basically just Nethy and Cassidy running JT down. Just incredible, incredible damage coming through, and we're just locking the same comps in. We're running it back and starting... Zico, I'm starting to feel pretty good about our predictions here. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, after game number 1, I was like, maybe not, but it looks good. Ultima, you know, this is their bread and butter. We've seen them kind of do some alty shenanigans with Smite on like the BM Hunter, but this is the comp that has gotten them the furthest. This is the comp that they look best at. And in my opinion, if you can play triple main, even if it is slightly unconventional, we see a lot of teams do well with it, even though it's not, you know, something that you expect to see compositionally. Like even yesterday in North America, we saw a meme for the, what are they called? Meme for the Dreams. Playing,
for the memes, yeah.
Yeah, for the meme, sorry. Playing Frost DK Enhanced Shaman, and that is not a good comp, but still making it a competitive series, still grabbing wins, and still, you know, looking decent. So definitely nice to see these teams kind of just play their mains and just see what happens. And drive overload. They have some options as well, but they're opting for the same thing here.
Really? Wait, what?
We're remaking. We'll get this game rolling in just a
second. We're making the same comps?
Because this is an excellent series so far. And
I guess I don't like
Zico. This is kind of one of the biggest reasons why.
I mean, here's the thing, right?
So
I'll tell you the really interesting thing.
Teams, you have the
if drive overload aren't locking Ellie Mage or aren't locking Mage Feral here, what's going to happen against Echo? I kind of just want to see Ultima versus Echo now, right? Because the
some wacky comps. I think it's okay to
that's weird.
A little bit of a wacky comp and just performing with it and having fun while doing so. It's just amazing to watch. It's such
I guess I mean Rogue Mage is kind of dumpster prayers. It's like Chuck's most hated matchup.
Close to making top 3 on this cup. They're still in the running to improve their seeding for the Gauntlet as well. So this is definitely not the last we're going to see of Ultima this weekend, one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be seeing them actually tagging in Elsewave here on the Frost Mage. And I think it's a good answer. Okay. If you have a Frost Mage against those Prez Evokers, you're going to be able to slow them down a lot. We're going to be seeing a lot of crowd control kind of slowing them down. And one of the big weaknesses for the Prez Evoker is when they get rooted. If they get rooted, they only have that one dispel for it. So if you root them and then they dispel and you root them again, it can be really annoying for the Prez Evokers. So Frost Mage, let's see what Elsewave can do here as he looks to potentially get a little bit of pressure, just throwing out some blizzards. Doesn't want to open up yet before TJ maybe is in position. I think what's happening right now is TJ doesn't want to be there. Oh, TJ gets pulled out and Cassidy's going to open onto him. Oh my God, was he in cat form too? Oh my God, TJ gets caught in cat. Big opener here coming out for Ultima. TJ already falling low, trading out his bark skin, trading out the sacrifice. Nice pre-sack there actually. Cassidy is playing the roar right there. He tried to roar Cyclone JT, but not able to find it there in that position. And Smite gets a nice rescue there as well to reposition behind the pillar. Cassidy!
Oh, but Cassidy is down almost. So much damage coming in out of nowhere from Elsewave. The Icy Veins are really popping off right now. Also bringing in that Snowdrift in case they want to go for him. He's just going to lock them down with some additional CC. But it's a very interesting trade-off. You bring in the mage for a little bit more control, a little bit more pressure, but trade off the perceived tankiness at the very least here. But of the elemental shaman, but we'll see how Elsewave will do, because generally he has been doing so incredibly well all season on this mage. In the meantime, you can see JT standing fairly chill in the backline, not being pressured too much so far this game. And there's the ice wall coming through, blocking Nethy off from the rest of the team. But a quick blink to the side is going to be more than enough to reconnect with the team. Nice sleepwalk onto JT. Now they're swapping over the Paladin with massive damage. But Smite down to half, needs to pull back immediately. And Nethy has everything under control for the moment as the deep breath comes through. TJ down to half. JT still stunned up, chilling for the second. But the Lay on Hands is going to salvage things.
Yeah, and now JT is still rotting down a little bit here. So the Frost Mage so far looking decent, but it hasn't worked out just yet. Nice time stop coming out from Smite there. As soon as Nethy gets put in that crowd control, it's a time stop angle for Mr. Smite. But now he's taking a little bit of damage, but Nethy's out of crowd control and he's able to heal through it. Nethy's mana not looking as good as JT's, but still pretty high. 2.5 minutes into the match, we find Cassidy in a Cyclone. Smite trying to reposition, and TJ, he is getting absolutely blasted. TJ needs to be careful, but at the same time, oh my God, he's just going to fall. Huge pressure coming out there from Ultima.
3-1?
Line of sight of JT there, I think, in the final moments, and then JT was forced to trade out his bubble.
This is a really huge upset.
I really didn't expect TJ to die like that.
Drive Overload clearly second on this region, are they not?
In the match, gets punished. Ultima takes it 3-1.
I think.
Wow. I did not see that coming. There was so much left in the tank on both sides that they could have pulled out. And we can look at this replay again. The key thing really is JT's positioning towards the other side of the pillar. He needs to stay this far away because otherwise they're just going to jump on him, put the pressure on him, put the CC on him. But TJ, he has the survival instincts. He's running smite down. JT is trying to follow up around the pillar, then decides to go the other way. TJ gets a little bit of CC in at the same time and just gets bursted down. We'll see the death recap in a moment. Just a disgusting amount of pressure in that situation. But really, just literally Ultima having the right reaction, the right call in the right split second to just completely take him down.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can see it here. So JT is positioning, like you said, far away so he doesn't get swapped to. And then TJ, he pushes in here. He wants to get aggressive onto Smite because they have a Cyclone on the Cassidy. So it's a 3v2. But look at that line of sight happening here. JT, I think, doesn't want to commit to that left side because you see what Nethi just did there? He used his hover blink to try to cut off JT. So Nethi was going on one side, and then you had Cassidy a little bit later when he comes out of that Cyclone going the other side. So they kind of corner JT there in that moment. JT, I feel like he should have just went in and tried to tank the Nethi CC here, because if it is a sleepwalk, they can always interrupt it. Elswave has counterspell. They also have, actually Elswave ports back to that side, so it's a bit unfortunate, but I think he should have just kept running there towards Nethi, even though Nethi did blink in and most likely was going to look for some crowd control there. There's always the chance that you can pre-sack the crowd control, or at least if you bubble, you'll be immediately in his line of sight instead of getting caught and CCing yourself with line of sighting at the pillar for a couple of seconds, then you get caught in a stun lock, then you bubble, and then you still have to run into line of sight. So bit defensive mismanagement there coming out from JT and TJ, line of sighting each other there for just a moment. But hey, Ultima's going to be happy with this. They knock Drive Overload out of the competition.
So far.
And they secured themselves, I think, their first ever top 3 position, proving the majority of the desk wrong. I'm curious to see if the chat also... Did the chat... is the chat getting farmed here? Did the chat predict Overload?
They predicted Overload, yeah. Twice in a row now. This is not looking good for us, guys. But hey...
It's looking great for Zico and me.
Very true. Once again, though, the lower seeded team, the underdog, wins another series. And now we've got... no Drive Overload, Echo down in the lower bracket. I don't know what's going on. We've got this lower final, Zico. It's Echo versus Ultima up next.
I mean, today is just a day of upsets here, and I mean, we see it here on the bracket, right? So Streamer Zone beat Ultima, Echo beat Phoenix Reborn, Echo lost to Streamer Zone GG. That's just how we start off the Sunday, and then we immediately go to this series where Ultima, definitely considered the underdog, beats Drive Overload, and now we got Echo versus Ultima. And we might even see Ultima versus Streamer Zone in the finals. That would be crazy if Ultima can just keep playing like this. So it's definitely been a crazy weekend here in Europe. But I'm more curious about what's going on with the standings at this point. Is Drive Overload is out, and Streamer Zone, I think, is tied with Drive Overload now for second place. So I'm not sure what's going to happen there. And I mean, if Streamer Zone wins the entire cup, I think they just overtake them as that second place team. So they're definitely going to be feeling good about it.
It doesn't change anything. Being second or third, you play second place third anyway.
Stuff going on here, even at the very last moment.
So the seeding doesn't actually matter.
Things are being very shaken.
It's how the finals play out. First plays fourth, whoever goes the gauntlet, and second plays third. So whether you're second seed or third seed is irrelevant.
Winning this series means that Ultima has to win one less game in the gauntlet.
This is exactly what I was expecting out of this weekend coming into Friday, right? Because Ultima has been looking so good and consistently improving every single weekend, and the fact that they were in the upper bracket, I was so ready for them to upset the top 3 to influence
Ultima as an opportunity here to move up the gauntlet standings a ton as well. They can actually be the final boss if they do well here.
Overtake Drive Overload and lock in that second spot in the top 3. Ultima, in the meantime, they went up to
Bleach Bones got knocked down here.
And
yeah,
I mean,
that matters a lot.
It seems to be a little bit of a weekend of miracles, right? So it's not entirely out of the question that Ultima might actually make it all the way through, do the complete lower bracket miracle run, and win the entire cup, and maybe even lock in that 4th spot, that final boss in the gauntlet title. It's gonna be entertaining to watch. But first, oh my god, they need to go through Echo, and that's not gonna be easy.
No, certainly not. Yeah, Ultima, they were in 7th starting off this, before the tournament started, and now they've jumped up several spots.
You'll see Hunter's next patch, don't worry. If you like Hunter on Tuesday is going to be something interesting.
So we're going to head to a quick break. Before we do that, though, we're going to play a spell guessing game. My cat has come to join us for it, and we're gonna check out some spell guessing. Yeah, maybe. I think we're predicting a feral spec ability. Let's see. Whose spell is it anyways? We're gonna see if we can get some of these spells correct. Blank within 12 yards, reducing their blank. Why are we covering up that percentage in that way? What's going on with that?
This one
what number is that?
Oh, it could be an 8 or a 3.
Yeah, it looks like an 8 because they've covered up half of it. Something within 12 yards, reducing their... Is it movement speed? I feel like it's something on a 30-second...
It looks like piercing Howl. It's going to have Howl as an option.
For everyone around you.
There's like no information on this. This is like too wide.
I think piercing Howl is a little bit more than 30 seconds and more than 12 yards, right? Was it 12 yards?
I think it's lower cooldown on piercing Howl than 30. I could be wrong. I haven't been playing a lot of Warrior. We need the alternatives here. I feel like this could be.
Give us the choices.
This could be a lot of things. This could be a lot of
things.
things.
Howl is one of the options, but I'm not sure if it's
What's something that slows everything around you for 8 seconds? What?
What is this?
What is this?
I don't get it.
We gotta decipher these codes. What does this mean? What? No. What's going on?
Huh?
Oh no.
This is apparently a faction feud thing, Zico, and you're supposed to have the answers.
What?
But I think you're still confused.
What are these actually?
It's. Wait. Let me think here. So, JPQS.
Oh, okay.
X4KM.
Oh.
NK68B. 4H8S. 5TQR. What happens if I redeem that on my Battle.net client? That could
wait. Is that type it in the? Oh.
What happens if I open my Battle.net and I just click redeem code? Like I click on my name and then I click redeem code and I just type that in.
Okay.
Could this be a gift from production? Is that what it is?
I think they've blessed us.
No
I think
way.
production has blessed us.
No way. Okay. And now we've unlocked the actual.
He gave a free thing to someone.
Winclip is. It's not Winclip.
It was one big
Trackers net.
It was one big redeem. It was giving a free code from chat first.
Void Trend Drills, Mass
That's kind of nice though.
And Piercing Howls. It could be Void Trend Drills.
Has more than 30.
So it was a giveaway to someone in chat. It was fast.
Okay, then we're ruling that out as well. So it's between Mass Entanglement and Piercing Howl. I feel like Mass Entanglement. I think it actually is Piercing Howl, dude. I don't think it's because it would say. Instead of reducing them, it would say rooting them in place,
That's a good
right?
point, yeah.
So I actually think it is Piercing Howl. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
We're going with
that. It looks like it's Piercing Howl.
Piercing Howl.
Well. There's no slow aspect.
Let's see it.
Yeah, it's Howl.
Let's go.
Hey.
Bro, I called Piercing Howl first. That was the first amazing example of.
I'm losing my warrior card. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's do the icon. Let's see
Okay,
if we can do
okay.
this. Oh,
Wait,
boy.
I want to know what did somebody? I wonder what somebody won. What did they get? That's.
I don't know. Is it game time?
It's not. It's not
game time. Yeah, I think it was game time. I'm not sure.
Unless it's like a giant bait.
Okay, so let's look at these icons.
That's the difference. Okay.
I've got the. I need to
I'm
find my
seeing
magnifying
a
It's
glass.
two
difference on
bits
the
of
teeth,
fire
I think.
on the A. It could actually be A randomly.
I feel
It looks like
D
it's not.
D has weird teeth.
Or it kind of looks like
D
it
has
is
an
A.
extra. It has an extra like spike or like an extra. You see that on the bottom left, and then the nose. For me, C looks the most real. Like my gut reaction says C.
Detective Pyle in the case.
What was your eye saying?
I don't know. That didn't help at all.
I think it's B.
Just gave you a headache.
Oh, yep.
My gut reaction says it's C, but that's just like.
I think it's
It
B.
could also be B. I feel like.
I feel like it's not
B.
A.
It's either A or B. I feel like it's B. It could be
No, it
bait.
looks too red, right?
It's something with the redness. It's got an extra thing of fire. But the extra thing of fire looks good, I think.
Yeah.
I think
it's B. You think it's
I don't
D?
know. I'll go with D. I don't even know what
Oh,
there's like
D with the broken tooth?
differences. Okay, I'll go with D.
Oh, D actually.
No,
I don't know.
I'm not going with D. I'm going with
I'm
B.
locking in B.
I think B.
Locking in
Maybe.
B. Well, I'm not sure about the C lock in yet. I need a second here to think, because I feel like C. I kind of want to lock in B as well, to be honest. I feel like it's either B or C. It's really hard because I feel like the nose on C doesn't look right. The teeth on D doesn't look right. And then on A, I feel like the nose doesn't look right either.
A could be. I think it's A or B. And I think it's like
red underneath.
the stripe of thread looks kind of.
That's not supposed to be there.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it broken tooth?
Like at the bottom.
Yep.
You think it's just
I'll
D?
take B.
Yeah.
I think it's B.
I'm going
I
with
think
B
it's
too.
B as well, actually. I'm gonna go with B.
You think
All right.
it's super
Let's
interesting.
see it. Save us, production.
Oh, it actually is D.
No way, it's
No
D.
way. No way.
No
Okay,
way,
okay.
it's D.
I should have stuck with it. Yeah, I feel like the lesson that we've learned from this game, if anything, is stick with your initial gut reaction.
No,
Yeah.
don't. My initial gut reaction was A.
Okay.
True.
I think
maybe
mine was
for
C.
me. Maybe for me. All right.
Maybe you have better instincts than us, I am.
Perhaps. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Echo versus Ultima facing off in the lower bracket. Stick around. We'll be back in just a bit.
All right, I'll be back as well. One sec, guys. Thank you, Atomic, for the 413 sub, Winter for the new Twitch Prime, Sheep White for the 33 sub, and again, Thunder for like 1 trillion subs today. I'll be back one sec, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the lower bracket. It is Echo facing off against Ultima Supatees. One of these teams is knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, Ultima, they've made it through some of Europe's finest teams to get this far into a top 3 position, but now they face Echo, and I wonder if they were even possibly expecting this to have happened, because Streamer Zone, they weren't supposed to have won. You know, the Streamer Zone are rewriting history by taking Echo on that upper side, and now they all go up against Echo, and I think unfortunately for them, they have Ultima's kryptonite. They have a subtlety rogue, and not just any ordinary subtlety rogue. They've got Waz, so this is Ultima's greatest challenge by far of the tournament.
Definitely, and just looking at those predictions, I don't think anyone believes in them, but Ultima, you know that they believe in themselves, and I certainly hope they do. We're heading into this series. It started Echo versus Ultima, game number 1.
Oh no, they brought in Shanimal. This is not gonna end well for Ultima as they pop into the arena. Waz already has the Shadow Blades out. Nice scatter shot. Smite actually coming in on the Hunter. We're seeing a little bit of jungle out of Ultima here into this log rogue from Echo. And Meh answering the initial pressure with a good quick rapture and a bunch of shields. Nethi caught in a full fear. The cheap shot follow-up, double cheap and triple DR into a full fear from Chanimal. So much pressure from Echo, but Ultima for the moment stays alive.
Man, Chan is just untouchable in these matchups. This is typically so hard as a Warlock, but look at this. He's just killing the entire team. He's topping the meter. He's going to spiral completely out of control. They get a freezing trap. It doesn't matter. They don't even dent Chan. Here comes the shadowy dual one-shot. Waz trinkets out of the scatter. Cheap shot looking to take Smite down in this initial stage. He trades out a cooldown. Is it going to be enough? He roots up Waz, but there's a kidney shot. Nice cyclones from Cassidy. Pausing the aggression, but Meg gets a master spell, removing Waz from the cyclone. But Cassidy's there for another cyclone, but Nethi's now caught into a coil. He's caught into a fear, and Cassidy's dead out of nowhere. The pressure from Echo is immense.
Chanimal just pumping left, right, and center. Map coming in with the ultimate penitence. Smite dropping lower and lower. He has one more survival of the fittest. Trinket still available, but Nethi is dropping lower and lower on CDs. No reversal, no Emerald Communion, and no real damage that they can bring in. Waz is locking him down. Smite is on half HP already as Cassidy is just sitting in open field trying to heal himself a little bit. But Meh running in for the double fear. The kidney shot as well. Cassidy about to die. Mind control on Nethi as well. Cassidy on 10%. Massive Spirit Bloom coming through. Nethi stabilizes the team for just a moment, but how long can they hold on as Cassidy is being taken low once again? Chanimal just to completely cursing this entire matchup.
Yeah, really good kiting. This is the Call of the Wild window coming up in about 6 seconds. So if Smite can survive to that, they've got Incarnation coming up. They might be able to run Chanimal over. Barrier comes down. They need to survive. Just a few more seconds. There's the Incarnation, but Cassidy gets cheap shot on it. Smite's now cheap shot on his Call of the Wild as well. Waz is peeling all of their aggression. Nethi is doing what he can, but even time dilation may not be enough. They have to trade Barkskin on top of it. Survival of the fittest as well, but Nethi is dying in a swap. He pops the Renewing Blaze. Everybody on the side is Ultima. Ultima is dying. Can Nethi manage to do this? Can he keep his team alive during this window, this opportunity? Chan has survived the Incarnation. The Call of the Wild is going to be subsiding soon as well, and the cheap shots from Waz are completely deflecting this attack. Chan may need to use the gateway though, as he's positioned here on top of it. They're holding strong for now. Rapture powered shields with the Archangel. These are going to be massive powered shields for Meh. He's lining up for the kill. Mind Blast, Independent, Sap off the blind. Waz's crowd control is unstoppable, but it looks like the Sap actually broke a little bit earlier. They stack up on some AoE. Cassidy is still dying. Nethi, oh, a double fear
again
with
jungle?
no trinket. 1 second remains. He's in bear form, praying that he survives to it, but
what
he
did
gets
I come back to?
by Waz, but he gets a huge heal through the duel. I can't believe it. Nethi with insane dream projection timing right there. Applies
this is an insane
and kept him
jungle.
alive
A really, really
duel.
high rated jungle.
For the moment, it is not over yet, but Smite is caught by Waz. Stabilized by Nethi for just a moment, but the mana is fleeting fast, and Smite is
look at this damage, man.
Seconds on survival. There it is. Comes in the nick of time with a little of a
he's got turtle and trinket, and that's it, but he's just dying through everything.
But Smite is just gonna fall potentially here. Brings in the turtle in the nick of time, but how long is that gonna last? Nethi tries to get in the nullifying shroud, but Waz kicks him, shutting that down immediately. Great hover around the corner, but in the meantime, Cassidy gets caught out of form. Kidney shot, taking him down. Man running in for another double fear. He has been so dominant this entire map, and Echo gets rewarded for it.
This is such a hard matchup.
Chan definitely doing a lot.
You just kind of get run down by the Hunter and Feral. This has got to be one of the hardest matchups, and Chan is literally just making it look like it's a cakewalk. He's just like, that's how much of a master he is at Warlock and how much his team is supporting him, because this is usually, we've seen so many other Warlocks fighting jungle cleaves in North America and Europe that just fall over. They get no damage out. It looks so miserable for them. But Chan, in this matchup, one of the hardest matchups, he's fighting Ultima, who just took out some of the biggest names in Europe to get to this point, and he's doubling their damage. He's taking this jungle cleave and he's doubling their damage while not even having to use his unending resolve throughout this entire match. It's absolutely wild how untouchable Chan is as a player on this Warlock. Even despite the nerfs that have hit it, he's still been looking as strong as ever on it. And honestly, not even just his defense, his offense. He's catching these fears, he's catching coils out of the fears. He just has insane game awareness, both defensively for kiting and when to flip the switch on offense, and he maintains his pressure throughout all of those circumstances. He is easily an MVP here for Echo. And Ultima now, man, they put up a fight. I honestly was kind of expecting them to get totally dominated with the Preservation Evoker versus the Rogue. They lasted a decent amount of time. They forced medallions, but yeah, it's not going to get easier. They have to step up even beyond this if they're going to take a game off Echo.
Well, in all fairness, Ultima is never the team to dominate from a game one outwards, so I'm expecting them to ramp over the course of the series at least a little bit, but it's not going to make it any easier, right? I think the other thing we should and can talk about is the fact that they're running with Jungle Smite on the Hunter now instead of the Double Dragon, and I feel like that's a great pick into the Rogue, especially that Echo is bringing to the table, because I feel like Double Dragon would just flop over.
Yeah, I think one dragon is already a bit of a liability into a subtlety rogue. Bringing two, not the best decision. I think the composition is probably their best opportunity. They've got a good map as well for it. This is one of the worst maps to try and kite on as a Warlock. So I think Ultima are setting themselves up to possibly get a win. And honestly, even if you're able to take a win off of Echo, that's already an impressive feat. We've only really seen, I think, Drive Overload took 2 games from them. We saw Phoenix Reborn take a series and now Streamer Zone, but very few teams ultimately can actually consistently even take a game off of Echo, and let alone Chanimal. Chanimal's has got to have one of the best win rates, I think, in AWC. So Ultima here taking their time. Maybe they're thinking about it. The only thing with the Double Dragon is that it looks like it's really well practiced. They look really good on it. Whereas the jungle, I don't know how much time they've put into it relative to it, because the Double Dragon's been so important. So yeah, they're actually going to go back to the Double Dragon. They want the comfort, I think, over the jungle. Smite just didn't have enough fun, I guess, on the Hunter. He wants to go on the Dragon.
But it's also the ideal map, right? Because we've seen how they play the Double Dragon on Ruins of Lordaeron. It's not even pedal to the metal, it's the pedal through the car floor, basically, what they're playing with this Double Dragon on Ruins of Lordaeron. So Echo will need to be very careful, especially Chanimal, I think, is going to be once again the big focus of this matchup. Really keep an eye out how Chanimal positions, how he kites, and how he plays this game out in terms of CC. And together with Mad, he really needs to be on top of his game if he wants to come out of this arena alive, I think.
Okay, I'm really going to be looking for his portal positioning. Do you think he's going to start this portal in the room, portal in the middle? Because I feel like there's a lot of questions around where he should be putting his port.
I think the big question is how open field can Ultima stay against Chanimal if Chanimal decides to not play around the pillar, right? How much pressure can they actually get on him, and other way around as well? And it's gonna be all around this pressure game. Can Nethi keep the HPS high enough to counteract all the pressure that Chan is bringing in, the lockdown from Waz and the pressure from Meh as well? It's going to be an intense one. Maybe the best option for a map win here for Ultima, but we'll find that out right now.
All right, gates have opened. Waz is moving in. Who's he going to get the sap on? He gets a sap on Nethi. Deciding not to wait. Chance casting dots on Nethi. No, he's intercepted by Cassidy, but now Cassidy's exposed. Waz can set up. Double fear, but a pre-immune deep breath there from Nethi. He's just warping around the map. Nethi is an expert on this dragon. He knows his weaknesses. He predicts the stuns. He activates the shroud. He delays it. What a great start from Nethi.
Yeah, looking absolutely solid. Chan ports out immediately, gets Vortex back in. Great setup here by Cassidy to keep Chanimal in the line of fire. And the damage is solid. Deep Breath coming through from Smite. He's trying to connect onto Meh. Maybe looking for a Sleepwalk. Neffy pushing in as well as Waz. Reap connects onto Smite. Finds the kick into the full kidney shot. Lots of pressure, lots of damage behind the line of sight. Neffy on the other side of the map really needs to come in late and stabilize his dragon. The Dream Projection doing work. At least that's what it did last time around on the duel. The swap over onto Cassidy is solid as well. Meh with a big penance providing a lot of damage here as well. But Chanimal once again being the target as Smite is taken down to have Neffy as well just dying. And this is exactly the amount of pressure I was worried about from Echo.
Nice full, well, the mind control with full dots. Cassidy just dying to dots right now. Chan can free cast it. So many Malefic Raptures that he just got off. Smite is critically low. He's got options. They're going to trade the Emerald Communion.
He's dying
but even
through
the Emerald
Communion.
Communion doesn't even do any healing. They're dead through it. This is insane damage. Cassidy trinkets at the last possible second. Emergency bear form. He's trying to make it out of this. He's slowly but surely recovering. Neffy is a mad lad right now for keeping his team alive to this, but he gets feared with no trinket, and surely that will be game over.
Very quick game.
Echo continue their domination. They want that rematch.
700k.
It is insane. Echo is on fire. They are locked in. And if you've ever asked yourself what happens when an almost unstoppable force meets an immovable object, well, you get this game. Echo up to just insane pressure from Waz, from Chanimal. Just incredible amounts of damage. And look at Chanimal. 800k DPS. This guy is topping the meters.
I mean, they're just a ridiculously good team. So it's not really like.
I mean, offensively, maybe it looked a little bit spookier for Echo. I don't know. I think the jungle looked better. Just even if it's not as well versed or as well practiced, it kept Chanimal a bit more aware of where he was. I feel like he was able to get on top a lot more with this matchup as opposed to the jungle.
I mean, they've got to third place on EU with double Voca, so yeah, definitely viable. It's just you play against this and they can't really do anything. I think generally speaking, Prez Vocas hate rogues. They get controlled too much.
And deep breaths at the beginning to avoid the opener. Like the game's gonna last so much longer than that when you're fighting Echo. Like you're never gonna. I don't think outside of a huge blunder, I don't think any team is gonna really cheese Echo before like 6 minutes if you're gonna win against them.
No, I think that's a very valid estimation here. But Ultima is putting up quite the fight. I'm especially surprised, honestly, though, if I'm looking at the damage done here, how much Meh is doing. We were talking about it last series, that Neffy was providing an incredible amount of damage, and you can just tell by how little Neffy gets to do in this matchup, by how overwhelmed he is with just keeping the whole team alive. And that's just something, if you're playing a comp that's so pedal to the metal, and especially also not necessarily completely reliant, but expecting your healer to also bring in a solid chunk of contribution into these offensive plays, then suddenly being encountered with so much counter pressure just takes so much wind out of your sails, and that's something we've seen here. And Ultima on the map pick, we're going to Hook Point. They're trying the same thing again. I would assume this is just gonna run it back, full comfort, double dragon, try to take Echo down.
I mean, myself personally, I think I'd rather see them try the jungle again. I feel like they lasted much longer. And they kept Chanimal more on defense. So out of personal preference, I actually think the jungle looked a lot better for them. I would actually like to see them go back to it. I think it's a good map as well. So yeah, Smite's going to go back on the Hunter. I think he's just more durable. He has more defensives, a little bit more healing, surprisingly, as well, with the changes to the Dark Ranger hero talent tree, the new addition for the War Within. I think that this is going to be a bit better. You also get the Roar of Sacrifice, which you can use when you're stunned from your pet, which gives you a little bit of extra utility to your team, because Waz is setting up with these triple stuns, so the pet is free, and he's like, hey, I'm here. I can do something. Roar of Sacrifice might save somebody, as opposed to the Evoker that just kind of gets completely isolated. And the Hunter damage is just more guaranteed also, if you're not getting cheap shot and disintegrates and constantly shut down. So I personally like the Hunter better in this matchup.
I very much agree. The other big thing for me is not just the durability of the Hunter, but also the fact that Echo, compared to all the other teams in Europe, what it seems like at the moment is not playing Holy Paladin. They're playing in Dispriest, and Dispriest just has so many more tools to deal with the consistent pressure and especially the kind of the SCC attempts that Ultima is trying to bring in with the high mobility on the Double Dragon. You know, those hover sleepwalks that Smite is attempting over and over again. This priest can just death that every, what is it, 15, 20 seconds, while a paladin needs to rotate something like a sack or needs to have a trinket if they can't line of sight it, and that just makes the pressure from the Devastation Evoker so much less effective, and then bringing in the Hunter just feels like the way a better option, especially if you go into something like Diamond Ice. You can avoid the trap being deathed and just pressure Maz CC-wise a little bit more. In terms of...
It's really hard for Ultima here, because typically you'd have a priest for jungle, and the priest can run in while the healer's trapped and get a fear, but Nethi has to cast Sleepwalk. So I kind of want to see him be a bit more aggressive, maybe fly in with an Obsidian Scales, play the Aura Mastery so he's immune to kicks, and try and find more CC, because the freezing trap is not going to be enough. And Smite has to play Diamond Dice, otherwise the AoE from the pets and the Feral Druid, it's going to end up breaking the trap. So if Nethi can somehow keep his team alive through Chanimal's pressure, get on top of Met and find crowd control, maybe Ultima can do this on Hook Point.
Maybe they can. Waz is looking for an opener, sneaking around the far outside, dodging the landslide coming through from Nethi right out of the gate. Cassidy just the same, biding his time. Nice sap onto Nethi. Chanimal gets the first rounds of dots in. That's a massive deal to open up the pressure, but Waz reveals himself, gets rake stunned, and massive damage on the Rogue right out of the gate immediately. Brings in the cloak, almost dies, has to a health stone in the first 30 seconds. What an opener from Ultima here.
Oh, they're setting up on Nethi now. He's going to trade the Emerald Communion. That's a full respect from Nethi in this position. They swap back to Cassidy on the pillar. Mez there as well. They're cleaving the whole team. Chan is once again free casting. They're focusing the Rogue. They've just decided, you know, Chan is not a target. This guy's just unkillable. We have to go on the Rogue. But if they go on the Rogue, they're going to die 3 times as fast. Everybody is rotting down right now. As long as Waz can stay alive, Chan will absolutely obliterate them. Full fear over on the Nethi. Into the kidney shot. Haunt is about to connect. Big swap. Nethi trinkets. He rewinds, but even Rewind is struggling to get himself back to full HP.
This looks a lot more stable, which is interesting.
So much defense, it'll be hard for him to play offensive, but he's still going for it. He needs to add damage, he needs to add CC, but Mez predicting the attack. Ultimate Penitence, he's into the skies. Nethi pre-time stops himself on that Ultimate Penitence to delay the go towards himself, and now Waz is stunned. Smite is there. He gets the freezing trap. Can they finish Waz? They pre-pain suppression, and now Nethi gets caught. No trinket. Chan is there. This should be lights out. Echo domination 3-0.
Those are fun. Those are not. Those games are all like a minute 30 too.
Chanimal is doing more damage than the entire team of Ultima combined. That was disgusting. I can see the game plan not going for Chanimal if you think you can't kill him anyway, but letting that man free cast, it's just gonna make your day 10 times worse than before. Oh my god.
All right, it's finals time. It's a rematch. This is an insane series before.
He's been at this game for a very long time at this point. I think his first BlizzCon win, it was back with Soda and Talbadar. Like, think about the legacy of those names. Like, that was his first BlizzCon win, and that seems like it's got to be like close to a decade now, I think, or coming up on close to a decade. And he has just been playing Warlock that entire time, just continuing to master it over this entire period. And even the hardest of matchups for any ordinary Warlock, Chan makes it look like a breeze, just a casual walk on the beach. He's topping the meter, doing 1,000,000 DPS, able to capitalize on any opportunity that he has thrown his way. And it begs the question, now that Echo are getting back into the grand finals, is there a way for them to utilize him to be able to take out Streamer Zone? Because Raikou, it didn't look like it was working.
It was a rough matchup, most definitely. I'm very, very curious. The Warlock, of course, brings in its own advantages and disadvantages, and especially against this team like Streamer Zone, that's going to put an insane amount of pressure on you, that knows how to lock down a Warlock like Chanimal, at least to the maximum possible extent, right? It's gonna be difficult, for sure, for Echo, but doable, and my goodness, I am so excited for that grand final now.
Just get it. Just get it going. Get it going, Aya. Let's do it. I'm putting this on you, okay?
Push the button.
Listen,
putting this on you.
I have got no control over how quickly these teams queue up. But yeah, I would love to get that as soon as possible. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at the rest of this replay in the final moments for Ultima. They're going to, unfortunately, of course, be knocked out. But they did have an incredible weekend so far. But I couldn't agree with you guys more. I am very, very excited for this grand final here. in the EU region, StreamerZone.gg facing off against Echo, and I've got a bit of a confession to make. I predicted Echo 3-0, but I bet all of my points for StreamerZone.gg.
What? You split your bet?
I did.
Places?
I did. Hey, no one said I couldn't. I was trying to get a big payout, but I lost. So now I have a total of 78 points.
Well,
in the Twitch.
Good thing. Good thing the prediction leaderboard is a little bit more important than the channel points, right? So yeah, I think you're doing well.
No, thank you. Yeah, I'll bet my 78 points on the next one and see if I can recover that. But I couldn't be more excited for this next up series. And you know, I was kind of comparing them to a serpent earlier. Echo, you know, you cut off one head and they grow two more back, because it seems like one of the reasons that makes Echo so consistent is like when a team like StreamerZone.gg, for example, kind of figures them out, they're able to really quickly recoup and come up with something to make them unstoppable once again. But StreamerZone.gg, of course, this is a rematch for them, and they had a pretty convincing series last time we saw these two teams play against each other. And I can't help but feel like, Lithy, we might see that happen again. But of course, I gotta say, I'm rooting for StreamerZone.gg here.
I have a hard time rooting for StreamerZone. Yes, I'm a big enjoyer of Thessia gameplay, but Chanimal on the other side, nah, I gotta cheer for Chanimal. I just can't, and I think Echo is gonna take that. They're not gonna be taken down twice in a row. I think they'll perfect this season. They'll grab all 4 cup titles for themselves, and it's gonna be intense. That's for sure, but it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be intense. That is definitely something we're going to be seeing. So I cannot wait. We can take a quick look at the bracket and where we currently are. Of course, we've got we had that lower bracket series that we just saw, Echo 3-0 Ultima, and it was StreamerZone.gg up there in the semifinals that sent them down there to begin with. Of course, we did have that Drive Overload versus Ultima for the lower semis, and it was Drive Overload that got sent out. And now here we are in the grand finals, all the way over there to the right.
Ooh, look at
and,
this!
Ooh, we've got the gauntlet Supatees for the EU region.
It's picked out.
You know, sometime from now, I think in November. This is the gauntlet stage of the finals.
I think it's November 13th or 14th.
Tournament where the seeding is placed on 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th, and whoever makes it out of this single elimination tournament is going to be the 4th team in the War Within finals.
Are we going to be the final boss?
Echo in the first round, but
probably
there's going to be some time, obviously, from now and that finals. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams level up, which compositions they end up specializing in over that time frame.
That is going to be an intense gauntlet, so cannot wait for that. All right, well, we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have the grand finals for Cup number 4.
We are 100% the final boss.
This is going to be a good
There's a result today, still. That's my point.
Off against Echo.
Hopefully make it through, though. Even if we are in gauntlet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the grand finals for the EU region here for Cup number 4. Then it's a rematch as well between Streamer Zone and Echo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was probably my favorite series of the entire season.
Getting into PvP, have you done mostly PvE or random battlegrounds, mainly PvP? I mean, I would say that if you're doing BGs so far, Cole, a great thing to do is get into rated BGs, like rated BG Blitz. It's gonna feel kind of similar, but like kind of like you kind of dip your toes in it.
Zico, can we just like walk through kind of what went down the last time we saw these teams, in case anyone didn't see the reason that Echo got dropped down here?
I mean, if you didn't see it, I highly, highly, highly suggest if there's one series you should watch, you go back and watch that one. But if you didn't, quick recap. I think Streamer Zone, they pulled out ahead. They just looked so coordinated with their Feral Mage Priest. They were finding ways to extend the match. They were finding ways to get their counter setups. Of course, Echo was running that Rogue Mage Priest, so tagging in Raikou. And I think the reason why they tagged in Raikou was because they actually bullied Chan quite a bit on the side of Streamer Zone last weekend when they met in the Grand Finals. So the rematch from the Grand Finals being the same two teams, and now we get the rematch in the Grand Finals again here. It's going to be awesome to see, but they opted in for Raikou. And that RMP didn't work out for Echo, even though their RMP is super polished. It didn't work out. Tony came out swinging on the Feral Druid. Tessia was able to close it out with a massive ice wall, as we have been seeing. And now I wonder, are we seeing Chan tagged in? Are we seeing the RMP again? What are we actually going to see here in the blind pick? This is the first time I feel like Echo are kind of just guessing what answer they should go with. And it is going to be Chan on the Warlock, which is something that I kind of expected to see here.
All right, Streamer Zone locking in their Feral Mage Priest once again. Tessia has been an absolute playmaker for their team. Let's see if they can get done. Waz gets his sap early on Tessia, but Tony's just going to be getting the game rolling on Chanimal. Waz looking to set up Chanimal, getting his dots up, but it gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Tessia, just playing this so aggressive.
They're actually playing Chanimal
on the back foot. He did not get those UAs and haunts out, which is pretty important here. Rel's actually getting swapped too. Big damage. Surprisingly here, was putting some damage onto the Priest.
Green Base is going to get
Tony's riding down a great aggressive start here for Echo Zico.
A lot better than PvE, yeah.
Zap onto Relza out of that blind as well. Man is out of crowd control, and if they have more follow-up here...
Keep in mind, you can farm bloody token gear from doing world quests with wall mod on that. I'd recommend that all the way through as well. Because that's 636 gear.
Still available, though, for him, and now Chan is going to be the target on the chopping block here for Streamers. On Ice Wall being casted for Tessia. Nice fear, though, from Chanimal is going to interrupt it, and Chanimal now going to be getting that pain suppression from Meh a little bit prematurely there, but he is going to recover. And meanwhile, Tessia is under heavy fire. How is Relza going to deal with this? He's spell locked right now, and Tony's running down. And Tessia as well in a mind control there for a second, but manages to get out. And now once again looking to build up a nice ice wall. They managed to find it, but Tony's not onto Waz. It's just going to be Tessia going for the solo mission. Waz vanishing that snowdrift there, and now initiating the crowd control. And look at Tony.
They won in the opener.
Just getting absolutely destroyed. This was just pure domination from Echo. You can take them down once, but when they come back, they are absolutely revitalized.
I mean, I thought Chan wasn't played for a reason. So why are they playing Chan now? Are they just picking comps randomly and they can beat everything with anything?
Strategy we see repeated here by
that obviously looks a lot better.
Allowed Chanimal and Meh. They
look how fast they win with that comp, by the way.
While Waz gets a lot of crowd control out. So this is those moments where Tessia has been rotted down. We get mind controls coming in here from Meh, just trying to slow down any kind of recovery that we have available. But during this time, you can see Tony, he is fully rotted. He is getting dotted. The Shadow Bolts are coming in. And all that happens is Waz goes over. He gets the gouge on Relza. Tony gets coiled. Full kidney shot comes in. And Relza just a little bit late to react to that one. And Tony goes down. So a really good...
It's crazy how lethal they look.
Keeping or catching Streamer Zone off guard. And I don't know. I mean, this is looking like a totally different Echo. Playing this one so aggressive from start to finish. Great crowd control. Do you think this is what the matchup we're going to see for the rest of the series?
Yeah, so in my prediction, I actually went for Echo once again because I was thinking, so this is what the matchup comes down to me. The RMP versus the FMP, I feel like the Feral comes out ahead of the Rogue. So I think, are we going to see Chan? I feel like Chan, last time he got kind of bullied, but he still was able to put up a good fight, and Echo were able to kind of take it in the end. So I thought, okay, it's going to be the Chan factor versus the Tony Feral factor. That is going to be what decides this. And for me, if I have to bet, I will always go with the Chan factor. So I went with Chan, and I think that Echo, they're going to just be locking this in time and time again. And we are pretty split here on the board, 2-4 for 3 of us, and you and Super T is going in the direction of Streamer Zone. So I think no matter who you're asking here on the desk, we're all going to be kind of expecting this to be a close series.
I mean, there's just really no doubt about it. The last one was incredibly close, and even last week in the finals, it was about as close as a series as you can get. So Streamer Zone, they've really leveled up. Their whole team is just looking really solid, but Echo will strike first blood in this finals. They want to get 4 in a row, right? This is their opportunity to get 4 cup wins in a row, which would be almost unbelievable, but they've been so dominant in the region. Only a few teams have been able to actually beat them in a series, but no team has been able to beat them twice in a series. So Streamer Zone is going to be looking to set that up for the first time.
Yeah, Streamer Zone as well, right now tied for that second place with Drive Overload. So if they can win here, they will overtake them in that position and solidify themselves as the second best team in Europe for the Cup season. So a lot on the line here between both of these teams. Echo looking to perfect the region. Chanimal being tagged in here on the Warlock. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, and I'm getting some flashbacks because Chanimal was the victim of the play of the year from Tessia on Ashamane's Fall last time these two teams met.
They're instantly the next game.
Let's see what they decide to do. Chanimal going to be looking to get those dots rolling early on. Actually just gating away. Just wants to make some space on this initial crowd control on the meh. Get away as far as possible. Gets the UA up. Big damage here. Rel's actually immediately dispels it, so just going for that UA dispel. Doesn't want to allow Chan to get anything rolling, but it looks like he will be able to connect the Han. He fakes the interrupt. Soul Rock comes in. Channel has a lot of pressure, but he's low on health.
He pre-ports the ice wall.
But Channel just immediately portals away. Gets fake casted out, and now
it's
1% out.
Bro, the ice walls are disgusting.
The ice wall snowdrift from Tessia pulls everything from Waz.
Beautiful setup there, but Tony is under heavy fire. Pain suppression from Reza coming in. Snowdrift once again here from Tessia, looking for the stun onto man, but he gets feared on it.
Well, he has this thing called cheat death, right which procced and saved him. He died. Other classes would be dead.
Relza now in a triple DR cheap shot, man. Looking for the
cheat actually saved him.
Faded maybe by Relza in that position. Tony's still gonna take a lot of damage. Relza looking for the ulti P, not able to find it just yet. Wants to fake cast Chan, but he gets caught up in a mortal coil.
Tony's a good amount of time he'll die through cheat though.
Right there,
Cheat's not super reliable. This expansion.
Heavy fire as well. Chan's dots are really doing some work here, as Waz is going to be the main target in the series right now. Nice step kick there on the ulti P of Relza, and now they chain it with a kidney shot. Tony is in trouble. Big damage. Can Chan go there for the fear? He's looking for it right now. Not able to find it. Gets counterspelled. Tony should be able to recover, but I'm not sure. He is so low on HP. Once again, ducking into bear form. Frenzied region coming out. Ulti P from Relza should finally recover Streamer Zone.
I mean, that was looking dicey for a while there, but Relza now has some cooldowns rotated back up. He's got the Rapture, he's got the Archangel. Big shield's going to be available, and Tony's just looking to make some pressure here onto Chanimal. Looks like Tessia will get stunned up there. Was just avoiding the snowdrift at all costs. Cheap shot into kidney shot. Met is now free, but it gets caught in the Dragon's Breath. Potential full polymorph lands. It gets interrupted. Great denial there by Echo. I mean, really, Tessia did such a good job trying to set up that CC, but Echo was just one step ahead and denied him every step of the way.
Yeah, and now Chan is still loading up a lot of damage. He's got the power infusion working with it. He teleports back behind the pillar. Nice mass polymorph there onto Matt. Looks like he actually deafed that. Beautifully done there by Matt, but he's caught up in the bash. Tony not able to find the follow-up Cyclone as he was caught up in a cheap shot Chanimal. He's going to gate even further away from the fight, and here comes the ice wall.
He shows the ice wall.
Tony though seems to be the one taking the brunt end of that exchange. Tessia not going to be able to find that ice wall just yet. Looking for polymorphs, looking for the ice wall now. Blocks off Meh from Waz, but Waz just going for an own solo mission. Gets a full sap there onto Relza, into a resap potentially. Meh in position for the follow-up fear, finds it as well. Tony manages to snipe
through the ice wall. Hello?
Tessia getting feared through his own ice wall, but it is Tony on the brunt end of that exchange. He's going to have to trinket and trade out the survival instincts.
Yeah, going for a clone. Can he find it? Tessia running down low. Needs to be careful. Ice block might have to be casted out. Pain suppression trades, and I don't know if I like that trade. Maybe an ice block would have been better in that situation. Now he has no real defense here for Tony.
He's got one
still. Full snowdrift lands onto Meh. Can he get the full polymorph? It looks like Tessia's going to be able to find it. Meh tries to back him up, but not able to. Tony just rotting down so incredibly low. There's the void shift. Great pressure here for Echo once again. Animal doing a really good job kind of dealing with this incoming pressure. Matt in the backline throwing in a big penance, and all of a sudden Streamer Zone, they are running on fumes in terms of defensive cooldowns, but they're still making a push and playing aggressive.
Yeah, Tony getting the spell there on the fear. Nice pre-bear form here on the next setup. They're going to just go after Tessia instead. Ult TP coming out from Meh. Big damage connecting onto Tessia. Nice cheap shots here onto Relza into a gouge. Can they get the follow-up fear? Meh is trying to get in position. He manages to find it. This could just be it. Tony is rotting down. Tessia is rotting down. Echo has all of the control. They get a DR sap onto Relza as well. Into a triple DR sap. Into what? Nothing more to follow that
Last
up.
pains up. Traded Relza completely dry on CDs.
They swap to Tessia.
Tony completely dry on CDs.
Into the ice block in this position. Chanimal is hungry and looking for the damage, and they push and find the ice block.
Yeah, but they are not out of the woods yet. Both Tessia and Tony are so incredibly low. Tony could easily follow in this moment. Gouge onto Relza. Do they have any follow-up CC? It does not look like a full blind lands. Oh, so unfortunate. Tony, I don't think he's going to survive this. Down to 5% health. Barely holding
shield.
On, but a massive shield connects here by Relza. Maybe he can do it. He gets interrupted. Interrupt on Tony.
He went through that.
Far on the back foot.
That's
Echo
hilarious.
is completely owning Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone cannot find their footing in this match. Finally, a clone lands. Tony's going for it, but Relza is still in CC. Ice block coming in from Tessia. Tony low on health, but everyone on Echo is full HP.
Cheap shot out of form, damage.
No pressure.
The first one he hasn't pre-bed this game.
Could die. Tessia could die. Tony's just in bear form, fleeing for his life right now. The Frenzied Regen will come in, and somehow, some way, Streamer Zone stay in it, but I don't know if they can keep this up.
Yeah, that is a miraculous recovery coming out from Streamer Zone.
They're trying for a miracle?
Offense, though, because the game is slowly fading away. They get a snowdrift. They get the follow-up CC. Nice knock there into the Ring of Frost there. Tessia finds a double Ring of Frost, but Meh still has answers. He still has his trinket, still has a pain suppression as well to trade, whilst trying to get a restuff here as they look to launch the next attack. This could be Chanimal, though, in a little bit of trouble. No, it's going to be Tony. The Haunt connects. The full dots connect. Tony is rotting down in bear form. Relza trades out the pain suppression here just out of thin air, just from those dots. Tony's going to trinket out of that cheap shot, reconnecting back onto Chan. He's making his last potentially push.
It just looks so unsurvivable what he's did.
He posts the unending result to go offensive, and he takes him down. Beautiful play coming out from Chan. He's had enough. It's so beautiful to watch. Chan, just at the end of this game, he's just like,
look at Chan's down.
He goes for
550 DPS actually isn't that ridiculous, but
whatever.
Like his actual raw DPS is not that crazy. It's the way they're doing their damage. It's not about raw damage.
Very good in that game number 2. They're looking better and better.
It's the way it's happening. It's bursty.
Getting that second win has not been done yet. I mean, just look at the pressure that they had in this match. Tony's so far on the back foot the entire game. Just terrified.
I mean, it's definitely he's doing everyone's damage put together for sure. But I mean, you've got Waz doing the same damage as
a composition like what Echo is running. If you're just playing defensive during the stun DRs, you're basically just waiting for the next setup, and it's just setup after setup. You can never really get.
It's possible
going.
this comp is better next patch. Rogue lock.
A nice knock, a nice
there's a world where it is. If the rogue damage buffs are substantial enough, could literally just be better, not worse.
And we're gonna see
they're like refactoring the way the class does damage. I don't think they're supposed to lose damage. It's supposed to be easier to do. It's a rework.
Chanimal goes for those
it's not
casts, like
enough.
Let's see exactly how that plays out here. Goes for the soul rot. Tries to fake out the interrupt. Just pops
there's a world where Sub-Rogue plays out like an Arms Warrior with all of its stuns.
He's just behind
but on a longer CD.
Gouging up the healer, cheap shotting up the healer, realizing that Chen has more.
Just imagine this matchup, except the fucking.
When you look at this, Waz did 0 damage.
I can though, Chrome. If it's got
he contributed nothing.
So they're trading damage. So what they're doing is they're trying to make it easier to play Sub-Rogue in PvE. They're not losing any PvE damage. They're going to be exactly as good, maybe better.
1.5 million.
But they're losing CDR. So now Shadowy Duel has a longer cooldown and Bomb has a longer cooldown. But they just have damage. They may just have better damage. They still have dance. They still have their stuns. They just can't do it quite as often. They can't vanish to reset it as much. Yeah, but they still have two charges of dance. They haven't changed anything about that. They can't vanish to reset dance and stuff, but they still have dance. Like imagine if Warriors had Shadow Dance. Imagine if Arms Warrior had Shadow Dance on a 1-minute CD, and they could just like triple stun someone while killing them. Right? Like they still have it. It just isn't. It isn't like a 30-second CD anymore.
footage from last week.
So I don't actually think that's, you know, the damage is being increased in other areas.
Twitter tweeting anything, they're just laser focused on.
They're getting increased in other areas.
Deadly of a roster, you know, they're going to analyze every little CD.
The only difference is that you can rely on their CDs more, so that you can rely on. But like other specs of Rogue are insane too. I don't know. I think there's definitely a world where it just feels more oppressive, but like less immune, less immortal.
Find their footing. They need damage because, like I said, if you're just playing this matchup on the back foot, you're basically just waiting to lose. Stun DRs are going to be coming in. Yeah, reminder of the prediction. Unfortunately, wait, Subit's changed. All right.
Wait, what happened here?
I guess it was recorded wrong or something. I'm the only one that went with streamers. They could still do it. The prediction could still happen. Not over yet.
That's true. That is true.
Over yet.
And Streamers Zone,
they dying.
Such a great series in that upper bracket earlier.
Maybe
that was just beautiful to watch. And
if every go is just that much more devastating, so
get on that same page and play on that
I don't know if you. I mean, you played BFA, right, Gurm? You started in BFA, and BFA Sub Rogue didn't have CDR, and it just ran away. It just has more incentive to run. Right now, Sub Rogue just runs around in the open. It doesn't need to run away as often. But the difference will be that next patch they may have to run between cooldowns, but then have bigger goes.
Tony's in a cheap shot. What a beautiful opener here from Echo, and that's going to force out the Will of the Forsaken of Relza. They chain it with a kidney shot though. If they can get any more follow-up there, I don't think they will have any, but still they force out the Will of the Forsaken, they force out the Bark Skin, they force out Tessia's Trinket. Ice Wall though, isolating Waz for a moment. Needs to be careful, and he's going to activate his first Vanish.
Vanish comes out. Relza in a gouge. Still same old, same old. Lots of crowd control coming in from Waz onto Relza as Chanimal just rots down Tessia and Tony. Another cheap shot comes in. Relza just an infinite crowd control. Full fear comes in, and Tony could just die.
Oh my
Shadowy
God.
Duel from Waz. The last second
now
Shadowy
they're
Duel.
insta-locking each time.
I think Tony weathers the storm. He's in bear form. Frenzied Regeneration should be enough, but Tessia is just getting soloed. I mean, this damage is outrageous from Chanimal.
Oh, they spell lock the ulti P of Relza there. Master spell, the ice block was sitting through a cyclone though. Tessia is just not playing the game. He's just getting feared. He's just getting absolutely bullied right now. And now into a kidney shot. Tony is in a cheap shot. They have multiple pressure points. Relza with the ulti P. Matt responds with his own there. You can see all the penance bolts flying through the sky right now, doing so much damage onto Tony. Pain suppression is
Coil out of form.
The coil connect.
Interfere out of form.
Out here from Matt. Relza gets gouged 0.1 onto his trinket.
Look at him go through the shield, by the way.
Not playing the game. He gets feared out of that as well. They're pushing for the second ice block. I don't even think Tess is out of hypothermia yet. Finally, some pressure here onto Champion. He's going to teleport away behind the pillar, still holding on to all of his cooldowns. I think he used a health stone there in that exchange, but now Tony could be in trouble. Tessia realizes it. Polymorphs Chan back up, and Echo is looking to launch their next attack, and Tony is not feeling safe.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't rate Shadow Priest the same way, to be honest.
Now, Kitty Shot does land.
They rate Ellie over, like you see Ellie on EU and more.
Into a full fear. Tessia,
and it's kind of their version.
Ice block. Tony could easily fall. The damage is rolling. Tessia trying to do what he can with polymorphs. Is he going to be able to find it? Doesn't look like it just yet. Cheap shots come in, but Relza is forced. He used the Void Shift on Tony to keep him aggressive.
Ice Wall?
Snowdrift here and Ice Wall onto Matt. Now
they're already out though.
The damage just
they destroyed
is
it.
There. Chanimal doing such a good job with positioning this game. He's always portaling away at the perfect moment. And
yeah, Waz actually doing more damage. It's crazy.
He thought steals the polymorph, full polymorph on Relza into a sack. Tony could get soloed. Chan pulls out his unending resolve to finish out the game, but he gets close.
He almost got blasted
there by Tony, but his health is going nowhere but down. Shadowy Duel comes in from Waz. Can they end the game? He's so low on health. Can they take him down?
Bro,
it's a
crazy.
Few more moments for Relza to connect the heals. He gets a powered shield, and now Tony needs to get aggressive.
Those classes are so tanky, man. And Shadowy Duel, his health just pauses.
Good for Streamer Zone, but at the same time, Waz is there with
that's a pains up charge.
It's a kidney shot onto Tessia. Matt pushing in for the fear, finds it. Tony, what are you going to do here? Shadow bolts being hard casted for Chanimal, looking for the UAs, looking for the haunts onto Tessia. Tessia will potentially have to use his second
ice goes poly, but I think it's block time. There it is.
Tessia drops so low, and he will be forced into that ice block.
Insta cancels.
Chan in a stun, but it looks like Streamer Zone is under heavy fire. Once again, they had good pressure onto Chanimal. If they can make another push like that, they're not going to be out of it, but they are running low on defensives here, Van.
Yeah, Tessia needs to get to his icy veins. It's 30 seconds left.
Every other class dies that way.
To get the damage that they need. Blast Wave and a Dragon's Breath here on Chanimal. Maim Stun comes in. Tessia might be able to do it. Matt just trinkets out and gets the Void Shift. He wants to keep Chanimal aggressive. This could be the end of the game. Waz right now caught into a fear. Unfortunately, not really
any CC can be death though.
Control. This is great pressure. Icy Veins is
rolling. Tessia is doing some crazy as well.
Might be able to put a point on the board if they can keep this damage up here on the Chanimal. Ice Wall comes down, but Matt gets right on top of Chanimal. Great position. He's not going to be fooled by that. once again, and now it's Tessia that could easily fall.
We have one Paints uplift
from Relza to keep him alive. He's got the alter time up available if he needs it. Going for a snowdrift here onto Matt. Chanimal getting low, but at the same time, Tony might get taken out. He trinkets Barkskins, continuing the pressure here onto Chanimal. Streamer Zone really wants to put a point on the board. Can they do it? Matt is trapped in the Ring of Frost. He gets full polymorph, and that could easily be the end of the game. Chanimal is so low on health. Watts there with a defensive blind to keep Chanimal alive. This is such a tense moment, Zico.
Yeah,
he's dead.
What is he gonna do? Reza's gonna kill the show, but it's not
gonna
matter.
Cross kill.
With the cross kill. The beautiful shadow duel. Tessia with an insane amount of kiting right there. Teleports away.
I'm gonna be honest.
Displaces back, then uses his ult time.
I have seen multiple situations in this game. Like Tony shouldn't have survived. Like I'm gonna be honest, right? I'm gonna be completely real. The mage shouldn't have lived that shadowy duel at 20% health with 3 blinks back and forth and back and forth. And Tony shouldn't have lived the shadowy duel at 20% in bear form. Like both of those scenarios shouldn't have happened. I'm not saying that like
we can see here these final moments of beautiful plays here by Tessia. He drops the Ring of Frost.
I just feel like both of those spots are not real.
It's at this point where Chan is just in a
I don't think it's doing it. He just kites him. He kites
he
2 steps.
Blast wave. Doesn't really
it's absurd that you like that classes have that kind of kiting. It's kind of crazy that rogues have that kind of ability to be able to step twice there. But I just kind of feel like the game shouldn't be like that.
Matt tries to fear up Tessia, but
most classes don't have those mechanics.
From Tessia and Tony in these final
look at this.
And then look at Tessia barely
20%.
He
right? And watch this.
He shimmers.
No, we poured away.
See the final modes, but he shimmers. He displaces back. I think he alters and then shimmers again. Like he does a lot there with his mobility in order to survive.
Why? Why should you have that?
Zone, hats off to them. The game was looking terrible.
It's insane that it works. They played it really well, but like most classes don't have that level of like anything.
And it's that moment they kind of were like, okay, well, they're trading out a lot. If we live this moment, we can definitely come back in the game. So let's see if we
most
see
melee like a warrior, by the way. A warrior gives up after the first blink before they use ulta blink displace.
Streamer Zone back
in
the game and allowed them to get this kind of pressure. And
the warrior's already like, well, he's like, huh? Like what? You can do that? I can't reset my charges that way. Rogue almost keeps up. Look at this. He's gonna die, and look what happens to Tessia. This shouldn't. Damn it, man!
Not able to stay alive.
We can't see it, but it just shouldn't. It shouldn't be a thing. I mean, I just don't think it's good for the game. It's not healthy for the game because most classes can't do anything about it.
After he popped his unending resolve, and there was that second time where they got the trinket.
Yeah, they didn't. They obviously didn't record the last part. Tragically,
trinket void shift Chan, and then in this last push, I think it was actually the mass route.
Like that part there, it should have been a cross kill, except
for a little bit.
For some reason, mages can do that. And that's not like me picking one side or the other, but I also feel like Tony will not survive that when they fix Feral Druids either. Getting dueled at 20% health, going bear form, and just like your health not moving, it's not particularly normal either.
Probably the same thing. Streamer Zone. Also probably locking.
Can most players do what he did? Not necessarily, but most players, like most classes, don't have the option. They don't have the skill cap in the first place. They don't have the skill ceiling in the first place. You know what I mean?
You want space. You want as much space.
He was being healed in duel. He was dead, man. He was 20%. He doesn't get healed. He outkites him.
Getting cheap shots on everyone and really.
They're really good players. I just don't think those mechanics are healthy because the vast majority of classes can't keep up with it. The only class that kind of can is Rogue.
Going on hook point is just going to make the map a lot smaller.
Pharaohs get fixed. Well, they just decided not to nerf Feral for some reason. I don't know. Feral being in its current state feels like a bug to me because
at least take that time to discuss the strategy because
they have hit every other class that was that powerful, but not Feral.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there, right?
So Feral is like playing a different, like everyone else is playing a nerfed, like a post-nerf patch, and for some reason Feral's not.
Comes down to that final push for both of these teams.
Yeah, Feral is literally at level 85, exactly, like Grim said. Feral is playing, and Tony is like just a ridiculously good Feral. I'm not taking away from the players at all, but they just haven't. They've done like tuning passes for every class, and they just ignored Feral. They haven't done any tuning for them. Ferals are literally in their most OP form. They got buffed every single patch so far.
You know, Echo could also be talking about strategies with what went wrong in that series, and if that is a bad matchup or if that's actually something where a situation where they didn't.
So yeah, when I say fixed, I mean like a lot of the stuff that Feral is doing just hasn't been looked at by Blizzard yet.
He's been such a crucial member of this series.
11:05 Feral versus 10:07 Rhett. Exactly. Yep.
The Feral Druid, and he's going to be tagged back in.
You understand what I'm saying?
Echo. Just gonna be
they are the same.
That sub-rogue,
it's the same. It's the fucking the mask meme. But yeah, it's
on the hook point.
They're the same thing.
Being able to.
They're not. I think Feral is way harder to play than 10:07 Red, but they are the same thing, in my opinion.
Let's see what
that's the main difference, right?
For me, Streamer Zone, it's all about.
I think Feral is way harder.
Aggressively in the match, you need to try to keep Chanimal on the back foot. You need to kind of smother them.
But yeah, they're the exact same thing. But Feral has a higher skill cap and a higher skill ceiling and a higher skill floor, or a lower skill floor. Like I don't think Feral plays out of the box as well, but they are the exact same thing. They are both
completely overwhelm Echo.
Disadvantage. Like they're both OP in the most blatant way.
Those defensives aggressively and just try to keep Echo on the back foot. That's when it seems like Streamer Zone is really kind of in the lead in these matches. So maybe they can turn this map around, the smaller map, and really just be on top of Chanimal.
I mean, I don't think it plays the same way that Rhett did.
It's going to be difficult because
Rhett had like no, like it was just everything at the same time. But the interesting thing about Rhett was it didn't have the same skill ceiling as Feral does. Feral's skill ceiling is ridiculous.
Even at the end of that last match, we saw it.
Tony surviving though.
He realized.
I mean, he plays it perfectly, but
I need to defensively blind Tony. I need to gouge him. I need to buy time to get my DRs back and just keep Tony off of Chan. But wasn't enough.
Well, Rhett was just doing infinite damage and very tanky.
That has to be considered.
But it wasn't infinite CC and burst. It wasn't just like turn around one tap.
Right now. You have basically a KO level punch with Icy Veins, but you also have that with Incarnation.
Quite a bit of stuff. I mostly don't play deep. In my typical stream, Sumi, which you are around a decent amount, I spend the majority of my time not playing Death Knight. And that's been the case for 3 expansions.
Into a bad spot. That's when we see
I play DK at the least of my classes.
And that's where we see, I mean,
generally can't play Death Knight.
Waz just died straight up previously in the Ashamain's game. So
I spend most of my time playing other stuff.
More than one ways to win this match, but I do agree. I think killing Chanimal is more than likely the best option. And if Waz happens to get caught, without a trinket in a bad spot, that's where you can capitalize on that.
All right, here we go. Remember, this is a best.
Yeah, I'm for the mage stuff. But I feel like everyone needs to have that stuff. Then
opens up. Looks like it'll be a cheap shot. We got.
I do keys as DS, true.
On Tessia, cheap shot on Relza, gouge on Tony. Waz doing Waz things at the beginning of this game. A full polymorph is going to be landing here on Meadow. Great job by Tessia. Snowdrift tries to get used, but Waz is just out of there immediately, looking to get some damage rolling here onto Tony. Can Chanimal get the UA up? Doesn't look like they really have any kind of pressure going right now, but a full kidney lands onto Relza. Chanimal just going to port away. Tony is in hot pursuit, though. The full fear, great fear there by Chanimal, portaling, landing that CC. And
considers a DK man
forsaken early on.
I mean,
yeah, and Chanimal now repositioning.
It's probably what I'm best at still, but it's not what I try to play. Because you play what you can, but I spend more of my time probably playing Hunter or Ellie at the moment. Last week or so, usually Hunter this season. I probably played 3 times as much Hunter.
And finds the mass polymorph onto Matt. Beautiful play there coming out from Tessia. Manages to connect with a little bit of damage as well. And Relza not able to make it there in time. Instead, wanted to fear Matt, but he catches a fear of his own. And now Tony is in a lot of trouble. Relza gets actually stole polymorph by Meh as well. Echo is making tons of plays. The resap coming out there onto Relza into potentially a shadowy duel or a stun. Huge duel onto Relza. And now Waz is going to stun up Relza while Tony's running down. But Relza does manage to connect a big shield in that moment. Chan is taking heavy fire as well, Meh, in a DR fear. But Tony's still on the back foot. Pain suppression will be used.
Doesn't Kanji lock in AWC?
As another fear connects onto Relza, and he does not want to be trading out his defenses.
Then you can only count 7 specs total.
Keep Tony alive.
That exist.
Shields available here. Ultimate penitence as well. Relza just
today you've seen like 9 specs total.
His team and allowed them to play aggressive. A full ring of frost
across like 6 different classes.
Absorbing a lot of the
it's mostly just shuffling around the same things.
And now Chanimal could be in some trouble, but Waz taking control of the situation, gets the kidney shot. What is he going to do here onto Relza? Relza actually fears him away. Great fear there by Relza, just slowing down this push coming in from Echo, but the gouge into the full fear. Tony still low on health, and that will be the trinket swap coming in from Relza. That was a great offensive play there by Echo, and they get everything from Relza.
Yeah, and Relza still feeling a little bit of pressure there from that swap. The
and she got hook point
from Meh in response, but
bro,
now
this is kind of crazy.
On any resolve, is it going to be enough?
Bro, Chan's team picked hook point.
Damage, but they fear up Tony for a moment. Relza is in so much trouble. He dispels a UA right there. Risky gamble there, but it pays off.
What?
Relza. He's going to be able to keep his Feral Druid on target.
We would not pick a small map
down his biggest defensive cooldown for the
as
first
a Warlock team.
Tested a little bit in the matchup, but
what are they?
Into blind. Waz is going to sap this. This is so much trouble. Sap is going to come in shortly onto Relza right there. As he does.
Echo lost and picked a point.
Onto Tony, into a resap onto Relza, and this is why hook point is so deadly for Echo. Waz is all over the map. He shadow steps over, kicks Relza on the penance as well. Now gets caught up in a fear, but he gets dispelled there by Matt.
Full kidney.
Kidney shot. Janimal gateways in, looks for the fear. Malefic Rapture. So much damage.
Bro, they're the fucking cleave. They're the cleave, man.
Relza has the will of
He's gonna survive this duel, man. He has to. Of course he will. He went in at 18%, man. Of course he lives that duel there.
For the last minute or so, but somehow, some way, Streamer Zone stays alive.
Was literally recording a montage movie here, and somehow Tony survives during those final moments. Let's see if they can turn it around here on Chanimal.
Dueled at 18% and lived no problem.
Full fear here onto Waz. At the same time, Tessia is getting soloed here by Chanimal. Polymorph lands, and this is a good opportunity for Streamer Zone to strike back. They just have to hold on, continue this damage. Chanimal in trouble. He Hellstones, tops himself off, but at the same time, Tessia is low, and this could easily be his second ice block. And now there's 2 pressure points on the team. Massive spell. Oh no, Tessia! He's still in so much trouble, and interrupt there onto Chanimal. He's not going to get dots up here, and I think Tessia should be able to survive, but Relza still in crowd control, connects finally a big power shield, triple diminishing return, cheap shot, stops the polymorph, but Tessie just gets out of that one, and a massive setup here onto Waz. Ice wall drops down, but Meh gets the
they're
grip.
all away.
Nicely done there by Meh. He has had enough of these walls.
Meh counters the wall there beautifully with the grip, and now that would have been a really scary situation there. Waz actually has no defensive. They could easily just swap to him and send him here on the side of Streamer Zone, but it is going to be Echo launching the first attack. The kidney shot connects onto Relza into a DR cheap shot. Meh is in position, finds the fear yet again, and it's going to be actually Tessia rotting down here as a result, but Relza connects with some heals out of that CC chain, and now they're swapping to Waz. That's going to be an early pain sub coming out there.
Last time it was a Platinum Glass. It's been a minute for sure.
Unending result could be another exposed target here. Meh does have some cooldowns to answer, but here comes the snowdrift from Tessia.
The same is probably true of mostly like Red Paladin, for example. They just kind of have their season.
But it's going to be Chan.
And the same people use the same argument on the Red season too.
Malefic Raptures as well for Chanimal, and he is looking good right now, connecting a full.
Call me crazy. My favorite part of the version of the game.
Most of the healing work here as Chanimal is dropping lower and lower. No unending result for 15 seconds. Man, what are you gonna do? He has the void shift in his back.
I think it was super like meta, and so it was good.
Looks to push onto Tessia.
Oh, another so well. He needs that 4th health.
I mean, my favorite version of the game is when everyone plays their mains. You know what I mean? Like everyone wants to play their main spec,
really intelligent play.
And not everyone gravitates towards a single spec. You know what I mean? There's no justification to have one spec be a massive outlier when other classes can't be. I think the best versions of the game are when everyone's good and everyone wants to play whatever they main. You know what I mean?
They got the icy veins here in a short time, but I don't know if Tessia has that time. Full blind on Relza. Tessia in a coil, and there's just no how is he going to live. There's no way. He blinks behind the pillar once again. Relza in a shadowy duel. Is there any follow-up here on Relza? The cheap shot comes in, and Tessia once again just holding on by an absolute
Not this time, man. Holy shit.
Waz takes him
crazy
down,
game.
But, I mean, Waz played this game absolutely insane. Like, that was crazy. I mean, Tony...
Well, again,
Tony had no business surviving earlier on in the match. I mean, Echo.
That's what I'm saying, man.
This one, they're up 3-1, but
the Tony lives in bare form at 18%. He had full dots, man. He had no shield. He was fully dotted.
He kidneyed Relza with
this happened twice.
Into a blind.
I'm not. They're a really good team, but you should not be able to survive those situations. Any other class wouldn't.
Back to Relza, resapped him into a stun, into a shadowy duel on Tony, and then Tony just lives on like 10% HP. And yeah, we see it kind of similar line of play here towards the end, right? It's all starting with the blind into the gouge.
Straight stop dueling. What's the point? I mean, you have to do it because you should win. This is an insane duel at the end here, by the way, by Waz. He was as Relza, and he was as Relza. He duels Relza.
And instead, he duels Relza. and then buys enough time for Chanimal to get all of his damage. The duel ends, and then Waz connects back onto Tessia, and
we did not, unfortunately.
Echo now up on match point.
So we're kind of ahead today in a different way.
From winning every cup.
There's a series coming up that determines whether we make it to bracket or to
they're really
top
making a
3 or not.
As to why, you know, they
really did and still wasn't, man.
Just really crazy plays. It was not looking good for Echo last week. They had to sub Chanimal out. They weren't feeling confident in this composition in this particular matchup, so they actually brought in Raikou. Raikou wasn't enough for them to get the win this week. Streamer Zone, they managed to actually win.
We're not hate
matchup.
watching.
So
the move are great. We definitely should support the move. They deserve it.
And now in the finals, kind of backs against the wall, they summon Chanimal. He's been looking like he's been meditating, you know, in the shadows on that Warlock. As Echo looks fully powered up.
Is that what Warlocks do in their off time? They just meditate?
I don't know. It seems like more of a monk thing to do, but what other explanation is there?
I don't know. Chan has just been like, I don't know, doing some demonic rituals. He's been doing some like tarot readings or something, dude. I don't know what's going on. He's doing a lot of damage, though, that's for sure. They're just looking so, you know, like they look like a well-oiled machine on Echo. And a lot of it as well, because we've been talking a lot about Waz and about Chan, but also Meh, man. Every single time, the synergy between Waz and Meh is just so incredible to watch. They don't want to get into these 50-50 situations, right? Where Meh runs at Relza, he's not in crowd control, Meh's not in crowd control, and then maybe Relza fades the fear, maybe Relza defs the fear. They don't want to get into that situation where it's a gamble. You know, sure, Meh's a great player. He can win those a lot of the time as well, but why even risk it? You have a sub-rogue on your team, and it's always, they connect the kidney shot, and it's so beautiful to watch because in some of these situations, you'll have Waz, he's literally, you'll have Meh. He's literally in a cyclone, and there's like 2 seconds left of the cyclone. And Waz knows, okay, if I go and time my kidney right now, there's 20 yards distance between Meh and Relza. There is, as Priest moves at this speed, and he will perfectly get it, you know? Every single time they will do that calculation perfectly. And whenever there's not a kidney shot, he's like, okay, well, Meh is a lot closer to Relza. I'm just going to go for the cheap shot. I'm going to save the kidney shot offensively for Tony. And it's just like those little micro plays like that. And it never seems to fail. It's just so good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's been an absolute joy
I didn't see it
yesterday. These two teams go head-to-head today. It was our first series. And
there was definitely at least
series.
3.
Tessia moving in. He gets the Ring of Fire down. He's just playing aggressive. So you can see right now he has the Frozen Orb, the Blizzard, the Ring of Fire, just trying to get the damage rolling on Chanimal early on. But Mesh shuts it down with a double fear. They're going after Tony. Chanimal fakes out the interrupt. He gets the Soul Rod. He gets the Haunt. Massive damage here available for Tony. Is Relza going to go for the Dispel? Looks like he is. He just dispels it off. Doesn't want Chanimal to capitalize on all that free casted damage. And I think that's a really intelligent decision.
Yeah, and now Chanimal is going to just be kiting around the corner here, uses the demonic gateway to get away from Tony. Tries to fake us the kick, but Tony's not biting. Instead, he's going to just go for the rake stun. Big damage. He might just go down here. Unending Resolve comes out. The Health Stone comes out. Meh is down 1 pain suppression. Beautiful knock there onto Chanimal as well, knocking him out in the open field. Tessia is going to take a little bit of damage here. Tony's running down as well, a little bit, but still a lot of pressure. This is the best we've seen Streamer Zone look so far in the opener.
Yeah, man, right now in a Snowdrift. Is there any follow-up? He gets the Polymorph. A full Polymorph is secured. Tony needs to get the damage rolling here onto Chanimal. He's in a full rake stun. Tessia might get the re. He does, but Chanimal just trinkets out. He uses the coil on Tony into a full fear and shuts down any kind of incoming damage. Once again, getting the precognition here, but his health is going nowhere but down. Meh has a little bit of catch-up to do. Chanimal gets interrupted, but can now just free cast the Malefic Raptures, but he is not feeling comfortable. Meh is forced to trade out his trinket. He's forced to trade out the swap. Look at this ultimate penitence, just absolutely destroying Chanimal. And all of a sudden, Echo has no defensive cooldowns.
Meh is caught up in a polymorph. This should just be the game.
But wait, Tony?
He's taking a lot of damage.
He's not bareful, man.
He wants to stay aggressive.
There it is.
No way he can.
But wait, this could be a duel. It's a he dies this time.
It's so good for Waz. He turns it around, and
that's
Echo
crazy.
wins the
That's actually wild.
finals of Cup number 4. That was looking so good for Streamer.
The craziest part about that was they were both. They actually got baited by the poly. They got a full poly. They got a full poly on Meh. And
Waz comes in and
as a result, they kind of like did their go at the same time. So like, Waz did their go at the exact same time, and he sat in feral form for a while. He mass buried and kind of sat there attacking for a bit.
For the finals, and they will be that first place seed. An amazing performance by Echo once again, tagging in Chanimal and taking down Streamer Zone. They did not lose a series twice. They only lost 2 series in the entire cup stage. 2 series. And they never lost to a team twice. They always came back and won. So just an incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just on another level, and there's a reason why they're the kings of Europe. Wow, what a performance. Just the presence of mind, you know, to always find those setups. We're going to see it.
Look
right
at this
here
reverse
again. So Matt is in a sheep into a resheep there.
Tony stays
they
thing.
Have good pressure there on the Chan, and it's the next polymorph chain that actually connects onto Matt that's going to be in big trouble. So Chan here takes a lot of damage while Relza went for that fear, and this is a bit of a panic situation for Chan. He goes back into that power word barrier, and he's dropping dangerously low at this point.
Life swap.
And then Matt uses his trinket void
Stun
shift, and now Matt, if he gets sheeped here, it's so bad. And Fessia fake casts the counter spell, fake casts the fade, fake casts the death, and then gets the sheep. And now
they do a go at the same time.
Okay, Chan is going to be in
now Tony's in trouble.
Tony activates the survival instinct. He expects that to be enough defense. He stays offensive, forced into bear form, but it's not enough. Relza is sitting through a fear with just 1 second left.
He gets evaporated on that shadowy duel.
He used that Will of the Forsaken earlier, and in that time frame, Waz manages to find the tiniest opener in the defense of Streamer Zone and win the game for his team.
That was fun. I loved every second of these matchups today. It's actually, these are the only games I got to cast. I casted the first series and the last. So this is all day. It's been Echo and Streamer Zone for me, just over and over and over again. And it's amazing to see how the series evolves, how these players evolve, and just what a close series that this really was. Titan teams, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in the lower bracket as well, Europe in general has delivered, and we still got all of North America coming up. We got the Move fighting for their top 3 position. I mean, we got Welcome to the Jung. We got F tier. There's going to be so many good games coming up still. So, I mean, what a Sunday. Just what a way to finish out the cups.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. I mean, this is, you know, the last
I don't think you could say that, Sumi. No one had Nanta for this team. What class would Tessia have that would beat this?
Series, some of these
Long to think the host, buddy.
Echo, Streamer Zone,
probably an awesome stream, man.
They're going to be there, and you can bet
what would Tessia play? That would be different, huh?
You know, going back.
You think SP or something? SP Feral? I don't think you think SP Feral was that good. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not. I feel like he doesn't have the same interpretation of the meta. They have jungle, but Kasu's on this team, right? Kasu could play, but they don't need it.
Congratulations.
I just don't even think SP Feral's better necessarily.
Season 2, and you know, obviously we know that Streamer Zone is an incredible team, but Ven, did you expect them to do this well? You know, in the beginning of the season.
Well, I mean, their foundation was like the original jungle, right? Their jungle cleave was incredible, and they brought on Tessia, who has been an all-star. Let's just be honest. On that mage, you know, he might not always win, but he always puts on a great show, and I think he's found an amazing team here. And even though they didn't beat Echo in the finals,
has to be something. I mean,
one time,
EU really like they're
back to back where every game
their
is close.
meta is highly evolved. I don't think NA is ahead. Some of them Shaman metas it can be, but
final between them. But
like I can think of like one scenario.
I really
I don't think the jungle's gonna work. I don't think SP Feral is better than them playing mage.
I agree as well. And you know, we know that we've got the
again.
Top 3
you have to consider they just won, and last week they were to swap over it too.
I think we're getting the final standings updated, so once we do have that ready to go, we can take a look at it. But you know, it's kind of
the move lose to F
the entire season is
we
Echo
play
gonna win all 4 cups.
We don't go
is
gauntlet.
Is the team gonna be able to take them down? And I guess the answer is no. So we do still have that finals, and I'm curious if any of these teams, not just Streamer Zone, can figure something out. So here we go. Let's take a look at the finals, the final tally, and we've got a tie going on here, Zico.
Yeah, so Echo, 480 points.
The tie doesn't matter at all.
120 points a cup. That is every
second place, third. It doesn't matter at all.
Overload and Streamer Zone,
second and third are the same thing.
And it couldn't have been any closer, because what decides this tie is the head-to-head score between Drive Overload and Streamer Zone GG. And Drive Overload
does a good job casting,
because they've beaten Streamer Zone 8-7 in total games. So, I mean,
yeah,
like genuinely a very, very good job. Always. And she has the whole time, I think, very consistently. I don't think it's a fair direction to take that at all, personally.
We got our gauntlet teams from Phoenix Reborn to Ultimate Mad.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to the top 3 teams. And that being said, we do have an interview ready to go. And
apparently, so it was things differently about the sub changes. I don't know.
Can you hear us?
Hello? Yep. Can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can.
sir.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations. 4 cups in a row. This is the first time we spoke.
It's a good mog on Chan.
So how have you been feeling about the season and the success that you guys have had?
I mean, it's really insane results, obviously. I mean, I knew we were going to do well, but I didn't really expect us to win 4 in a row. I've also been getting like very unlucky with circumstances. Like I was playing Cup 2 and 3 on Hotspot, and now I'm sick for this cup.
Oh my gosh.
But
Ooh.
it's been good. Oh. It's been good, and I'm super happy that I can play Affliction. It's been years. I think the last time I played Affliction in like proper tournaments, maybe like Legion. So it's nice to play that spec and also play and win on it too, you know.
That feels pretty sick right now.
Interesting. I feel like at the beginning of these cups, Affliction was kind of like the flavor of the month. Everybody was playing it. It felt like it got nerfed week after week after week, and everyone else kind of abandoned it. And you didn't. Are you kind of surprised to see that you're one of the only players still playing the Affliction Warlock?
To be honest with you, I was a massive doomer as well, and I was thinking it was going to be in the gutters, but it's still good. It's still decent. I don't think it's an S tier spec anymore, but it's especially good when you play with a rogue, especially with like Waz, who enables me to play the game completely, right? If I play with another class, it doesn't look quite as strong, I think.
Yeah, I think that's
pretty fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's one of Waz's big strengths for sure. Just
no, it's fair to say. I don't think AF does as well with other classes. It's the comp as a whole. I think you rounded it out nicely.
How does it feel now? You guys have Matt back on the roster, and like how is the atmosphere in the team? Are you guys is it a positive vibe? Are you guys feeling good? Like how was the mental, for example, now that you lost, for example, a series against Streamer Zone? Did you guys have like a productive conversation about that, or like how were you guys able to kind of bounce back from that situation?
Well, I would say we're pretty bad losers, actually. I think when we lose games, it feels like when 0-30 for the night, we've lost 1,000 CR. It's brutal sometimes, but I mean, we all say go next, just focus on the next series, take it one game at a time, and I think we faced Team Ultima, and honestly, it's not a nice matchup for them, so that was nice for us to bounce back.
Yeah, you get like a little nice warm up there, and then you can come back to the grand finals and kind of do what you do. But what changed from last week? Because you guys had a little bit of issues, I would say, against Streamer Zone with the roguelock. What was different this time? Did you guys just play better on the day, or did you guys make any like change to the strategy? Was there anything you wanna leak?
To be honest with you, I felt like we played good last week. I mean, we threw the Asherman's game, there's no doubt, and sort of the first game on Nagrin as well. But I think we were all just kind of like jaw open, just completely CC'd by the fact that Desier was just building walls everywhere and just killing us pre-CDs. It was just so panicky. And I mean, this week we expected it more practiced, and it was much less panicky, that's for sure. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we were just fully surprised last week. You know, it's just insane. He played super good.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, my final question: what are your plans moving forward for the season finals?
Well, the anniversary event's coming, I think, on Wednesday, right? So we'll be spamming games, practicing after that, and just preparing for that War Games ladder, and taking a nice little break as well. I'm gonna log on to Kata Classic.
Yeah.
For the next few days, I think.
Don't get too addicted. All right. Well, thank you so much, Shan. Anything else you want to say before we let you hop off?
Thanks to everyone that's supporting us, all the fans, all the viewers in chat. Of course, to Echo, our sponsor, and to my teammates. They always perform, and it's beautiful to play with them, of course.
Awesome. All right. Well, congrats once again, and we'll see you at the finals.
Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Congrats, dude.
Bye, Jen.
Bye.
And congratulations once again to Echo for winning the 4th finals here for the EU region. And that wraps up EU, and that means now we're going to transition over to North America. We saw a quick sneak peek of the bracket earlier on today, because we've got 4 teams over there also, and we have to find our champion for Cup number 4 for NA.
No chance
so
of wins
we're
then.
going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to start it off with Welcome to the Jung versus Mentally Damp coming up next.
Wait. Am I hearing this twice? Huh? That was weird.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
everybody, and
back.
If you're just now tuning in, we just saw the region conclude Cup. Echo did take that victory over StreamerZone.gg, and now we're hopping over to North America
weird.
games. We're starting off in the upper bracket. It's Welcome to the Jung Lithy facing off against Mentally Damp.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for Mentally Damned. They've looked pretty
that
good
was super weird for a second.
Tigers only dropping a single
Tribute to Echo, true.
On the other side of this matchup, you have the Echo of NA, the legends that are back, Drake and Prev. At the start of the season, we had the big question, how good are these guys even going to be, especially with the new healer in tow in Zhang? And oh my god, they have been performing. 420 points so far. They've won 2
All right, I think it's up as first
in NA. And they're just
it's a new it's a mentally damned versus Welcome to Jungle first.
The first place victor, quite a big differential between first and second, and then we've got Mentally Damned there in 7th. So they definitely need these points. They are fighting for their lives.
I think Drake Hunter could be sick, actually.
I think
it could be really good.
I think they came in and honestly really impressed me yesterday. Dopamine in particular, playing the Frost Mage, really bringing in some interesting tech. It seems like there's a lot of different options you have on that Frost Mage, but he was one of the first people to actually bring in, like,
I'm from New Zealand, so it probably sounds a bit like that.
You know, teams off guard. He switched it up from playing like a really aggressive Shimmer build to a more passive kind of Blink Stun build where he's able to just free himself from crowd control and just focus mostly on damage. So I do know that these two teams, they are war game partners, so they play against each other a lot. They know each other's tendencies, and maybe Mentally Damp, you know, they have the experience against this team in particular that they could actually take them out. But we mentioned it. Welcome to the Jung. They've been looking absolutely unstoppable as a team.
Yeah, they certainly have. But I mean, hey, if you take anything from EU, you know, we've had some upsets already today. So Mentally Damned could definitely do it. I'm looking at the chat predictions. Seems like overwhelmingly they are going to be voting for Welcome to the Jung. So maybe I should put in some points since I lost so many points earlier today. I think I'm up to almost 200. So we're getting there. We're getting there. But we were taking a quick look at the bracket. Of course, the next up series is the Move versus F tier. There's a lot riding on that one also. So one of the teams that is going to lose from this series is going to go down there and meet them in the lower bracket. But here are the predictions, and looks like most of us, Lithy, are in agreement.
I mean, I'm not really surprised. I would have been more surprised to see some Mentally Damp votes. As Ben mentioned, yes, these teams know each other very well, but I currently just don't see any team in NA really being able to hold a candle to what Welcome to the Jung brings to the table.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can do, though. It's upper bracket. Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1 versus Mentally Damp.
Very interesting. So Mentally Damp, they are going to be locking in the Frost Mage, playing Dopamine once again, playing very aggressively. Look at him just blinking in immediately. And it looks like, I think they will be going after the Paladin as well as the Pharaoh Druid primarily. Dopamine trying to get aggressive with his Icy Veins. Prev gets out of the Polymorph, looking to get the damage rolling. Drake taking a huge hit of damage. We'll see how Drake handles being tested in this match. But one thing's for sure, Prev is fully dialed up. Everyone is already rotting down from Mentally Damp.
Yeah, some great start to the game here from Jung. But we got to keep our eyes on Dopamine and Bleeds. These guys have been looking incredible yesterday, especially the Mage gameplay was convincing. And also with the Snowdrift, Dopamine has some playmaking potential. Gets locked up in some CC at the least for the moment. The counter stun on Drake is in as well, but the damage is good. Great fear from Prev, kind of peeling for his Feral just ever so slightly. MGXO has to trade out the sack and should be fine, at least for the moment, as the Bob is thrown in as well, just to keep Bleeds on the offensive. Mentally Damp just really playing as aggressive as they possibly can in this situation, but both healers, solid positioning, not really leaving themselves open to too much CC, I am saying, as MGXO gets jumped and Drake tries to get some CC on.
Yeah, Dopamine just playing behind the pillar, looking for crowd control right now. Doesn't find it here onto Zhang, and looks like Drake will get topped off. MGXO and Dopamine are on the back foot. Dopamine so low on health. MGXO goes for the spell, but now he's in a maim stun, and that will be the Divine Shield. A great push there by Drake.
This is what I'm playing right now, I think.
Getting that massive defensive cooldown, that Divine Shield out of the way from MGXO, and welcome to the Jungle. They are looking.
I don't think it matters much in PvP because it's nerfed a lot.
I think Drake and Zhang are handling this defense well, but a full bash lands. Bleed's going for a Cyclone. Zhang is nowhere to be found. There will be no crowd control, which means that Drake is going to full health. That being said, looks like Zhang is into a Hammer of Justice. Bleeds goes for a Cyclone, but Drake denies it. And now likely it's going to be Welcome to the Jung getting aggressive.
Dopamine just ice blocked aggressively, trying to get out of some sort of CC, I think, and immediately you can see Prev and Drake are trying to capitalize on it. Massive damage on the mage, alter time, not quite enough to help him out here in this situation, but he gets topped off. MJXO has to sacrifice the lay on hands, and these were massive defensives that just got tossed out of the window by
Drake taking some
yes,
them.
Drake has to trade the
Ice wall,
survival instincts here, but
super hard to deal
overall,
with.
It's a massive win for mentally, for Welcome to the Junk, because mentally Damn just loses so much in the process. But Drake, once again, whenever I start talking about mentally Damn losing, it's Drake taking massive damage. Maybe we can influence that match and make it a little bit more interesting. But the swap onto Zhang here.
Yeah, Zhang uses a sacrifice. They're trying to swap on all of that redirected damage, but Bleeds finds the Cyclone. Dopamine on the back foot. This could easily be a second ice block. Drake realizes he might be in trouble. It's going to be going into bear form. Line of sighting the best he can. Gets the full stun out. Prev fully loaded up on damage. Drops the Psyfiend. Trying to get the pressure rolling here onto Dopamine, who blinks over. Dopamine is just so unafraid in the matchup. Honestly, I respect the aggressive plays, but it could definitely cost him. Greater invisibility is traded out. He only has an ice block left, so one ice block left here for Dopamine. Drake's trying to find it. He gets the full name stun, but needs to be very careful. Almost going behind the pillar and getting taken out there. There was a lot of damage from Dopamine and Bleeds, but Zhang had a great spot to keep him alive. And look at Zhang's mana. He's just almost full mana at this point in the game.
Yeah, full clone lands, and Prev doesn't even hesitate half a second to trinket that instantly. Dopamine still on the aggressive. They're just hammering Drake the entire time. They know they can't really kill Prev. They're not even trying to. Zhang gets cycloned up. Good spot from Bleeds to bring that CC in. Tries to follow up on the clone, but gets interrupted. Actually fakes it for a precog.
They're actually
gets the clone.
They're kind of dampening them a little bit.
Fire. The swap over is
although
good.
Dopamine's damage is much lower.
Trying to come in on Prev, but he gets dispelled, immediately pushed into a bash, and Bleeds and Dopamine. Suddenly they get the CC chains rolling. They're starting to look really good with the control aspect of their game.
Yeah, but unfortunately, just no damage to follow it up. Drake feeling not that confident. He gets topped off, going for it now. Here on the Dopamine, MGXO is rotting down. Mana down to about 40% as well. Prev just going on a solo mission here on to Bleeds, just hitting what he can. And all three members are in a little bit of trouble with the Cyclone lands. Beautiful ice wall. Drake could easily fall that life grip there from Prev, bringing Drake to safety. That was really nicely done. Great backup by the Shadow Priest. He holds onto the Void Shift as well, which is really important. Prev doing a good job of playing defense there and really helping out his team.
Yeah, really good defensive plays. The Void Shift is still available in terms of defensives overall. Welcome to the Junk, still looking more than safe. Drake, though, under a little bit more fire. It is the Icy Veins. He has the Comet Storm as well, so Dopamine really could try to hammer the advantage, but the Snowdrift so far hasn't really seen too much play, hasn't really gone for any fancy offensive attempts with that. As Drake is getting topped off, Zhang has everything under control, and if you look for the mana for just a moment, it is absolutely disgusting how well Zhang is playing here. 80% versus MGXO's 40%. Once again,
that's more a function of the damage, to be honest, if you look at damage meters.
Yesterday already, coming in massively for the gameplay.
Yeah, Prev loading everyone up with dots once again as Dopamine is caught into a stun and they're having to play so defensive. This is not the mentally damp we saw yesterday. Yesterday was all out aggression on the Feral Druid, but a full hammer of justice on Drake once again. The polymorph lands. Zhang immediately trinkets it. Wanted to keep his team aggressive and now Bleeds is on the back foot. Look at Prev. He's just completely owning the entire team. Psyfiend drops down. This could easily be the second ice block. Dopamine tries to snipe off the Psyfiend, but does not have the time. Goes into the ice block at the same time. Drake is rotting down low. They are getting good counter pressure here, but Zhang has answers if he needs it. He has a Blessing of Protection. They have the Survival Instincts. They have the Bar Skin. Drake feeling very confident to make a push. He gets the full maim stun and Bleeds could just fall. MGXO has his work cut out here, cut out for him here in these moments.
Yeah, he has Bubble and Wings maybe, but Bleeds is on 20%, dips around the pillar, tries to get a regrowth in on himself, but they're just all erupting down. What can the Paladin reasonably do? Nothing. It's a double kill. Welcome to the Jung with an absolutely dominant game one.
Yeah, that looked extremely good for Welcome to the Jung. Yesterday, when we were watching this matchup from Mentally Dam's point of view, they were playing the matchup very aggressive, getting lots of crowd control out, putting tons of damage on the Feral Druid, really keeping him defensive. But this game was a little bit different. It seemed like they just handled the pressure really well. They had great counter pressure. Prev played defensive when he needed to with the life grips, and Zhang is just so good with his positioning, his mana, his defensive cooldown usage. Welcome to the Jung, they just really don't leave too many openings.
They still injured them a good amount
during this game. I think around minute 4, where Mentally Damp was able to get some CC setups, some multiple cross CCs, a polymorph onto Prev with a bash or a clone onto Zhang, where they were really able to pressure Drake even into using some defensives. But that is something we didn't see outside of those few moments, and it's something they brought to the table so much more prevalent yesterday, which allowed them to dominate the Silk Tigers in the way they did. But Welcome to the Jungle just not as susceptible, just playing the defensive and the counter play towards that CC a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Welcome to the Jungle, they just look so good, both offensively and defensively, and they're just so incredibly good at navigating those situations. They don't overreact. They don't panic. They never really mess up their defensive cooldowns. It's just so rare to see this team make a mistake. So Mentally Damp, they have to force those mistakes. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it with this composition. I mean, we've seen this matchup. I think they definitely can win, but they just need to find a way to get aggressive. And they need to really try to find CC on Zhang. I don't know if that means all three of them need to kind of push in, need to land more Hammer of Justice onto Zhang. I'm not really sure, but it seems like the way they're playing it, a little bit more defensive, it's just really hard for them to get anything going. You can see Prev almost doubling the damage of Dopamine in this game, and that kind of pressure inevitably adds up in a matchup like this.
I want to almost compare it a little bit.
I'm not a huge fan of that right now, I don't think.
They also play a comp that's very reliant on being super, super aggressive, and I feel like Mentally Damp can really benefit from taking a slice out of their book. And just to run Welcome to the Jungle down a little bit more, focus the Paladin, put Zhang under pressure. Yes, he doesn't really crack easily. We've seen that in Dragonflight. Iron Link Zhang never presses his defensives and never dies, basically. But it is probably a better angle than this defensive open field play trying to kill Drake, which, as you mentioned, they're just not managing at the moment.
Yeah, the problem is I feel like there's not really a better target than going after the Pharaoh Druid, because if you do decide to go after Prev, you can't polymorph Drake, right? Like at the very least, if you're going after Drake, you can try to control Prev, and I think Shadow Priest in general are fairly tanky right now. They get a lot of healing from Void Leech, they have the low cooldown dispersion, like they're just really durable. So I kind of like the idea, just get the crowd control on Prev, go after Drake, try to keep him in bear form, but another piece of that puzzle is to CC Zhang. I just think Zhang's positioning has been so good. Yeah. It comes down to that. It's a game of cat and mouse, Mentally Damp. They need to catch Zhang. They need to get him in polymorphs, Hodges, Cyclones. And if they can't do that, I don't think they're going to win this game.
But Zhang isn't playing Volpera. Where's the mouse?
True. That's true.
We'll see. We'll see where that goes. Dopamine, though, something maybe... Actually, I'm gonna rely on your mage expertise here a little bit, Ven, because we saw Dopamine bring in the Ray of Frost yesterday, and also the talent build with a little bit more just overall damage. This time around, bringing in the Snowdrift, we didn't really see that utilized too well. Is there a little bit of a different approach that Dopamine can bring in that's gonna shift the meta of this match a little bit?
I'm not really. The thing is, like, he's not even playing the Ray of Frost. I kind of liked it, honestly. I was like, okay, this is like some unique tech that Dopamine's bringing in. Like, he has that on-demand damage when he needs it, but maybe not having the most I kind of like when he, like yesterday, I felt like Dopamine was really confident in the matchup, you know? And now he's going for some safer choices here, you know, not really connecting too many Snowdrifters. It can be difficult to get those Snowdrifts, though, if Zhang is playing really well with his freedoms, right? Like, what are your options here? You basically have to Dragon's Breath into Snowdrift, because if Zhang pre-freedoms it just doesn't build up. The way it works is if you're immune to snares or you can shift snares, inevitably you will not get Snowdrifted. You can just kind of shift off the stacks or freedom the stacks. So I think Welcome to the Jungle has an extremely good composition to dealing with Snowdrift. All three of them can basically just make themselves immune to it. So it's going to be hard to get full advantage of that.
We shall see. The Ray of Frost is coming in with the Snowdrift together, so we'll keep an eye on those freedoms from Zhang, and of course Dopamine.
No, land with the ban on that one. Funny.
Some place on the map here as we head
he'll
into
ban your ult count.
Arena.
Do they ban for ban evasion now?
Out the series, and it's Prev that gets opened up on with a nice little.
It's technically ban evasion.
Over onto Zhang actually. The Ray immediately cycloned by Drake, though.
How long did he ban from the ult count?
So
sad. Dopamine trinkets out of the Rake stun to get aggressive with his veins, and just Drake casts a Cyclone in his face. Very unfortunate there for Dopamine. Not able to get that damage rolling. And now it's actually MGXO on the back foot. Divine Shield in the opener once again. 30 seconds. Welcome to the Jungle already pulls out the major defensive cooldown here for MGXO. A great start for Welcome to the Jungle once again. The offense and defense is looking good. Dopamine, though, unafraid, goes for the Dragon's Breath. Full sheep here on Zhang. And this is what you want.
We don't know until next game. Next series is the one where we decide if we're dodging Gauntlet or not.
Crowd control coming out. And Drake is kind of all alone, but the crowd control has subsided. And Zhang keeps Drake in the fight. And now MGXO once again is under fire.
Yeah, the damage is looking good. Prev has the Rift in, and MGXO, he is on his last few lines of defense. He has the Divine Protection ready, can bring that in together with the Wings for some solid heals, but after that he is on dry land. No bubble for another 2.5 minutes. And that's a long time against Welcome to the Jungle that he needs to stay alive. Tears Deliverance comes through, though. This is going to be massive heals. Dopamine with a solid Ice Wall attempt here. Doesn't quite catch Drake out of line of sight as he just shimmies over to the left and will be fine. But the damage is still looking decent. You can tell they're trying to kite them back a little bit, trying to bring Zhang further forward to maybe land some CCs on the Pally, but it's really not happening at all as MGXO gets locked down.
Only Starbucks is going to have to think. I might play. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how things look after this week.
The Dragon's Breath into the full polymorph, the re-poly coming in as well. So much CC set up right now, and they're trying to connect onto Zhang. Finally, the damage is looking good with the Icy Veins. Ray of Frost ready as well.
Yeah, big Frostfire Bolt, Frostfire Bolt, Frostfire Bolt. Big cleave here from Dopamine as he's looking to go on a solo mission here onto Zhang, but seems like Zhang should be alive. He's going to use that emblem, that Gladiator's emblem, that little bit of a safety net with that PvP trinket to bolster his health and stay alive. In the meantime, Drake getting swapped to. They trade out the Sacrifice and the Barkskin to keep Drake aggressive. Zhang gets a Hammer of Justice here on the Bleeds, but Drake is still in trouble. Great pressure here. Dopamine getting full advantage of this Icy Veins, putting himself in a great spot and netting his team some major defensive cooldowns. This is what you want to see if you are mentally damp. Now a full polymorph lands. Dopamine just having a field day here. Can they take down Drake? It looks like Zhang is forced to trinket. That's the survival instincts as well. And mentally damp is doing such a good job. But look, it's cost him almost everything.
Block.
Dopamine, no.
And
oh my God.
It's going to be the Blessing of Protection and the Ice Block. I mean, they played aggressive, but Prev really punished them for that.
Yeah, Prev just locking down MGXO the entire way through. Divine Protection is up, but Bleeds is dying at the same time. 2 seconds onto the trinket, 45 onto the bubble. MGXO just trying to stay alive as the Wings rolling. Should be able to top his team, though. Counterpunch on Drake is solid.
Prev is very good, yeah.
Has the Incarnation rolling. Really needs to pump the damage in if they want to keep the offensive going. Bleeds trying to get the clone through, but Zhang is there for a nice interrupt with the Holy Pally. Really aware of where the map is going. And Dopamine translocates back in, trying to keep the aggressive gameplay going. And this is really what I was hoping for from him. Just keep the pressure up. He's doing so much better than map 1.
Yeah, big stun here on Dopamine. Can they get the second Ice Block? MGXO just goes for a Dispel, but the pressure is still here, and Dopamine gets silenced up. This is looking very dangerous here for Dopamine. Drake playing defensive, though, realizing his healer's in crowd control. He's going to play it safe. Going into bear form, line of sighting. Now continuing the push here onto Dopamine. Can they get the second Ice Block? That is the question. Prev in the backline just throwing in Mind Flays, but this is the Icy Veins. Massive Frostfire Bolts once again, and they are respecting it. Welcome to the Jungle. They are not messing around. They realize what a massive swell of damage Dopamine has. It's going to be a bash into a Cyclone. Drake completely shuts it down, puts his attention on Bleeds, and I think this is really intelligent here by Welcome to the Jungle, not giving mentally damp even a little bit of pressure here during these moments.
Yeah, Blink, Dragon's Breath doesn't quite land the follow-up as Prev gets the fear through. Is going to lock Dopamine down for just a second. Another silence coming through, and Zhang just kiting away from the Mage and the Feral. As Dopamine is once again back in reach, has the Ring of Frost. Nice knockback here with a Blast Wave around the corner. Is looking for another Polymorph, finds a poly onto Zhang, but might just outright die. Is forced into the Ice Block for just a moment as Bleeds was sitting in a Cyclone. Drake on point with the CC. The Ice Wall comes through and locks him off from the damage. It gives him a moment of respite as Bleeds just needs to kite back. Panic moments for mentally damp as they are all rotting down. What can MGXO do with that bubble active? Ray of Frost coming through. Massive damage onto Drake. Zhang behind the corner.
Oh my God.
Prev saves
They're
the
actually
game
hurting
with
a
the
ton.
Void Shift. Beautifully done, but they need to recover still.
Yeah, Drake and Prev are rotting down. That voice just saving the day. That Ray of Frost almost paying dividends there for Drake to keep him alive. Bleeds is now in a full cyclone, a full maim. Can they take him down? Do they have the pressure? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's going to go into bear form. MGXO in a prime position to keep him alive. Mana a lot more even between these two teams. Dopamine with no ice block just goes in. He will displace out immediately. Wants to keep up the pressure, but doesn't want to overcommit. He's got no trinket, no ice block, and is a very big vulnerability here. And MGXO doesn't really have any emergency cooldowns to keep him alive. Both teams, this is the first time we're seeing both teams feeling a little bit scared in this situation. Bleeds is going to get fully stunned up as Drake's doing a great job trying to get control of the match. Maim stun onto Dopamine, and Prev is just completely loading them up with dots. Massive swell of damage at the same time. Zhang is going to get gripped into the Frozen Orb. That breaks the Polymorph. Great backup there by Prev. And now welcome to the Jung. I think with Zhang on Poly DR can maybe play aggressive. Same time though, Bleeds finds that Cyclone, so still not out of the woods yet, and Drake has to pull back. He's going into bear form. He's retreating behind the pillar, and the pressure has been much better here for Mentally Damp.
Yeah, solid ice wall, but no follow-up on damage on Drake. Dopamine tries to get around the corner, but in the meantime, Drake escapes through that tiny little gap in the back. Has Survival Instincts and Renewal ready, but Zhang gets swapped to everyone on Welcome to the Zhang now is rotting down. So is Mentally Damp, though, and MGXO has all hands on deck trying to keep his team alive. Nice jump out here from Drake, finds the bash onto Dopamine, looking to connect more damage. The Vortex is in as well. They're really trying to send him home now. The Psy Fiend is in, Prev sending all the damage, PI, Dark Ascension, and everything else. And the kitchen sink tossed in. Drake finds the maim stun. Dopamine kites around the corner. In the meantime, Bleeds gets swapped to and is just dying outright. Where are the heals? MGXO really trying his best to keep his team alive, but it's not quite working out. Drake gets CC'd up, maim stun into the clone, gets master
one heal, man.
But he can't follow up as it Bleeds, finds the reclone immediately, and that is enough for MGXO to stabilize the game for just another moment. Drake, with the incarnation, still on the offensive, is looking to lock down MGXO. Divine Protection might not be enough. Prev isn't even in range, but the Ray of Frost is coming in. Dopamine dying at the same time. The Scorpish kicks the cast, but the Mage is about to fall. Line of sight is healer. Little bit of heal there. And it's somehow still alive and kicking, but how much longer? They're all bleeding
they're all
out
dying,
their cat
man.
food at this point, and Drake is really hungry right now.
Yeah, he wants to close it out, the full bash here on Bleeds, but somehow, someway, MGXO keeps him alive. Here comes the Icy Veins, a miracle attempt here by Dopamine. Can his team stay alive a little bit longer? Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt, but I don't think MGXO has enough time, and he will fall. Welcome to the Jung. Keeps it going, wins game number 2. A great performance, but this one looked a lot better for Mentally Damp.
Good game.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Dampening seems rough for them.
The Dopamine kind of, I don't want to call it woke up, but got rolling really properly in game 2. His aggressive play, not just on the CC side of things, but also on the damage side, just looked so much better. So if they can keep this rolling, if they can keep ramping like this game to game, they might actually be able to start taking maps off Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah,
what's your LFG group name, Nick?
I want to highlight him again. Honestly, MGXO and Bleeds did such an incredible job, but I liked that Dopamine played so unafraid. Like, even when, like, you know, he's ice blocking out.
Did he put 14-day vacation in the thing?
You know, even with no cooldowns, he's still pushing in and trying to get plays. Here comes the miracle moment. Icy Veins is such a huge amount of pressure. Drake is not messing around with that one line of sighting, just kind of weaving in and out, making sure
that's weird.
Finish them off. Drake kind of realizes, as long as I don't die, we can't lose this game.
Maybe
so
any reports and you're enough at this point.
He needs to, and eventually Drake and Prev are able to overwhelm with this composition, and they're just one away from sending Mentally Damp to the lower bracket.
Indeed. It's been a good run for Welcome to the Jung so far. Incredibly dominant. They've only lost, I think, in total, including the open brackets, 8 maps, and 4 of them this single series that they lost against the Power Toll in the finals in week 1. So these guys have been almost undefeated the entire season through, and just to see Mentally Damp, a team that has come into the season somewhat late, I want to say, ramp up so much that they're bringing the fight so competitively to a team like Welcome to the Jung is super impressive to see, and makes me just so much more excited for the rest of this day.
I feel like today has already been such a blessing if you're a World of Warcraft arena fan, and it just keeps getting better. The Sunday is just the gift that keeps on giving. So And we still have that move lower bracket game as well for qualifications. So, I mean, it really is exciting. Welcome to the Jung. They are very confident with this composition. No one has been able to best them yet. They're winning mirror matches. They're winning against everyone, basically. Any composition that has been thrown at them, they've just been winning. And it's been nice to see Prev on the Shadow Priest. And honestly, Drake, he's just one of those players. I mean, we talked about him a lot. He's that melee expert. Like, he originally came onto the scene as a
Is your license banned from Classic, Nick?
I remember watching him play before his debut in the AWC. I remember watching him play on Windwalker Monk. I was like, wow, this guy reminds me of Chun-Li. And this is when Chun-Li was like the GOAT Windwalker Monk. You know, everyone thought Chun-Li was the absolute best. And Drake and him, they were kind of close. And Drake was looking really good. And then he kind of just came onto the scene. He started winning every tournament on the Windwalker Monk. He had to swap to the Warrior. Now he's a Rogue. He played Assassination Rogue for many seasons. Now he's a Feral Druid. He's played the Rep Paladin. So it's been really cool to see him kind of adjust on these classes and just make it look so incredibly good. And him being backed up by Prev and these amazing healers like Zhang, they're just such an incredible team.
They are. It's been one of the highlights, I think, for a lot of people coming into this season, that the legends, Drake and Prev, were back. Lots of question marks, obviously. Getting together with a new healer, obviously Brain stayed retired. They brought in Zhang instead, but I feel like he at the very least lived up to the legacy that Drake, Prev, Ceralium, and Brain kind of forged in the past. And now, well, they're starting a new one, and it's looking damn good already. Match point for Welcome to the Jung. Let's see if they can finish this one out and proceed to the grand finals.
All right, what is Mentally Damp going to do? I think it's one of those moments. It's really scary, but you have to play aggressive. You know, you're down. You're one away from being eliminated to the lower bracket. But I still think they need to make those plays. Double Rake Stun coming in. Prev looking for a double fear, but Dopamine just immediately trinkets, trying to slow down the aggression, and they're going after Zhang. Dopamine has the Ray of Frost available. Is he going to channel it out? He does. He channels out the full Ray of Frost onto Zhang, but Zhang, I really like that he's playing the Gladiator's emblem in this match. During these moments, he could just bolster his health, and they're not getting that Divine Shield. And I think if he didn't have that trinket, it could easily be like something major being forced out during these swaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I also like the positioning here, trying to draw Prev back to the pillar, grouping them up as much as possible to allow Dopamine and Bleeds to cleave as much as they can. Drake still under fire. Finally, Zhang pops in the sacrifice. Nice pre-sack on the Hodge, making sure that Drake is not kind of insane too. To die or has to burn his survival instincts. But still, the damage is respectable, and Zhang really needs to be careful. Has the wings available if he really needs them to, but the heals should be more than enough. In the meantime, Bleeds and Dopamine are just getting cleaved and murdered. Nice little precog proc. It's kind of trying to wall off Zhang here, but it's not quite enough. The Paladin just waddles past that little set of icicles, but the damage on Drake is still pretty good. Bubble coming through, and Zhang has to respect the offensive.
Dopamine had a really nice play there. He drops the ice wall, and Zhang just waddles to the one side of it, and then Dopamine cancels the wall, so there's no line of sight anymore, and Zhang just gets polymorphed. So really cool, a little trick there you can do on the Frost Mage. Dopamine dropping that line of sight. Now going for a big Ray of Frost here onto Drake. But Drake seems to be okay, and Drake, like I said, is just so good at navigating these situations, realizing when he's in trouble. Big setup here onto Zhang, though. Divine Protection seems to be enough. The Hammer of Justice to follow it up. Dopamine has a lot of damage available. Veins coming up in about 20 seconds, and getting that Divine Protection out of the way. Zhang has no Divine Shield. I think Mentally Damp, they have a formula here. They can win this game. They have to go after Zhang after this polymorph, or just get him in crowd control. Either way, I do think Mentally Damp has some solid options here.
Yeah, the pressure on the Pally needs to stay high. If they can manage that.
That was 12 seconds with CC, and no one took more than 20% of their health and damage.
At the moment, Dopamine just really trying to connect anything.
Oh, that
fantastic grip by Prev. Love to see that, and it's going to set up Zhang so much better for the next few seconds at the very least. MGXO trying to follow up. Nice Vortex coming through as well, keeping Dopamine locked down in open field while Prev is just free casting on him. Gets a precog proc as well as Bleeds is pushing in. Connects the Cyclone to Zhang. Scary seconds here for Drake, actually. Trinket is available, but they are trading the survival instincts, and that should be more than enough. In the meantime, Bleeds and Dopamine both low. They force the Ice Block and the Bark Skin, and a full Hodge on Bleeds with a cross CC on MGXO. He brings in the Dispel, gets feared on that for just a moment, and it's the healers battling it out right now. Full rep on Zhang as MGXO connects the CC, but it's not quite enough to turn the game in their favor.
Yeah, full fear now on MGXO. Dopamine still in trouble. He's got the greater invisibility if he needs it, but he is just continuing to make a push. Frozen Orb comes down. Big Ice Lances out onto Drake right now. Full Cyclone lands on Zhang. And Drake does have the bar skin, but he's being greedy. He's being patient. Sacrifice lands by Zhang. Tears Deliverance going to be cast out, and that means Welcome to the Jung should be very, very safe during these next few moments. That is a lot of healing that Zhang has for his team. Drake's feeling it. He's feeling confident. He makes the push. At the same time, though, stun out onto Zhang. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? It doesn't look like it just yet. Bleed's going for a potential Cyclone, but it gets interrupted there by Drake. Great backup, and you can see Bleeds and Dopamine. They're both rotting down during these moments. MGXO really struggling to keep them alive. He gets silenced up. Good crowd control there by Prev. Drake looking to make a push, but a nice knock by Bleeds, trying to get him out of line of sight. Zhang is not messing around. Immediately trades it Blessing Protection, realizing his team has momentum and wants to just keep Drake aggressive in the match.
Yeah, Dopamine tries to punish it with a double blink into the poly, gets mass dispelled by Prev, and now MGXO is under fire, finds another dispel, gets feared on the Shadow Priest dots there, and finally the Snowdrift comes in. Drake immediately gets dispelled out of that, but the Freedom didn't quite come in. Drake's looking for a Cyclone, connects that, locks down the Mage, and Zhang once again CC'd up. You brought it up, Van. If they find the opportunities to push Zhang a little bit more, get those Hodges in, they might gain the momentum they need, but Prev is locked down with another Repentance. Dopamine rotting away. He has an Ice Block, the second Ice Block available, but also Ray of Frost. He's looking to get aggressive, just needs that setup, but MGXO is dying on the other side of the map as well. They really need to pull back and stabilize now.
Yeah, definitely. This is scary for Mentally Damp. Welcome to the Jung. They're feeling confident. They got mana. They got cooldowns. They want to make a push. Incarnation rotating back up here for Drake in just a few short seconds, and that is going to be an absolute massive amount of damage. Dopamine getting bleeded up. Bleeds getting bleeded up, and Drake is looking for the potential kill here in this match, but MGXO in Defiance just has so much healing. Will keep his team alive, but for how much longer can he sustain this? Dopamine goes for a setup, but he gets feared up. He's rotting down. Bleeds is low on health. MGXO coming in with the clutch heals once again, and it looks like Mentally Damp will stabilize after the incarnation, but that was a really scary moment.
Yeah, Leon Hans is out. 10 seconds onto the sack. This is how long Dopamine needs to survive, but the Ice Block
That's
needs
a block.
to come in. MGXO CC'd off to the side, is trying to top off his mage, while Drake is just sitting peachy. He has Bark Skin and
Ice Wall.
Survival Instincts ready.
Knocked him back too.
Ice Wall. Oh, beautiful knock, but catapults him through the gap in between the pillar. He should be more than fine as he's out of line of sight. And now Bleeds once again the target. Dopamine also rotting down. MGXO, 40% mana, has Sec and 2 Bobs available, but I don't see this game going on too much longer.
This might kill him.
Really
it's a giant rift.
Push for it. Zhang down to half, Bleeds down to lower than a half. Sec traded out. If they can now find a swap onto MGXO, this could be devastating.
Yeah, Drake a little bit low on health right now, but with his Heart of the Wild, I think he's going to feel confident to make a push. MGXO rotting down, Bleeds at the same time, is in trouble, but Zhang is being really greedy here with the Divine Shield, looking for a Tears Deliverance, tries to get the Fake Cast here, Bleeds in a full Cyclone, Tears
Deliverance. Yeah, he's winning by a little bit. They're doing a lot more damage. Look at damage.
To full health.
That's the main
he
thing.
needs to connect the heals, but unfortunately, Zhang's in a MAME. He cannot connect the heals.
Drake?
And that is going to be the Survival Instinct. Zhang is just so incredibly greedy. Void Shift comes in. He's still just holding on to the Divine Shield and the Trinket forever, indefinitely, finally trading out the Trinket, but I think that was way too greedy from Welcome to the Jung, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Mentally Damp, I think they've ran out of time. Prev and Drake, their damage is completely overwhelming. They are on the run. Prev gets interrupted, though. Dopamine in the middle of the map right now, just getting those icy veins, Frostfire bolts out, and Ice Wall comes in. I don't think it's going to land. It does, but it doesn't really accomplish too much. Ice Walls from Dopamine have been pretty ineffective in this match so far, but the Ray of Frost is a lot of pressure on Drake. He needs to be very careful. Zhang is out of line of sight. He cannot connect it, but ultimately Bleeds will fall. A great final push there by Welcome to the Jung. 3-0 over Mentally Damp, but my hat's off to Mentally Damp. They really didn't give up in this game. They made these offensive pushes. They were playing aggressive, and they made this a close series.
They were really trying hard to keep the momentum going from game 2, kind of get the same approach in, but they very quickly realized that Welcome to the Jung, they had shifted gears. They were ready for the aggressiveness, and the momentum that they were bringing in just kind of tipped them over. You know, as you say in Germany, ein Beinstein, you just you put a leg in between their leg. Just tip them over. I can't speak English today. It's horrible.
like
All
tripping
right,
them.
well, we can see. Let's see these final moments. Here's that ice wall I'm talking about. Bleeds is trying to utilize it for some line of sight. He goes in here, gets the rake stun on Zhang, but ultimately Bleeds kind of falls out. Prev is able to kind of solo him down. Drake moves over, he gets the bash, and that's going to be the kill. But I was paying attention to Dopamine, just trying to continue to get something going there on Zhang.
They put a lot of,
so far on the back foot.
It looked better than Mirrors, I think, for the most part,
into
defense
and offense. Like
Drake's
I said,
team.
Drake perfectly navigates those situations where he realizes he's in trouble and he can pull away and play defensive. And then when he has the cooldowns, he is not afraid to really push in and get aggressive.
Trip them over. That's the phrase I was looking for. But yeah, no, you're completely right. Dopamine, I think, is a player we need to keep an eye out for in the gauntlet because
H-Pellies and Ferals everywhere.
More time practicing and improving until the finals. This is going to be an incredibly scary team to watch.
All right. Next series is a big one for us. I'm going to be right back one sec, guys. I'm feeling a little bit tired. We got a bit of a headache, but I'll be back in one sec.
Finals
this next one's huge.
I mean, this team is looking unstoppable. It's just a 3-0 for them. Just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 over and over and over. Like, it's just so rare to see them lose.
And you get 0-3'd, and you get 0-3'd, and you get 0-3'd. Welcome to the jungle, like Oprah handing out losses to some of these teams. My goodness. Well, they're going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. Mentally damp, though, we have not seen the last of them. They're moving down to the North American lower finals, so they've still got a chance to make it back to the grand finals and have a rematch. And I cannot wait to see who they do face because they're coming up on another series here, the Move versus F tier. Winner of that moves on to face Mentally Damp. So I feel like from here on out, Lithy, these series are going to be very intense, especially considering the stakes of the Move versus F tier.
Oh my god, the Move. I think they're sweating going into this day today. Pika was talking about it yesterday evening. It might be a good day to start winning for the Move. I mean, if it's not today, when will they ever, right? So might as well grab the 3-0 against F tier as they've done in the open bracket because there's points on the line. There's a third spot, an instant qualification on the line because they can take down Team Liquid. They didn't make top 8. And of course, you don't want to be stuck in the gauntlet. The absolute nightmare scenario in this case. But F tier, I mean, they're in second place. This is one of the strongest teams we have in NA at the moment. Even though they are playing off-meta comps, they are incredibly dangerous.
Yes, sure are.
I was going to say, too, another thing that we don't really talk about that much is your seeding. Like, one of the problems with being in the gauntlet is even if you make it through, your first game is Welcome to the Jung. That's not ideal, right? Like, you definitely want to be in that second and third position. Honestly, second and third doesn't matter that much because you end up just playing each other either way, but you definitely want to make it into that top 3 because, making it through the gauntlet in 4th place for the finals, immediately going up against Welcome to the Jung, that's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, you've only got one chance to do it also, at least with these first 4 cups, you've got a lot of opportunities to sort of get into that top 3, but with the gauntlet, it's ride or die. You lose once, you're kind of knocked out. We can see the sort of the staircase here that we're going to take with the gauntlet for North America. We can see round 1, it's going to be Mentally Damp or Silk Tigers, but depending on how that goes versus the Absurd, and then they just kind of go up and up and up and up this dangerous staircase for the North American gauntlet. So I'm excited to see kind of how this does end up forming. We'll keep everybody tuned in to how that's going. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the Move versus F tier. So much on the line between these two teams. So definitely stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the Move versus F tier. We've already talked about the stakes for this series, so we know what these two teams are up against, and it's going to be a challenge no matter which side you're on. But I feel like, Zico, the Move in particular, we've just been kind of waiting for them to flip that light on, you know, to sort of launch themselves into where we know that they can be as a team.
Absolutely. I feel like the Move, you know, they've had some I mean, this weekend they've had a decent performance, but of course they want to get a little bit further. They are right on the finish line. They need to beat F tier. Good news for them. They have beaten F tier in the past, so even this weekend. So they just need to do it again, and then they will lock themselves in as that top 3 team. But still, between now and the finals, if they make it, they're going to need to make some adaptations here, because F tier, welcome to the Jung, both pulling ahead here in the standings. Currently, they're tied with the Toads at 220 points, and Liquid 12 points ahead of the Move.
All right.
The Move wins now. They get 20 points, and they skip all of that gauntlet shenanigans. They can just relax for 2 weeks before the finals, or more actually, 3 weeks.
Yeah. Relax? I don't know about that. I feel like Peekaboo's going to be grinding so hard to make sure that all of his new alts are up to par here, because everyone's so far away from Welcome to the Jung. I don't think anyone can relax except maybe Welcome to the Jung. And even if they did relax, maybe they'd still be undefeated.
You think Welcome to the Jung's going to be playing Kata too during the offline?
I don't know about that. I think all of these teams are going to just be locked in and using this time to just practice. But maybe relax is a bad choice of words. More like breathe out for a second, you know, just take a beat, you know. I feel like that's at least
we'll see
you're
how
not
this
going to be
goes.
stressing as much as, you know, Team Liquid or Power Toads, you know, in that gauntlet.
Sure, yeah. There's definitely a place you want to be and a place you don't want to be in terms of the standings, and that is where the Move and F tier both are. So quite a lot on the line for these guys, like I said. Supatis, any players in particular you'd like to highlight heading into this series?
I mean, I just mentioned him. His sub notification. It's the man of the year. It's Peekaboo. He's got to step up to the plate for his team. They need him to play more than just Rogue, it looks like, in this current situation. And they need to be able to adapt beyond their normal constraints, which has been that Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman. I will say, I don't think the Feral Druid Rogue or Feral Druid Shadow Priest Paladin is much far away from the playstyle. You know, you dot everything, you stun things, you swap around. I think it's very similar. But the more that Peekaboo gets comfortable on the Feral Druid,
the reality is
the more success that the Move are likely going to see.
Whether we win or lose, or whether F tier win or lose, like we had our own options, or it was the fate was our own to begin with.
From all of the top teams
right?
playing it.
So at the end of the day,
and like, you know, maybe if the Move underestimate them,
we have a chance to be forgiven for our performance this week.
We can take a look at the predictions
for free,
again,
which would be awesome. But
casting desk up here.
The truth is, you know, not many teams get second chances like we did. We have a second chance here.
My bad, guys.
Are you hinging your bets again? Are you predicting for one team and then spending all your points? Where are your points?
But no one thinks FT is going to win. That's kind of
not bet my points.
That's a bit. Oh no, I did.
It would maybe also be for F tier. Okay, I'm going for the weird pick. I'm trying to make.
Trying to make your points back.
I just saw a sneak peek of the leaderboard for the predictions. Okay, I'm barely beating one guy, and that's Venruki, and he's been killing it today. So I had to pick something weird. I'm sorry, the Move. You know I love you guys, but I gotta make something happen for myself. I gotta keep the dream alive. But here's the current look at the prediction leaderboard for us. Chat still cruising ahead of everybody, and then Lithy following closely behind. Zico, the Prophet, though, is you're not doing so well, man.
I'm 1 behind Lithy and 2 behind Chat. I feel like it's going okay, you know. There's a little margin for you know, unexpected situations such as Streamer Zone beating Echo. You know, these things can happen. Yeah. You know, against all possibilities, and that's the thing. You know, these teams, you can't really know what they're gonna do ahead of time. I feel like now more than ever, there's more newcomers, there's more teams that just show up out of nowhere and just have insane performances. And I feel like F tier definitely is one of those teams. You know, and also Mentally Damp, for example.
Like, lose it. If the Move lose, we are top 3 and we skip gauntlet.
In this top 4. are teams that you typically wouldn't see here in a
so we want to win.
AWC season. If you look back,
if you're a fan of us not going to Gauntlet,
it's historically
you want FT to win.
The same kind of players, but mixed around on different rosters. The old Cloud9 roster with Cubsy, Liquid, obviously.
It wouldn't be gifted
things like that.
at all because we'd still have more points. We had to perform better overall. It's how it works. There's no way to lie. But we definitely had the ability this week by just getting top 8. We almost lock out. They need top 2. If we get top 6.
No, it's a good
we have if they have to win to if we get top 6 alone, then they would be completely it would be impossible for them to take our spot. So we went into this week incredibly well set up, and we slightly fumbled. I guess.
Really see make it to the top 8 like ski instructors.
Yeah, I don't think gift is the right word, but we just had the ability to see. We had the ability to do the work ourselves entirely and be completely in control of our fate. And we're in the spot where we get to sweat. We're sweating this game right now. The result of this game.
We'll definitely see what these guys are capable of. But the loser of this one knocked out, and the winner moves on to face off against Mentally Damp, who is kind of another one of those teams, I guess, if you don't count Dopamine. Sort of a newly formed roster this season. Who do you feel like Supatees is most prepared to take on Mentally Damp?
It would be very dramatic if we were to qualify from this.
Probably stand a pretty good shot considering they're playing the similar composition to Welcome to the Zhang, so I would imagine that they're feeling pretty good. F tier, they've been struggling with the Feral Paladin team, so for them it's about figuring out if they can beat that type of Kryptonite. Saul's got out of his comfort zone.
All right, let's fucking see this, man.
Elemental Shaman's been very important. I think that's what secured him into the top 3 on points. If he was still playing only Enhancement, I think they would be far down there.
Oh no, hold on a second.
A curveball in game 1.
How do I
is coming
feel about this
here on that Fury Warrior?
I don't like the chances here.
All right.
Ooh,
I think the move will win this very easily.
Indeed. Game number
They're
1
cooking.
kicking off here, Zico. The move versus F tier.
I think we've cooked a bit. I think we've cooked a bit too much, man. I was hoping they wouldn't cook. They have cooked.
Is on the line. FT trying to block the move here from getting.
You can't kill a Shadow Priest, man. They're making a comp to kill a Shadow Priest. They will not kill a Shadow Priest.
Onto WizK. Nice leg sweep coming out there.
You can't. Shadow Priests are bugged, man.
Pressure at the back end
effectively.
Yeah, nice fear on the Celestial Conduit. Meanwhile, Pika was looking for a Cyclone there in the backline. He finds it onto Chaz, but nice fear coming out there onto Pika from Laros is going to slow down the assault there. But WizK and Absters are doing a lot of pressure.
We should not have cooked.
WizK is tanking it out pretty beautifully so far. Nice Entropic Rift coming out there as well, cleaving a little bit here in the midfield, and the move looked like they're
look. You can't. You simply cannot kill a Shadow Priest. Building a comper and killing a Shadow Priest.
Ring of Peace. Now whirling Dragon Punch, knocking Peekaboo up. Peekaboo's still trying to find a position here to look for a Cyclone. He's finally going to find it onto Dorito. Dorito saves his trinket here. It's really important. He saves
Laros is very good,
with his offensive cooldowns.
But I just don't think anyone has killed a Shadow Priest in any comp so far.
Big ferocious bites coming in from Peekaboo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And Shaz needs to escape, but he gets pulled back into the middle by Peekaboo's Vortex. Then he gets cycloned
on his.
Then he walks into a double leg sweep.
I got a buff out of the way.
His hand here with a Blessing of Protection. Shaz is trying to find a Searing Glare, but he's a bit
I don't know. Maybe this has the push damage that Ellie was missing.
Applied. Now he's coming back to assist WizK, looking for Cyclones. Another Cyclone to Dorito with no trinket there. It means that Abster should be able to restabilize WizK. Look what WizK is doing here. He's pulling Laros far from Shaz, so Shaz has to leave the pillar. And as soon as Peekaboo sees that, he starts running at Shaz. But Shaz baits him, he stuns him, but he doesn't get the Tears Deliverance off. Insane. Peekaboo actually going for it by himself right now, almost taking Shaz out.
Yeah, he forced his trinket there as well. Really
Absurge is actually going through a lot of mana.
And also really good positioning, like you mentioned, from WizK, but here is the knock-up coming out. Celestial Conduit gets popped now onto WizK. Nice interrupt there coming out from Peekaboo. The Siphon is immediately killed off there from WizK, and WizK still taking a lot of pressure.
A bit of
leg sweep connects. This could be the dispersion.
We're doing some stuff.
Pushing for the Absurge is not in
Lay on hands traded.
Use the lay on hands here instead to try to save it. WizK with a nice fake cast there, but still not feeling
income from Pika though. Here we go.
He's going to leave that pillar, and he gets swapped to big swap onto Chaz, but Wiz is not feeling too safe in that position and will trade out his dispersion.
I don't know, man. I see if this game is playing out in a really weird way.
It's Peekaboo versus Shaz, and
it's
then
like
and Dorito
exactly.
Versus and WizK.
That's exactly what it is.
Sneaks in, he gets a full repentance, but here comes a Blade Storm. They have to both be offensive and defensive at the same time. Searing Glare hits, and Laros might just go down. It's massive pressure as he gets rooted up by Peekaboo. He gets a shockwave on the Cyclone. Peekaboo's moving over towards the Paladin. He gets paralyzed. They're putting all of their crowd control into Peekaboo in this type of matchup, trying to limit his cyclones while training down the Shadow Priest.
I feel like Pika not being on the melee is kind of weird.
Pressure, but Dorito sitting through a full Hammer of Justice, Chaz in a full Cyclone. Laros realizing he is in big trouble. He's going to kite away, and Tropic Rift is about to crash here onto Laros, but Chaz manages to sustain him reasonably as he looks to charge back in, but those Void Tendies are doing a lot of work there onto Laros. Finally, they will disappear. Peekaboo was caught up in a leg sweep there for a moment, but he looks towards Chaz, and actually somehow Absters is losing on mana toward to Chaz here on the Paladin.
So it's not super surprising. Wait, is it surprising? It is kind of surprising.
Long enough, they could be able to.
Hold on a second. They're kind of
the blessing of protection onto Whiskey there, traded out from Absturge. Also had to use his medallion.
He's dying a little bit.
Now he's taking a lot of damage.
He's got enraged. You may have to trade it right away.
He's charging in, and I don't know if he charged in at the wrong time. And Tropic Rift is about to explode. He has the wall. He might need to trade it there, but it's so far, so much damage is coming out. Chaz trades out the Trinket Sacrifice, but Chaz could get swapped to. He's got no bubble, and he could be a big target here moving forward.
It's looking a bit rough.
Still feeling the pressure, but he has
they're going for it
once again.
I feel like this is looking good for F tier, other than them just being a bit greedy right there. And actually, Absturge gets another Repentance. Maybe he can carry the team with these Repentances. Now they need pressure. They're not finding it. He gets a Cyclone out of the Repentance. Double Fear. Doritos out of the game. It's 3 versus 1 on Laros. Void Torrent fully channeled, and Tropic Rift is out. Double Fear from Laros. Just in time to disrupt this crowd control into a double leg sweep.
The Rift is coming, man.
And Dorito turned that on its head. I thought it was over for them, but now they're starting to turn up the heat. Absturge is locked in crowd control. And this is massive pressure onto Whiskey. Big heals come through, and he does manage to finally
this is the first. This is actually going to hurt a lot.
Storm comes through, trying to force that dispersion from Whiskey, but just not
Sturge is almost tapped.
We get a Cyclone. Whiskey repositioning.
We got a Bob still to work with.
I love that they saved
we got a Trinket in 35. This is the scariest point probably coming up right now, but if they can get through this hump, there's no incon.
He's so conflicted as to what to do, and all this time he's spending bouncing between means that they're just getting more momentum.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Opting for that right now. Nice.
Laros may just die.
Peekaboo, slowing down that
They're defending as much as they can.
That would have been the game. Beautiful damage is still coming out.
He avoided the rift.
Since they weren't able to find that Cyclone, Chaz is able to power through it, and now Wiz is in big trouble. Absturge has almost no mana left here, and Wiz has this dispersion. Might have to trade it out here.
This is Blaze Storm. This is Disperse. Guaranteed.
He's doing a lot of healing here for Wiz.
Guaranteed. Disperse.
Almost in touch of death.
Peek is dying of it too. We got Wall 15. We got Bob. We got Saga Trinket. We're actually looking pretty good. I actually think F tier are ahead. I think they're ahead.
But he can't be too greedy with them. Beautiful damage coming out.
As long as they make trades, Shad's gonna have bubble again.
All of these teammates are falling lower and lower.
That rift is getting bigger and bigger. Laros gets stunned up. Shaz is in a Repentance. Absturge is still getting lots of crowd control for his team to try and keep them in the match because their mana is in shambles. Big damage out on Laros. They bop him at low health. He gets a double fear. Whiskey is alone, and that Tendi is trying to take him down, but it's not enough damage. Laros heals up with the victory rush. He's back into Berserker stance. He's ready to lead the charge. Here comes the Blade Storm. Laros is ramping, and our F tier actually going to do it. Can they beat their
we got stack from
this feral Shadow Priest Holy Paladin has been a nightmare for them, but another Repentance from Absturge forces Shaz's Divine Shield. Even with its protection, Laros is just dying. He's trying to stay on target.
It's looking pretty rough.
So much damage. It's tremendous pressure. Ring of Peace does nothing. Laros is still melting. Peekaboo goes for the clone. He gets it. There's no Trinket. Laros leads to desperation, but Peekaboo is there to deny
that matchup looked pretty awful, if I'm being honest.
Finally find the Cyclone, and Absturge does such a great job in this matchup, landing Repentance after Repentance,
they just
landing Hodge,
Warriors,
not afraid to be aggressive in the matchup.
I mean, they shouldn't play that matchup again, but they're trying. I respect what they're doing. So what FT is trying to do is figure out something that'll beat that'll beat Welcome to the Jung. That's what they care about. They want to cook a counter.
And at some point I was like, he's gonna have his bubble
they mustn't have seen the EU games, because in EU, Warrior being backed up by an Ally Shaman looked like they were dead perpetually against something similar-ish to this. And yeah, Fury Warriors are just, any Warrior is just too flimsy. You can't play Warrior into this stuff. They probably, realistically, that probably makes the series quite hard for them. You can see here, right? Like,
made it look really good. You could see kind of what their win condition was.
I think he just bopped though.
That win condition, but
they're at 3-0. I don't know. The other games were much closer.
But I could see this kind of working out for them.
Yeah, I think
their other comp was better personally.
From them
but don't go Shadow Priest like that. Shadow Priest can't die, man. Shadow Priests are invulnerable.
A little bit longer, and again, maybe it comes down to that overlap earlier. Where they use the enrage regen and the sacrifice at the same time. If they had been able to stagger those,
it's looking a bit rough.
That might have been able
to.
They're
pick and hook. They're gonna try and do the same thing. It's a bit unfortunate.
They're going to a smaller map, which I feel like could be a double-edged sword, as it's going to bring Shaz closer to Peekaboo. I can't imagine.
Train Pharaoh? I don't think.
I feel like they're.
I don't think. Well, I guess Pharaoh's better than training Shadow Priest. Yeah.
All their practice. Peekaboo. I don't know how.
You're not wrong.
Games
maybe.
On Feral Druid at this point, but it's a lot.
Maybe they'll try that.
He's over 2,400 now at this point. They're pretty all in, set in stone on like this is the comp we need to get good at. We need to win the.
I just think training Priest as any comp is kind of a mistake. I don't think Priest has died as any comp.
Because it seemed like it was such a difficult.
I don't think Priest has died in any region.
Help WizK, or do I attack the Paladin? At what point should I be doing what? And if he makes the wrong decision at the wrong time, oh sorry WizK, you're dead. Or oh I could have killed Shaz.
I don't think Warrior sucks. I think Shadow Priest is unkillable. I think Warrior naturally kills Shadow Priest if they don't have bugged Void Leech. Void Leech is not affected by dampening or Mortal Strike, so they just funnel their health the whole time.
Summer. I mean, it's pretty cold out here in Sweden, but they are definitely looking quite hot here.
I mean, if Priest was playing Kurum, if that Priest was not playing Void Leech and was instead playing Archon, he would be dead many times over.
And
if Archon was what WizK was playing there, he would have just died 15 times.
No matter what happens,
it wouldn't have even been close. They're playing the same thing.
I think the downside is it's going to be a little bit harder for F tier to get to that kind of win condition and still stay alive.
Arms. You went arms warrior.
Oh,
hey,
he's going arms.
Big boy, Laros is going arms warrior here. Demolish time. That
they could be
hard.
going
it is a serious
Feral now, maybe.
Have to be aware of.
Arms is tankier, I think.
He's likely going to play a Colossus arms warrior, and he can just channel this demolish that he builds up through his attacks, and it just cracks for insane damage. If he gets a big crit with that during like a Blessing of Summer window, I feel like he could maybe like 60-0, maybe 70-0 WizK if he's not ready for that type of hit. And I feel like F tier, they need that. They need that hard-hitting melee burst to try and get through the defense of the Shadow Priest in this type of matchup. So
I don't think you can go through a Shadow Priest, man.
I want to see Laros line this up because
nothing. I've already tested DK to Shadow Priest. You can't kill Shadow Priest. That's my point, basically.
In this case, in this situation,
you cannot kill a Shadow Priest. If you're building a comp to try and kill a priest, you're making a mistake. Kill the druid, kill the paladin. Don't kill it. I think killing priest is a mistake in this meta. They'll nerf it.
So his
like Shadow Priest will be killable after this week, is my guess. But right now, Shadow Priest, Void Leech. So if you play a 2s game, I'll give you an idea of why this is really, really bad. So if you play a 2s game against Shadow Priest healer of any type, in order to actually kill the Shadow Priest, you have to kill their healer through Void Leech. That is how absurd it is. How absurdly difficult it is to kill Shadow Priest. Their Void Leech is about 100,000 health per second. Which means every 10 seconds. So if you take 10 seconds to drop a Shadow Priest, let's say, at 100k per second, they have an extra 1 million health. Guaranteed, but it's just permanent. It's perpetual. Like if you aren't using during cooldowns, but Shadow Priests are already really good at dealing with cooldowns, right? They have great cooldowns to trade. They're built that way naturally. They have great buttons to deal with burst. Shadow Priests suck at dealing with sustain. Most classes take like a very, very long time to kill, and Void Leech is just continually keeping them. It's worth a lot of DR at the bits that Shadow Priests are not good at tanking. This is probably the tankiest version of Shadow Priest that I've personally seen. Yeah, they have crazy. They are unbelievably tanky at everything, and they also have disperse and everything else on top of that. So this is just like the tankiest version of Shadow Priest, I think.
I feel like if they lose to this, then it can get into their heads a little bit. So I feel like for the move, this is going to be their hardest map, and this is going to be something that they potentially haven't really experienced before in this matchup.
Yeah, it is literally Sigmund. It's a good, but it's not affected by dampening or Mortal Strike. It's just 200k health every 2 seconds. Just constant. Every 2 seconds you get 200k heal.
And it could also cost them who they face in that initial.
Well, I don't think this is intentional. I think they didn't realize. Well, this wasn't really a popular build until this last 2 weeks before they did the last tuning pass. And
I know if I'm the move and I'm winning against F tier and I have yet to win a single match.
The tankiness was not as big of an issue, I guess.
I know who I'd rather face, so this is such an important game for them.
Such an important tournament in general. This series, getting top 3, definitely that's what you want to do. So, and this is where the move can kind of set
the main thing that I think the move have like or the they have to have going for them is they seem to be very efficient mana wise. Like they're consistently very efficient.
This massive margin, and nobody's even coming close. So it's similar to in Europe.
I imagine there'll be new class tuning next week.
Trying to catch up to where Echo is, and in North America they're trying to catch up to where Welcome to the Zhang is. A lot of them are doing it in their own unique ways. A lot of them are trying to chase the meta a little bit. It's interesting that in Europe we see the meta chasing kind of being like the Feral Mage, but in North America it's the Feral and the Shadow Priest. There's always a little bit of a difference between North America and Europe. I'm interested to see how that evolves as well moving forward past this into the finals, given the new patch and all the changes that are coming along with that, and likely other changes after this week's round of changes.
Yeah, I agree.
Moving forward for that tournament,
that's a cool kit. It's definitely a nice kit too.
Right now the teams they're just getting ready to jump into this. F tier want to bring in some big burst damage. They want to get in the face of the move. They want to try and find some massive critical strikes with that Colossus Arms Warrior. But if they can't, the move are going to look strong. I just don't know how they can maybe protect Laros more. I wanted to see the gear because I think in the past, Dorito had been playing some interesting embellishments, and I want to know if he's still playing. I don't know if it even shows embellishment. Now he's not playing it. I think at one point he was playing the embellishment where you like swap some of your health to it's like a healer embellishment, but he was taking it because Windwalkers healed themselves for quite a lot, so he can kind of like give some of his health to an ally. And I was wondering if maybe he was possibly doing that, but it looks like he's not doing that.
I don't think that actually works, does it?
I'm pretty sure they're doing a admin ruling, and that's why there's a little bit of a delay. It looks like there's a admin ruling on Laros's spec, so we're not sure. He might be Fury, he might be Arms. It depends on the admin ruling. Basically, he locked in Arms, but he wants to play Fury, so maybe he locked in.
He should be if the admin forced him,
or he changed his mind, but it's confirmed he will be playing Arms Warrior. So.
That's silly.
I wonder how that's going to affect the series, you know, if you're having second thoughts on that as well.
I didn't mean
you're
to
like,
be
I play this. Actually, no.
Yeah, but what if it works out, though?
That was a mistake. I mean,
if it works out, you're like, man, I'm glad that this
he
is
locked
in the
second. They locked second. They should be able to lock Arms or Fury
yeah, we'll see how that
without any trouble.
I feel like if I was in Laros's shoes, maybe I wouldn't be feeling too confident.
Because they were the losing team.
Up a little bit to just
they can't mind game it all. There's no advantage. Yeah,
we'll see here.
They locked second. There's no reason why they should have that ruling.
You know, facing elimination here in this tournament.
Bro, that's crazy.
They lose here, they are
that's
going
silly.
To be out. No more points.
They locked second, so there's just no reason why you'd force him to play the wrong spec.
Locked in no matter what happens.
If he locked protection, would you force him to lock protection?
But they have a chance here to be gatekeeping the move and you know, bringing Liquid into that.
Like, what if he didn't have protection?
Liquid in that top 3.
Well, I understand if you lock first wrong because the other team
F tier. And
yeah, of course,
you are a member of the move now.
Well, I don't think either matchup is good, but if I don't think Arms is good, then yeah.
This is everything on the line for them. The entire season rests on this series right here.
All right, I think he wanted to be Fury, but now he says he's stuck his Arms. He's got to make it work here. Colossus Arms Warrior, similar to Blizzo in Europe. Laros and Blizzo trying to make the Warriors have a spot in the current.
But they're playing Warrior to kill Priest, and I feel like Arms is going to suck at killing Priest. I've heard Magnus say how bad Arms is at killing Priest.
Some really big crits in this type of matchup if they are going to come out ahead, but Peekaboo's already intercepting, stuns over onto Laros. He dodges the leg sweep. Now they're double feared. Peekaboo is swapping to the healer, but Dorito's on his tail right now, looking to punish Peekaboo for going after the Paladin. They make a big swap. Peekaboo sees it coming. He's in bear form, retreating away while WizK is rotting them down. That Entropic Rift is getting larger and larger. Laros manages to avoid the big hit right there, but he's just taking so much damage. It's the dive of the sword. The Demolish gets bark skinned and basically does no damage, and being down your dive of the sword this early on is going to be rough for Laros.
Pretty bad, man.
Demolish looking more like a tickle at this point, and Peekaboo is just going to be walking that off. And WizK is doing a good job just kiting away. Look at Abster here going for nice spear hand strike there on the Repentance. Abster was fishing for it, but WizK finds the follow-up fear. They find the trinket sacrifice there from Chaz, and now Laros making his way back onto WizK. They need pressure on the side of F tier. They're bleeding.
At this
point. Peekaboo is just doing a good job to staying.
I don't know if he's playing Fury tank talent and he's attacking Priest all game. Maybe.
Heart of the Wild. here because he doesn't
so
have
far
that
he's doing
so
bottom down by a substantial amount, but maybe I guess if they go Laros, maybe he cleaves with sweeping strikes.
Whiskey also taking a lot of damage. The Shadow Crash connects, reapplying some of his dots.
I guess if they get him cleave,
nice whirling dragon punch coming out.
They bopped insta dispelled.
Caught up in the Hammer of Justice. The full repentance gets loaded up. Oh my god, that Ring of Peace is absolutely beautiful, shutting down Absterge in that position. But we got Whiskey swarming Chaz on one side and Absterge on the other side.
I mean, Magnus was pretty upset playing into Shadow Priest as arms.
Actually, still doesn't have it.
When I played with him,
so
he thought it was terrible.
Chaz there for a second, but here's the demolish. Immediate blessing of protection there. Nice reflex from Absterge as they look to swap to Whiskey on the side of F tier.
Nice storm.
Storm coming through right after the blessing of protection though. So if that demolish can bait a cooldown and then Dorito can come in with something, or Laris can come in with a blade storm, it's going to create an.
Isn't there an auto that gives you healing?
It can just force cooldowns, but another goal. Fury. He's a trinket. Died by the sword. He's popping up victory rush, spell reflecting desperation, but that entropic rift. He charges away from the entropic rift. He needs to dodge it. He went right back.
Isn't
into
it a good amount?
A huge hit of damage, and oh my god, the mind flays are just channeled from Whiskey. He's forced to retreat back behind the pillar. Shaz is rooted, trying to get to his side.
Yeah, Battlegrounds is a lot of healing, is it not?
Here. He's very worried about a side fiend.
No, it's terrible. It's just straight H. It's just healing per second.
Shaz is chasing down Absterge, looking for crowd control, but he gets forced away by Peekaboo as he's silenced.
He might not even play anyway. The first series.
Paralyzed. Laris jumps over. They make a big swap onto Peekaboo, demolish, but Absterge just immediately sacrifices and makes it do.
I mean, he was playing Battlegrounds the first game. What do you mean?
Towards Peekaboo, and that entropic rift is stacking up. Laris charges.
It's 1% healing per second, man.
It's about to go off. Another huge hit onto Laros, and everyone is dying on F tier. They get a fear onto Peekaboo with no trinket. Shaz has Avenging Wrap, and now he gets feared. Luckily, it's going to break to the dots, and Shaz manages to pull his team back from the brink.
That was a heavy healing situation here for Shaz, but he manages to recover. The next demolish could be big here for Laros. They're going after Whiskey. Whiskey, what is he going to do here? But actually, it's going to be Laros caught up in a stun. Nice bop there coming out from Shaz, but look at Absterge. He's going for the Apprentice, and he finds it. Laros, that might just be the game here. No, Shaz, he's going to trade out the Divine Shield in time and manage to save him, but this is not looking good.
Laros was doing 300 KHPS, according to us.
Coming out, and the move manages to clean it up.
In this game, Laros did 120 KHPS. This is fucking 6 minutes in.
He bubbles out of that one. They massive spell the bubble.
Look at Laros' HPS on the Nagrand game. And then tell me that sounds terrible.
They fear his trinket, and they just go through his entire spell book and win the game.
Okay, the move, man.
You can't see it?
Liquid
it's blocked.
Liquid right now, they're currently top 3 on points, which means
it did
qualify into the War
37. He did 37 million healing. He did half of Wizard's healing in the previous game.
I think by something like
and in this game,
they just have to win.
I mean, it's almost half, I guess. 114 KHPS.
Crowd control chain
instead, though.
The pressure was wild.
I guess they're both
similar. F tier, they just didn't get any pressure really.
I think 1% healing per second is not bad.
Yeah, that was insane. So they
personally
rep Chaz right there.
But this comp is super troll.
And then
I think in general.
Cyclone, he trinkets and then Wiz fears his
I personally like their Reno Corelli comp.
I'm actually surprised that Master Spell hits Chaz though. Can we see that one more time here at the beginning of the replay? I don't actually know how that hit. So Chaz, look at him. Here it comes Absterge, Hodge into a rep, I believe.
I think Fury's terrible too. I think both comps are terrible, but I think Fury's bad. I think Fury is probably a little more durable into this because it seems to have some self-healing.
On him, but yeah, he hits it. Then he gets a silence.
And I'm going off of what Mag said when he played it. He said it was terrible.
Game is
to play arms.
Really
when he was playing arms with me.
Push there from the move. Even when they're playing this Feral Shadow
Priest, he said he preferred to be Fury.
These kind of clutch plays that we expect to see them on things like the RPS, where they're just like going through multiple defensives.
Fury's not good at killing paladins. Fury is only good. The problem is that Fury is only good at killing priests, and you can't kill a priest right now.
And the move now, just one away here from qualifying as the 3rd position team. No Team Liquid are sitting somewhere right now watching this and sweating.
We are, but we're not sweating.
Praying that F tier can come up with something.
This was
to be able to reverse sweep this. I don't.
They should be playing the normal comp probably.
Though his damage is just. It's not going to be good enough. He's not.
I mean, I don't think
he's too
you can't.
It's like both. It's
you can't kill a immortal Shadow Priest.
It's not high enough. It's just not there. It seems like, unfortunately, I was really getting excited. I thought the Colossus Demolish was going to get some work done here.
I mean,
but had some really clutch preemptive bombs.
Gauntlet's not ideal. The prep, really your prep path
but then there were other times where he
for Gauntlet is super weird.
Be like
because you have to prep for a lot of teams.
As opposed to chopping,
you don't know who's going to make it through.
But yeah,
you're right.
Unfortunately for Laros on the Arms Warrior, just not going to be fitting into the current meta.
You just don't know who you're against in the Gauntlet, whereas everyone else can prepare for specific matchups.
So moving into
and you also have to play against Welcome to the Jung first round in the actual main tournament. So it's definitely not as nice as being like second or third. Second and third have.
Okay, so we don't need to ask that question. They're just immediately getting back into this.
Oh no!
F-tier know that this could be a long series, so they probably just want to get into this as fast as possible because they're going to be fighting. If they manage to reverse sweep this, they're going to be fighting Feral Druids probably for the rest of the day. So
I felt this matchup looks terrible. This comp looks.
By it. They have to continue.
I don't know what they're doing.
In game number 1, because game 1 was their
comp.
best game, I'd say, out of all the games they've had against this composition last week and this week. Game 1.
I feel like they had really close games with the other comp.
They've set themselves up for the same comp, but they went to a big map instead of a small map this time.
Yeah, so I kind of like that because. So, well, it's just such a hard position, right? Because you need the small map to get the uptime and then also to be able to kind of duck in and out like that. But on the small map, your Paladin is just getting swarmed by CC. All of a sudden, fear becomes just such a real possibility. You know, we saw it multiple times during the game where Upsurge goes for the Hammer of Justice. He's going for the Repentance. They shut down Repentance, but then Wiz is there with the Silence, ducks around the corner on the other side and manages to get the fear. And it's just so hard on these smaller maps for the Paladin to actually avoid the situation in terms of crowd control. So I think that the large map makes sense.
They'll just marry early.
Your win condition is stay alive and pummel WizK. Eventually, your Mortal Strike effect, all of that cleave damage, all of the, like 2 melee on a caster damage is going to start adding up. WizK's self-healing is going to get weaker as the game goes on.
It doesn't. That's the problem.
Win on mana. That is at least
WizK's self-healing
on Nagrand.
WizK's self-healing isn't enough by dampening at all. It's 200k. It's exactly the same. Not affected by dampening or Mortal Strike.
WizK is just going to drag your melees to, really, really far away, and that's going to force Chaz to have to chase them and run out in the open, and that's where he becomes susceptible to things like a swap or, a crowd control chain.
All right, if you're a Move fan, let's see it in the chat. If you're a Liquid fan, even though they're not here in the top 8, you better be cheering for F-tier, because if F-tier win this, the Move won't take their spot, and Liquid will be guaranteed in the War Within Season 1 Finals top 3. So this is a big game for the Move. Peekaboo's been putting in so many reps on this Feral Druid. He's starting Game 3 off well with
playing, again, the Move is playing really, really well.
Laros. He's taking so much damage. He's trying to be greedy. They get through it, but Repentance, Absterge has been stepping it up with the control throughout this entire series. It's so much damage. He's dying. He's dying through his enraged region. They clone him low. Peekaboo, Absterge, and WizK are just tearing them apart. They try and set something up on Peekaboo. He wild charges away. He's back into bear form, tanking the damage. WizK will be free casting if they go after Peekaboo too long. He's kind of baiting them, taunting them in cat form. They catch him with the storm.
I feel like Fury's really bad at killing.
We're really trying to punch him into the air, but I think they've realized they can't leave WizK open this long. But a nice Shaz pre-sacrifices Absterge's Repentance, breaking it, but with redirected damage. Peekaboo's there for follow-up.
No, they're not throwing.
Laros is still the target. He
their mindset's good.
Wants to stun him when the
mindset is we want to have a counter to the Welcome to the Jung.
And now he's getting pressure onto Peekaboo. Nice
basically.
Around. He grips him, but they reconnect. He's going to restabilize.
But they're cooking a bit too hard, I think.
Laros is trying to make some plays with what he can on that Fury Warrior, but it seems like every setup they fall
one. They're hurting Peekaboo a lot.
Yeah, but Peekaboo is still a little bit in trouble here. Had to activate the Heart of the Wild.
I guess I prefer it, but I feel like Wendell Corelli would do this better.
Looking for Chaz, chasing him around the corner. Chaz is just trying to stay away. He realizes, hey, I don't have a trinket right now. I don't have my sacrifice. I'm going to have to trade out something. The WizK starts off with a disarm into a silence. Peekaboo, can he find the follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Upsurge, though, is charging in. Beautiful.
No, he didn't.
Beautiful. Oh, my God, that Cyclone onto Dorito as well. And now Laros,
0% chance.
They trade out the Divine Shield. They trade out the Lay on Hands. They trade out so many big.
Maybe they just kind of went as Corelli, so they're just kind of screwed. If they played them on ladder, then yeah, that would make sense. They just got to cook.
Chomped and chomped. Absurge looking for the fake cast, not able to find it on that Repentance. Gets caught up in a leg sweep instead. WizK going for a master spell. Celestial Conduit onto Peekaboo. Sacrifice is traded onto him from Absurge. Now they're going to swap back to WizK on the side of F tier. They're trying trying to get some pressure. They know we have no cooldowns left. We need pressure to be able to stay alive. And look at Absent. He's just chasing Chaz around that corner, trying to find the stun. He finds the Hammer of Justice. He go for the Repentance. He manages to get the Repentance as well, but it looks like it broke there to something, but the silence is there to follow.
Yeah, they made us have to cook because they can't win as the other comp, which makes sense.
Oh my god, that Siphon has the
I guess their games on Wednesday look really close, but there's one O'Reilly and like very winnable.
Right.
But these obviously seem a lot less winnable. You're just dying.
They're trying to take him down, but they can't even scratch the surface of his health bar at the moment, and that rift is massive into the full maim stun. Big explosion, multiple void tendies. Absurge is charging in, hammers down. Shaz is rotting to redirect the damage. They get the leg suit to try and turn it around, and Peekaboo.
Yeah, exactly.
Peekaboo isn't greedy here. He should be able to walk this off. He's going to pop Renewal in bear form. Pull
no,
away, take
I would not. I would not call that throwing as
a. He goes into Cat again, right during a
definitely not.
He has to trade survival instincts.
They're doing
well.
they're playing to win.
Clones are coming through. He gets one on Dorito. Now he's charging in, getting bleeds back up onto Laros, getting ready for the next attack. Full maim stun. Another rift out from Whiskey. And how is Laros going to survive this? The silence on the Shaz. He trinkets the silence, but now he's vulnerable to other crowd controls, and he gets cycloned low health by Peekaboo. He can't recover him immediately.
They're trying to figure things out. I think it's smart to do that.
He hits the timing, but now he's
if they've already eliminated Windhoek Rally as a viable option, then they have no choice, right?
The Siving, but Peekaboo's going clone crazy. Dorito in a clone, Shaz in a rep.
They're definitely not throwing. They just maybe feel like they have to try something different than what they've been trying on ladder.
But a double leg sweep bop. Maybe they can turn this around. It looks like Absurge is immediately responding to this though. Bladestorm comes through and Laros is just rotting. He's just rotting down. It's still so much damage coming out of the move right now. They want Liquid's top 3 position more than ever.
I am kind of confused as to why he's playing Gnome though.
Right now.
Why is he not a Dark Hand Dwarf?
Pushing and getting the dots now onto Chaz. Actually, it looks like they might be setting up for potentially a swap to Chaz. There is.
I feel like Dark Hand Dwarf sounds so much better.
Justice Peekaboo finally without any cooldowns could be in a lot of trouble here, but Whiskey and Absurge still have something to respond with. Absurge.
I would have worried playing Gnome into a Feral Druid. I guess there's entangling roots, I guess. But you get everything with Dark Iron.
They find it. Beautiful intervene from Laros. It's not going to be enough, I think. Chaz on his last leg, trying to wrap around the corner.
He's out lay now.
To survive with the dwarf racial. Absolutely insane that he survives that situation. Chaz keeps
you're possibly right. Name your phone. I agree with you.
Paralyzed on Absurge. He's being greedy.
They're hurting Pika a lot.
He bops, but he bops into a Hammer of Justice.
Shattering
throw. Laros pops the bop, and F-tier out of nowhere almost.
Bro, they're blasting.
Whiskey's there with the void shift. He doesn't panic. He holds his resolve, but Absurge gets another repentance. Laros has his enraged regen. He's trying to stay aggressive with it, but he gets knocked away. The rift is down. Peekaboo's retreating.
Is
he can't get to a target.
Though?
Laros is just dying in the middle of the map
Lay's
right now.
gone.
Whiskey's free casting. Peekaboo's back in cat form, loading up full bleeds onto Laros. Dorito is rotting. Shaz is trying to pull off a miracle right now. He dispels the dots, trying to keep his team on target, trying to finish Peekaboo. There's no bot for 15 seconds.
It's actually funny. It's lower pressure going Pika here than going Wiz. They're taking less damage, I think. Because Pika's just having to like fucking AFK.
Hammers down onto Absurge, clash to pull Whiskey in, but there's no leg sweep it seems at this point for Dorito, but maybe it doesn't matter. They're killing him through sacrifice. Absurge is actually almost out of mana. F-tier may have just pulled off an insane miracle on match point here, but no, a full rep. Chaz bubbles it, but it's so high on dampening at this point. Can he heal him? He MDs the bubble again into a full fear, but they get the triple stun. Peekaboo trinkets out. Can they close it out with this fear? They paralyze the Shadow Priest. Laros is doing whatever he can to stay alive right now. Bloodthirst after Bloodthirst trying to heal up. Bop comes up in 1 second. Shaz has a bop. He pops Laros and he's at 10%. How are F-tier doing this?
Their own.
I have no idea. They're leading on mana. They might have been able to pull it off here. Peekaboo is running for the hills, ducking away in bear form. He's so low. Absurge line of sights him there for just a moment. Was looking for a drink there potentially. Manages to recover Peekaboo, but now he's caught up in the Stormbolt. Whiskey trying to carry the team onto his shoulders. He gets a full fear. Laros, what is he going to do? The pre-sack is good, but it's not enough. And it is going to be the move that qualifies as the 3rd seed in North America. They take F-tier down. And they managed
to win the series. I guess if they just lost in ladder with the other comp, they had no choice.
How did that not break?
That was a good game though. That was a very good game.
At the end, I actually thought that he got it off preemptively, and it was going to be enough maybe to perform one final miracle there for Shaz, but didn't look like it. And yeah, Laros actually does go down there. Oh, I think it was. Wait, what happened here? Yeah, no, I think he did pre-sack it here
he did.
At the end. So he bops him here. Then Laris goes back in, and they start hunting down Peekaboo. They manage to get good.
I mean, I don't think Fury's good at killing a druid. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like there are better things at killing a druid than a Fury warrior. And I also think that why you know him into bleeds and dots from Wizkay.
The silent or the psychic horror,
especially on the feral.
And there's he gets the.
I don't think the roots are as relevant. Probably as having an extra like big thing.
Breaks right at the end, and he dies.
Yeah, still, I mean, they played it well. They had some really big grips and stuff too.
For F tier, but still, they fought absolutely valiantly. I would say Laros, he represented all the warriors across the world very well.
Yeah, he's
Laros played well.
Right now for all the warriors in North America and Europe. It's a hard ride right now as a warrior. And he gets
in general. I think you'd lock the Fury to try and kill the Shadow Priest, and I don't think killing Shadow Priest is possible.
So at least he has that, and obviously
when they've got bugged Void Leech.
They've been getting nerfed seemingly every patch though, so I don't know if it's going to get better.
Yeah, they played really well.
Change, but they do get top 3. The move take Liquid spot 2. Liquid are destroyed by that one. This entire season on the line, and now the move. They just keep getting a chance to keep proving themselves here in this final cup.
They certainly do. Team Liquid,
I guess if they lost in ladder or something with it, they had no choice.
Make it to Saturday's games, and they had to sit and watch that series, knowing the fate that was possible, and they just saw their dreams crushed by the move with that.
So if they lose in ladder every time, if they got farmed by the move on lad, then that probably answers that. Unless they're going priest again, I don't think you can kill priest as any comp right now. I think it is completely impossible to kill a.
I'm happy to be proven wrong as well. So they're going to move.
Kill a Shadow Priest as any comp right now.
In the bracket, and they're going to be up against Mentally Damned.
Like even looking at maybe in mirrors they kill. No, I don't even kill Shadow Priest in mirrors.
In third place with Liquid following closely behind Zico.
Yeah, and I mean it's got to feel good for the move. Managing to pull it together. They had a rough start to the season. There was, Absturge was sick. They were attending weddings. They were doing all kinds of stuff, playing on laptops and things like that. But then they pulled it together here for these last 2 cups. They made some deep runs happen, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket final. I mean, they could still make some moves here in that lower bracket. And potentially continue to go further. I mean, ideally, if you are the move, you want to go and get that rematch against Welcome to the Jung.
That is what it is. And it's just harder to prepare for 8 teams than it is to prepare for 4 teams.
Against them, and here are the tweets. Yay. We have squeezed into top 3 and qualified for the AWC finals next month.
Last week's one was in Hurricane.
I'm glad Absturge is, finally having a dub. The first couple of cups he was traveling, and then he was sick, and now he's got this result. So yeah, they certainly deserve it after the season they have had. But now they got to fight Mentally Damned. This is another strong team. They did fall to Welcome to the Jung earlier on, Supatees, but do you think that Mentally Damned is up to the challenge that the move is going to bring to the table?
I think all they did was get better at the matchup. Even though they might have lost all 3 games, they're getting better at the matchup. And let's be real, Welcome to the Jung, I think, are playing the Shadow Priest Feral Paladin at the highest level. So Mentally Damp, I think, are in a good spot to at least take some games, but I feel like the move also really want to prove something.
Why would it get renamed?
Repeat? A little bit more towards the move right now.
Yeah, Mentally Damp, the move, they're just like, okay, let's not think about it. Let's not think about the fact that if we win this one, we go to Welcome to the Jung. We're just going to think about this next up series and try and focus on one thing at a time. So we're going to head to a break. It's Mentally Damp versus the move coming up next. But before we do that, we are going to play a game of Spell Guesser. We haven't had a lot of these this weekend. You guys feeling good about your knowledge, your spell knowledge here?
Hopefully. They're going to
Yeah, they were getting tricky. Like last time, there was this code going on. There was.
I know.
Is there? I don't even know what phrase you're talking about.
There's a code. I'm entering that as soon as I see it. Anytime I don't understand what's going on in its hieroglyphics, I'm just leaving Battlenet open. And
you were the one that redeemed it, Sid. Okay. All right. Requires level 39 2 charges and blank the ally. Blank 20% is blank by 0 something 10 seconds. 20 seconds.
Could be, yeah. It's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
I don't know what you're thinking of in general, but I don't think it's intended to be anything. I think it just means they're like trying to dampen people.
Magnifying glass.
Okay.
I think I can see what's behind that blur. Is not that blurry. I feel like I can see the number. I think it's 40 seconds. I think, yeah.
We need to get.
I don't know. What's something that has 2 charges and something on an ally, 20%, and then I guess the cooldown is reduced.
Safeguard, I think.
By
10 seconds.
I think it's Safeguard. Requires 39.
It's a PP talent.
Purification. What is that? That's double Dispel, right?
So yeah, Dispel has 2 charges.
Dispel has 2 charges.
But it only heals for 8%, I think. Or it's lower than 20.
Yeah.
The amount that it heals by is lower than 20. What is Protector of the Frail?
That sounds like Druid territory.
Yeah, it looks like it's Safeguard too.
This is another new tooltip. I don't know. They're like, because the Trank Shield used to be Keeper of the Grove, and then they're like, this is a hero talent now, so we need to rename
it. Can't be Fortified Bar, can't be Purification. I don't know what Protect the Frail is.
I feel like Safeguard is 20%, right?
Yeah, so
it's not a talent to make. Oh, it's definitely not.
It increases its cooldown also when you respec Safeguard, so that's what the increased cooldown is. Increases it by a certain amount of time. So I think it's Safeguard. Because Fortified Bark makes it, there's no double Iron Bark talent, so I don't even know what Fortified Bark is, but if it had anything to do with double Iron Bark, I don't think it does. And the Protector of the Frail is probably some passive on a hero talent tree, which is like maybe it randomly could be that, but I'm thinking it's Safeguard.
I feel like it's between Protector of the Frail and Safeguard, and I feel like Safeguard makes more sense because you can get double charges, you can 20%. I'm looking in Safeguard.
Listen, we learned that we gotta stick with our heart, and you guys thought it was Safeguard initially, so I think you should stick with that. Yeah.
We're locking in Safeguard.
Sid, you Safeguard as well?
I already locked that in like 20 seconds ago.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're confident. Okay, Safeguard it is. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, a new transition.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm confused for a second. Okay. Safeguard it is. Let's see if we can get the icon correct. And who spells it anyways? Okay.
I want to say A.
Wait, really? I
want to say A or D.
Right, really? My initial reaction was it's C or B.
No, I think it's brighter color.
I think the C and B are too faded.
The other ones look bitter. Like, I don't know. I was pretty sure it's a brighter color.
It's probably D.
They look bitter.
Bitter.
I don't know. Like one of them looks like a fresh peanut, and then the other one looks like it's been left out for too long or something.
I feel like A and D look like they've been out in the sun too much. Is it actually that bronze?
I swear it's that bronze, and the blue is that bright too.
I mean, 3 of them have the same exact number of bumps.
Yeah.
And then an A has less.
Is it dots with the little lines?
I think it's D.
Or is
it could actually be A.
You think it's D?
I actually think it's D.
Do you think it's easier to erase bumps or add bumps?
Erase.
Like, do any of the bumps look like they copy pasted them?
A looks better. Yeah, I kind of think it's A.
Right? They look like unique bumps, I think. You think they would have turned the bump? I think it's D because the bumps look unique.
Yeah, I feel like D looks the one.
I think it's A.
To me is the one that looks the best.
Okay.
A just looks better.
I would say the blue.
Hold on.
The blue on the D looks right. The
there's a line.
I mean, as a shield, A looks worse.
Guys, I'm about to big brain this. Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Look. Yeah. Okay. You see an A? See the line right there? On the leftmost bottom corner.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that spot on all of the other ones?
No.
It looks like someone took a brush tool and copied it and masked it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying right now?
Oh, you mean masked the line?
Yeah, and duplicated it. I see it. I see the brush strokes.
So you think it's lines versus bumps? Is there 3 lines or 3 bumps? Because look at the lines at the top of it.
I think someone erased that line. I am sus.
I feel like my initial reaction is C, but Sid, you've convinced me that the bronzeness of the color, like the shield is more tanned. The shield has been out in the sun a little bit longer, and if that's true, then I feel like D looks more natural than A. So I'm going with D, but if it ends up being C, Sid, I will be moderately disappointed.
I'm going
A.
Okay,
A.
we're okay.
Yep.
All right, I'm locking in D.
Okay. Let's see it.
If it ends up being C, what's gonna happen, Zico? Oh my
I
God!
would be moderately disappointed.
It's from the middle.
Oh! My microscope coming in clutch, guys. I'm telling you.
I mean, the bums look kind of weird.
No one is more powerful.
No one can defeat Bubble Zaya.
No. Okay, all right. Anyways,
Nice.
We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is Mentally Damp versus The Move coming up next.
First game was kind of the biggest problem with the Fury comp, it looks like they're just dead the whole game. But Shaz is insane at keeping them alive, and they had really good stops. Whereas I feel like when they played the other matchup, they had like 7-minute games. Oh, he's Gnome in the first game too. I don't know. Gnome feels really weird to me against a Feral. Unless he actually... Do you guys know he's getting root a lot? I don't know if he gets rooted really at all. I don't... He's getting freedom too. Like the offensive power of Dark Eindorf is pretty crazy. Because it gets all bleeds and all dots and Devouring Plague as well. Literally just dispels, like cleans everything. Yeah, but don't you feel like you can still even dispel the root too if you want to. Just a longer cooldown, but it's everything. Frenzy. Is he Dark Eye in this game? Maybe he's Dark Eye in this game. No, he's Orc in this game. The fuck? I feel like he just doesn't have a Dark Eye set up. He's Orc Arms Warrior. Huh. Like, I'm assuming he just has like the 2 warriors set up. One for Arms, one for Fury. I mean, I don't think it would change much. I don't think in general the Fury matchup looks crazy good. I like the thing is you're locking the Fury Warrior to kill the Shadow Priest, and you're playing it like the best game was when they played on Pika in game 3, and I feel like there's got to be better melee at killing a Feral Druid than a Fury Warrior. Like Fury Warriors aren't good. Like Fury, like, you can't like you want to have the entire point of Fury, at least in my mind, is the entire point of playing Fury is to get consecutive battle rampages off on a target. You need to rampage back to back to back, and you just aren't gonna get that on a Feral Druid running around in circles. So you want to play something that has, you know, the ability to have some residual damage when they're kiting and stuff. Kind of why I figured Ellie would be better at killing Feral. Like Ellie Windwalker seems better at killing Feral to me than this. I don't know. I think he'll probably level Priest. I think he was leveling it last night a little bit. But yeah, Fury just wants to tunnel something. Probably mostly Priest. Because again, you get Battle Trance value as well by not swapping. Yeah, I'll probably stop after the next series. I think the next series will be interesting, but I think it'll be probably mirrors for the last series. I want to see if Feral Mage does well into the move, and then I'll probably get some sleep. If that's cool with you guys. But yeah, things will be different. I'm not sure if the cast is new, but yeah, the way that Void Leech works is always, it's a static value, and it doesn't scale with dampening, reduction, or anything. So no matter how damp it gets, like the priest gets tankier basically as the game goes on relative to everyone else. He just leeches the same amount of health. You could have 100% dampening and it would still leech the exact same amount. Which makes the priest extremely hard to kill. Like I said, in 2s, when I go against the Shadow Priest, I have to kill their teammate to make Void Leech stop working. Like, you kill the priest and eventually the teammate can't keep his health above his teammate, and then Void Leech stops ticking. Void Leech won't tick if you've got, like, if WizK is, let's for example say he's at 80% and his teammate's at 70%, it won't leech. It disables it and stops working.
Back, everyone. If you are just now tuning in, we have had an incredible change of events here. The move beating F tier means that they secured their spot in the top 3, knocking out Team Liquid. Now here they are, still in the lower bracket, facing off against Mentally Damp. Mentally Damp kind of
it's the same as Spirit Link. It's the same coding as Spirit Link, and also there's new embellish as well.
They're feeling great right now.
But I don't think they intend it.
They just had a brutal
to be that way
in that upper bracket. The move, they are just feeling ecstatic at this point. They just won. They managed to get their top 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just had that nice
redistribution stuff. All those effects don't get affected by Immortal Strikes. But the Void Leech one works a lot more like a heal.
Definitely, and I've learned my lesson. I am not voting against the move. We had our predictions sent in for this one, and unfortunately, I think wow, we're pretty close. Okay, Supties is the only one that like slightly differs, but we're all on the side of the move. But Mentally Damp, I think there's a reason why we still have some games then on the side of Mentally Damp. This is a team that is ramped up, especially over the course of the weekend, and we've seen.
Blizzard tried to play the same thing yesterday. They tried to play.
I know that they lost 0-3.
They tried to play Thunder and they tried to go Priest, and they couldn't. The only games they won, they killed Rogue.
At this point against this composition, I'm pretty sure Mentally Damp is about 1-1 in terms of overall, matchups. So this is definitely a matchup that they can win. We know Welcome to the Jungle.
Mentally Damp have been pretty insane, honestly.
Shadow Priest Paladin is such an incredibly high level. We'll see if the move is going to be able to put up the same fight. I kind of reckon that they will be able to. They looked really good in that last series, and it seems like the move is kind of powering up. That being said, Mentally Damp, they don't have to play Dopamine on the mage. We mentioned it, Dopamine can play lots of different things. So if he wants to, he could maybe go on the Shadow Priest, go into potential mirror match, and that might be Mentally Damp style line to victory.
All right, we'll see if that plan works for them. We're heading into the
game.
Buddy,
thank you for the chance to watch Buddy, man. I love you, man. Have a good day, buddy.
In the lower bracket, winner of this one moves on to face off against Welcome to the Jung for the 4th and final Championship Sunday before heading into the finals for season number 1. It's game number 1 now. Mentally Damp versus the move.
Let's go, and we are going to see Dopamine tagged in on the mage, at least for this game number 1. The move, we're going to be leading with the Feral Shadow Priest Paladin once again, and we'll see if they can kind of do what Welcome to the Jung was able to do in that earlier upper bracket game against Mentally Damp. But we're going to see Dopamine just charging in here. Absturge sitting in the starting room here. They're going to be repositioning to the pillar, and WizK looks like he's going to be the target here for just a moment. Both Feral Druids sitting in stealth. Whoever opens first will be opened on by the other Feral Druid, so they're trying to avoid that. But Peekaboo, he's had enough. He's going to be opening up onto Dopamine, but Bleeds taking his time here, maybe looking for an Absturge opener, and he will be opening up onto Absturge, targeting the Paladin. Beautiful Vortex though on the blink of Dopamine, but look at the damage onto Absturge, already taking so much heat, but actually greeting every cooldown in the game, and it pays off.
I can't believe Absturge, greedy, but oh no! The full polymorph is going to break to the water elemental, sabotaging Dopamine there. Here comes the Siphene, dropped out by WizK, getting a lot of damage rolling onto Dopamine. It looks like he will snipe it off, and now it's going to be Peekaboo under
a lot
fire.
Of pressure right now.
Here onto Absurge, but looks like they're going to be able to survive. An offensive Cyclone coming in here from Bleeds, just trying to slow down the damage, pause Peekaboo's health low during the Barkskin, getting damage rolling onto WizK. Now he's Cyclone, and Bleeds is really been doing a phenomenal job landing these early Cyclones.
Nice kick there on the ice wall of Dopamine. Could have been a deadly situation. MGXO taking a lot of crowd control here. Whiskey going for the DR fear there as well. Abster's looking for potentially a repentance. He gets a Hammer of Justice. He repositions. Is he going to go for the rep there? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. Dopamine still taking a lot of pressure, but Peekaboo gets Cyclone, and Dopamine will recover with that Tears Deliverance being cast. But look at Abster's. He's trying to interrupt MGXO on that cast, and Bleeds, meanwhile, is taking a lot of damage here. Bleeds, what is he going to do here with MGXO? Or with Abster sitting a polymorph, still not able to recover fully here as he gets swapped to as well. Abster finally with a full row of bleeds onto him as well, and both of these teams trying to cleave each other, but I feel like it's going more in favor of the move. Nice bop there on that stun onto Peekaboo to keep him free, and now another Hammer of Justice onto MGXO. They're looking for the Cyclone. Peekaboo manages to find it, and Bleeds could be in a lot of trouble here, but he's going to be kiting a little bit and manages to activate the renewal to recover for just a moment.
Yeah, looks like he's just kiting around, avoiding a lot of incoming damage. In the meantime, Dopamine is getting destroyed here by Peekaboo. Bleeds needs to back him up. Dragon's Breath into a Maim Stun, and this is going to be the
they're
icy
definitely
veins here.
PvEing big.
Before Dopamine, Peekaboo could fall.
Weirdly enough, it feels like they're taking a lot more damage.
He holds on to his Icy Veins, so doesn't combo them together. Now, finally pulling the trigger here with this Icy Veins. And
like,
Peekaboo
I feel like they're the move of bleeding a lot.
Beautiful Ice Wall, and Peekaboo is so low. Abster just gets there in the nick of time and tops him off. Now it's going to be the move looking to get aggressive.
Oh, big bites.
Yeah, and Dopamine could be forced into the ice cube here, dropping very low, but the sacrifice might be enough to block it for just a moment. MGXO trying to fake us the interrupt, but Bleeds is rotting down. Has a full bash onto MGXO. Nice mass barrier there from Dopamine, just pausing the damage for a second, and he's teeing off right now with the icy vents onto Peekaboo, trying to reverse the pressure, but Whiskey is doing so much work right now for the move, getting dots onto everything, just rotting them down. Dopamine now finally going to be popping the Frozen Orb, looking for some Ice Lance damage, but unfortunately he procs a Frostbite onto Peekaboo, so his knock is not going to work there. Nice alter time, just pausing the damage there for a second as he continues to kite Peekaboo out in the open field, but Whiskey getting counterspell there. It's going to slow down his damage for a second. Dopamine looks for the polymorph, able to find it onto Whiskey, not able to find one onto Absterge though, which would have been the ideal target. Actually does manage to find it, but it is overlap, but Bleeds once again taking so much damage. Nice pre-bear form though on the stun, but Dopamine rotting down, could be his ice block, but once again a big heal coming out from MGXO, trying to recover his entire team, and he's able to do so.
Yeah, Icy Veins in 40 seconds. Basically, the way this matchup works is the move, they're going to be pulling ahead while Icy Veins is on cooldown, and when Icy Veins is off cooldown, that's when Dopamine really can kind of push through and get a bunch of defensive cooldowns out of the way. Bash onto Bleeds, Maim Stun onto Dopamine, MGXO looking to avoid Absterge at all costs. He doesn't manage to, and they find a full polymorph. Big damage here on Peekaboo. He's trying to find a Cyclone of his own, but unfortunately for Bleeds, he's not able to find it. Absterge with the beautiful interrupt. At the same time, Hammer of Justice here onto MGXO into a full repentance. Absterge making absolutely beautiful plays. Peekaboo gets the Cyclone on Bleeds. Full fear on MGXO, and Bleeds could easily fall. Divine Shield trades, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. That's a Blessing of Protection. It gets ripped off immediately there by WizK, but massive defensive cooldown overlap. However, mentally damp, they're not out of it yet. Full Hammer of Justice on Absterge. They're getting the pressure on Peekaboo.
Nice pre-sack right there on the polymorph. Abster also walking into the Frozen Orb here. Really doesn't want to get crowd controlled in that position. Peekaboo is taking a lot of damage though. Abster might have to use his Divine Shield here.
A very spiky
a lot
game.
Of pressure from that redirect damage, but they swap to MGXO. Huge swap coming out from the move. They're going for the kill. Can they take him down? The bop is good here for MGXO. It might be enough to stabilize him, but Peekaboo now. Nice double fear coming out from Whiskey. He gets polymorph to pause the damage for a second, but Bleeds is rotting down, and the move might be able to take him down so low. The frenzied region.
I live that. What the fuck?
I really thought he was going to go down there, but now Peekaboo in trouble. Beautiful bop there on the stun, and Dopamine is going to get interrupted there for a second on his Ray of Frost. Nice Tears Deliverance being casted by MGXO, and he managed to pull his team together one more time.
Yeah, Bleeds going for it, trying to slow down the Cyclone. MGXO is forced to trade out his Trinket. Dopamine is low on health. WizK going on a solo mission. This could easily be the ice block here for Dopamine, but he is greeting it, looking for the Ring of Frost, looking for the Ring of Fire. Big damage incoming. Ice Wall might get channeled out. He manages to find it. He's trying to just escape WizK, but his health is going nowhere but down. At the same time, Bleeds is just rotting out. Peekaboo looking to make a push and gets the full Maim. Repentance on MGXO. The move looking to claim game number 1, but Bleeds in bear form and defiantly going to escape. He does have defensive cooldowns. I think mentally damp should be able to hold on. Then all of a sudden, Peekaboo's the one on trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty nice pre-bet from Pika, though.
Out of that Cyclone, Peekaboo in pre-bear form, though, doing a good job. They still have
out of
the
it.
shift on WizK. They might need to pull it, but he gets counterspelled for a moment. He's not able to activate it, but Heart of the Wild is available for Peekaboo. He's going to pull the trigger on that immediately. Absolutely still sitting through a lot of crowd control. Triple DR Poly, double DR Cyclones there as well, but Peekaboo is able to stay alive for now. Bash now onto Absolute as well. The crowd control is never ending. The Ray of Frost gets channeled out, but they managed to stop it there from Dopamine. Now the Icy Veins for Dopamine. Huge damage. MGXO though in a Cyclone. Dopamine and trying to get the damage off onto Peekaboo here, but Peekaboo is doing a great job stopping it. Bleeds now in huge trouble. There's the full Repentance, full Cyclone. That has to be it. The mass barrier coming out from Dopamine manages to save the day, and now he's teeing off onto Peekaboo with that Icy Veins the last couple of seconds, making them count here in this game. Number one, Bleeds gets the sacrifice, and he will recover one more time. MGXO really putting miracles, but now they swap to him. He's going to have to trinket out of that rig stun.
That's a full stun.
Bleeds once again with a maim stun. Big damage coming out from Peekaboo and WizK. They might be able to take him down right now, but it ducks into bear form. Manages to recover with the renewal. The frenzied region. Here comes the incarnation of Bleeds. Peekaboo in huge trouble. Can just die.
Double? Oh my god.
Maybe, but Wiz
bro, that was crazy.
With a
Live
beautiful
swap.
void shift, and the move takes game number one. That was absolutely insane how close that was at the end, though.
And the moves got that.
I like that WizK was not afraid. Just trade out the void shift.
They're playing it very, very well.
Please, void shift. You just use it.
They're both 10% as well at that point. That was super close.
Leads that falls first, but
all right, guys.
Close game number one here. Move looking good though. They had a lot of pressure.
I think the move have that matchup pretty well covered. That's pretty impressive, actually. They've actually gotten really, really good at this comp.
This is kind of the maximum damage.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head off for today. I'll be on in like 4 hours time for tonight.
So both of them kind of brought
Thanks for watching.
But it's at this
I will.
Able to basically just free cast.
We'll host the Warcraft channel. We'll head off.
Here.
But thank you for being here today. Thank you, Lone Top for the host. Thank you, Atomic for the 4-1-3 sub. Thank you, Winter for the Twitch Prime. Sheep White for the 33-3 sub.
Not able to do too much in that situation
and
there for Dopamine.
Thunder for
that's
40.
That's very close. That could have easily been
45. Wait, no.
That was about as close as it could
35 subs today, and the best for beans for 10 subs today as well. I'll talk to you soon. Night, guys.
We expect the move to pull ahead here, and just based on how it went with Mentally Damp versus Welcome to the Jung, but they can easily take games here off of the move. They could easily win the series too. Mentally Damp definitely showing a pretty unique playstyle here, and I mean that was just way too close. If Wiz greeted one more global there, that was just done immediately right there. He wouldn't even have been able to access that void shift. Peekaboo